BUCS is back, and it's bigger than ever.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught!
Can he hold them off? The roof will be raised in point forward.
Like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for two.
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Hello and welcome back to the racing here on the third day at the 2025 BUCS Regatta. You have the pleasure of Zoe CT and Zoe DT today, and we are going to kick off with the B final of the women's intermediate single sculls. Just going through the lanes for you there on the screen. We've got Nottingham A, Loughborough B, Reading C, Bath A, Leeds and Durham, who have just commenced this B final of the intermediate single sculls.
So it looks like it's been a pretty clean start there for all crews who have got going, and from what we can see starting on, it looks like no clear winner starting to take a lead, but hopefully soon we will start to see people really kind of pushing out into their mid-race pace and settling down into the bulk of this race. Conditions similar to how they have been all day. Bit of a wind blowing along the course, cold, so tricky conditions for these athletes in the singles. They've got to make sure that they're really on top of the boat, making sure that they are paying attention to the conditions around them so that they aren't caught out.
And we can just see, looking down the lanes here and at the timing, it appears that we don't have Durham with us today in this race, so it will just be lanes 1 to 5 here. Yeah, definitely slightly better conditions than we had this morning. So hopefully that will be favourable to our crews here, especially the single scullers. Makes it a little bit more enjoyable for them.
So have you done much racing in a single?
Oh, absolutely not. Wouldn't catch me dead in a single. Used to scull a bit when I was a junior, but no, not the racing, not for me. How about you?
I actually have a 100% winning record in the single scull.
Lovely.
Yeah, 1 race, 1 win.
Very
Never
impressive.
Again. Keeping
Very
it like
impressive.
that.
Although I don't actually remember. I feel like I've suppressed all junior racing memories, so perhaps there was one there, but lots of doubles and quads, but not a lot else. And as these scullers come through the 1K, we've got some live times coming to you. We've got Leeds, that's Louise Brooks leading the field, followed by Freya Ridge of Bath, with Isabel Burridge of Reading just behind. And you can see some good margins here, only just about a second behind between Nottingham and Bath, which is great.
Yeah, real battle on there for certainly for those medals, isn't it? Only 0.3 of a second currently between third and fourth, and I think that's the thing that's really interesting about singles is a few seconds margin is nothing. That is a margin that can switch really quickly if someone just decides to drop the hammer, unlike in a bigger boat where, you know, if an 8 is a full length 3 or 4 seconds ahead, that's a really, you know, it's a solid margin, isn't it? So it's all to play for yet here in this B final of the women's intermediate singles.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, in the single, it's just you on your own. So you are the decision maker. You've got no one to that you've got to worry about gelling with, or there to back you up. It's all on you, so you can decide when you want to sort of take it down and have a break, and when you want to change the speed of the boat, which you can obviously do quite quickly in a single. So you can go from a relaxed race pace to pushing in a matter of seconds. You've not got anyone that you need to communicate that with, make sure they're ready to go, tell them to go. You just go when you feel like you're ready.
I feel like all these scullers are handling these conditions really well, and we've got to remind ourselves that this is the intermediate event, not the championships event, but actually all these athletes here looking like they're coping with the conditions, which actually I would say are probably a bit more unsettled actually down here on the course than they appear on the screen. So really some good quality sculling we're seeing here as athletes approach the 1500 metre mark.
Definitely, and we don't know too much about these athletes here, but some of them may not be that they might not have been rowing for that long, because as you may or may not know, to be able to race in the beginner events here, you have to have it has to be your first year at rowing. So some of these might even only be in their second year at rowing, but they still have to go into the intermediate category. So it could be quite a broad range of experience here on show today.
Coming now into the last 300-400 metres of this race, it does look like it is Louise Brooks from Leeds University who has established a little bit more of a comfortable lead here, but really, really tight behind her across all four of the other crews for the rest of those spots to finish off this B final. So I think we're going to see a great battle here. Crews now just coming into the last 250 metres. You can see it's almost straight across those four crews at the back, battling for places 8, 9, 10 and 11 in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. And also on your screen in the bottom that you will see that we have begun the A final of the women's intermediate single sculls, which we will bring more information to you once we're done with this B final here. Yeah, and super level there, as you said, between the other four scullers in this pack, really fighting to get the second and third positions in this round. And you can see they are starting to push on now, starting to ramp it up as we hit the red buoys in this final 250.
And I definitely spoke too soon about Leeds having a comfortable lead, because actually we have had two more crews now, in fact 3 more crews pushing right back on this field, and it looks like it's going to be real nose for nose for who actually takes the win in this race. At the moment it is between Nottingham, Loughborough and Leeds. I think that's going to be a photo finish.
Absolutely. Can't call it here from the finish tower. That was really, really close. Excellent finish sprint there from all involved. Really, really good. And we do have some times on the screen here for you. We have got Loughborough 0.3 of a second over Nottingham. Really, really tight margins. Really excellent racing there today. Followed by Leeds, Reading and Bath, respectfully. And next we'll be bringing you the A final of the women's intermediate single sculls. So the first medal contention of the day, and a rundown of the lanes. We've got Bath B, B Hughes, Reading A, Shannon Wheelahan, Nottingham B, Ella Weeks, Reading B, Izzy Lancaster, De Montfort A, Lizzie Webster, and Queens A, Molly Curry.
This looks like a similarly tight race here, actually. All 6 scullers seem to be staying in pretty good contention here, within a few seconds at the 1,000 metre mark. So actually only 5 seconds separating those top 4 crews. And like we saw in that previous race in the B final, that actually those leads can switch hands really quite quickly.
Yeah, excuse me, absolutely. And yeah, from here, obviously we've seen the times, but from the tower here at the finish, it does all look like they're in a straight line and incredibly close. So it's going to be exciting to see how this A final unfolds, and when these scullers decide to to really throw it down and put their push in to see if they can break away from the field. See who's going to go first, who's going to make the first move, and will they be able to stay with them?
I'm always so interested in the psychology of these single sculls races, because you've got to have that focus. You don't have anyone else in the boat with you, like you were saying earlier. You know, you've got it all to manage on your own, and having that capability to make those decisions in the moment, I find really interesting. And I think you've got to be really aware of what's going on around you, as well as how you manage your own performance from A to B, to make sure you get your, not necessarily just your fastest performance from A to B, but you know, how you're managing the race and how you're reacting to what the crews around you are doing as well. And still really close here. In fact, actually, the lead has been sort of slowly brought down. It's now just over 2 seconds between the sculler from Queen's University Belfast and Reading leading up behind.
Yeah, and the Reading sculler, Izzy Lancaster, in lane 4 of Reading B. She actually represented GB twice at the beach sprint, so perhaps the choppy conditions here will have helped her prepare for being at Nottingham today.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be nothing compared to beach sprint, so probably an absolute walk in the park today.
Definitely. And the other Reading sculler, Reading A, Shannon, she actually won the C final at last year's regatta and came 13th out of the 60 scullers that were entered, which is amazing. And she also took the silver in the women's lightweight quads at BUCS Head.
So no matter what today, it is going to be a massive step up from her, from winning the C final through to the A final today. Crews now just approaching the final sprint to the line, and it looks like it is still Queen's and Reading B who are leading this race, with Queen's just edging out, but you can see Reading really starting to push back. Izzy Lancaster in lane 4. But at the moment, Molly Curry, Queen's University Belfast, is just holding on to that gold medal. And then who is it going to be for third? Big gust of wind there as they finished, but it was Molly Curry of Queen's University Belfast, followed by Izzy Lancaster of Reading and Lizzie Webster of De Montfort for the bronze.
And on the course now, we are bringing you the B final of the Women's Championship sculls. Through the lanes 1 to 6, we've got Reading B, Ellie Cook, Reading D, Meg Knight, Cambridge B, Gemma King, Cambridge A, Samantha Morton van Ibergen, Bath A, Rebecca Courts, and Cambridge C, Sophia Hahn. And at the 500 metres here, we've got some times for you. We've got Reading leading about 2 seconds over Bath, followed by Cambridge a further 2 seconds behind. A further second behind is the next Reading crew, and then we've got the 2 Cambridge scullers at the back, 4 seconds between them.
Really seeing the dominance of Reading. Huge strength in depth in their sculling squads. And I'm in the men's championship singles, I think it was the same. I think they were 2/3 of the entries or something were from Reading. Just going to show how well that program is working there at developing upcoming sculling talent.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they had about I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's at least something like 8 to 10 scullers in one of the men's single sculls events yesterday, which was incredible showing by Reading. Excellent decision by not just Will Rand but the rest of the team at Reading to cut their sweep and focus on sculling. And it's been 10 years today that they've been 100% sculling, so you know, and they're really reaping the rewards of that. You know, they're really showing themselves to be a dominant force in the university sculling scene.
I was about to say that can't possibly be right, because I've coxed a Reading University 8, and it definitely wasn't 10 years ago, but actually now that I think about it, it was actually 20 years ago. So I'm just much older than I think I am.
Yeah, it's definitely 10 years. I actually spoke with Will last weekend at the Junior Interregional Regatta and gifted me a lovely water bottle that says 10 years of sculling on it. So, yeah, that is confirmed information. You've just lost 10 years of your life there.
That's depressing. Here we are.
And in the bottom of your screen here, we can see the winners of the medalists of the women's intermediate single sculls receiving their medals there. First medals of the day. Really lovely to see. And back to the race. The B final of the women's championship sculls. Just waiting for some updated times to come in for you.
.500 metres left to row in this B final of the Women's Championship single sculls. And at the moment it is Rebecca Court from Bath University who is leading this, but very, very closely behind her, two Reading crews, Ellie Cook and Meg Knight, chasing her down for those next two slots. Bit of a gap then to the two Cambridge scullers, so it does look like we probably can see our top three there from Bath and Reading, but still a lot of distance to cover to make sure that they cross the line holding those places.
Yeah, definitely. And I can see here the Reading have they've actually got 5 entries in this event over this weekend, over today. And the sculler Reading B, Ellie Cook, she actually got a bronze in the quad at under 23 World, so definitely some high caliber there. And as they're just coming into closer view of us in the tower here, you can see they really are spread out now, sort of split the pack there, as they come into the Red Boys in the 250 metres to go. The 3 crews ahead are really starting to ramp it up now, increasing that rate of striking. They've really got to make sure, as well as they're taking the rate up, they make sure they still keep an eye on that course, on that steering, make sure they don't have any last minute wobbles as they're winding up. Important to keep as central as possible.
It's a good last 500 there from that Reading sculler Meg Knight to take the win in that race. She powered right through Bath there. It wasn't even the last 500, it was probably the last 300 metres. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, and that'll be a really great result for Reading today to take 2 medals. No, my apologies. This is the B final, but still really great result for Reading there to have 2 of their scullers in that top 3 there. Great achievement, and we will shortly be moving on to the A final, where we do have a further 2 Reading scullers who will hopefully be taking some medals away for them. And you can see on your screen now we do have the A final that has begun of the women's champ Single sculls, Hartbury, Bath B, Reading C, Birmingham C, Nottingham C and Reading A. And sometimes too at the 1K, we've got Reading A leading the field over Nottingham, Bath, then followed by Birmingham, followed by Hartbury and Reading C. And, the Reading sculler leading the field here took a 4th at Feb Trials, so really great results there for Finola, so she'll be hoping to come away with the win here today, no doubt. And they're all doing really well with the conditions out there today, handling them really well, still keeping that blade work really nice and clean. Really impressive displays of sculling here.
You could see how they were really pushing their legs down, really accelerating those boats. In the shot we saw just before, it looked like, here we go again, you can see that they're just really getting hold of the water and managing to accelerate those legs, which can be quite difficult to do sometimes if you've got a big tailwind, just because the wind's pushing you along so much, it's difficult to really get connected to the water. But these scullers are doing a great job here of making sure that they have got hold of the boat and they're really putting speed on the hull every stroke.
Yeah, definitely. It's really important that they are prepared for that catch as well, getting locked in together, really getting a hold of the water, something to hang off. And you can see here this Birmingham sculler is really doing that really well, really getting locked on, getting those legs down nice and quickly. And it seems to be working. She seems to be moving through. It's a bit difficult to tell with the angles here, but seems to be really pushing through. Now in 2nd place after Reading, with Nottingham behind, Bath, Hartbury and the further Reading crew.
It looks like we might have our medals already decided, but I think the colour of those medals is completely up for grabs. Will still look like, you know, only a couple seconds separating those top 3 crews. And at this point, I think in a singles race, you've just got to, you know, you've just got to really make sure that you're balancing the desire to win and the desire to push harder with the quality of your rowing staying high. So whilst you're getting tired, you're keeping a technical focus, you're making sure you're still being efficient and rowing the boat really well, so that you're not just pushing inefficiently. Which is really difficult to do the more tired you get. And these top 3 scullers are going to be really driving each other on as well down towards the line. Coming into the last 200 metres of this race now, the last few strokes to cover. And it does look at the moment like it is that sculler from Reading who is just holding on, but she is being really strongly challenged by Catherine Mole of Birmingham.
Yeah, definitely. As we come through to the last part of the race here, we do have the Reading and Birmingham supporters on the far side of the lake by the finish, so no doubt they will all be coming out. You can see all the Reading people out now screaming, cheering her on as she comes up to the line. That will really help them in this last bit where they're sort of mentally struggling to hear that vocal support. And she's got her hands in the air, very excited, very pleased with that result. So that will be Finola Stratton of Reading A who will take the win, with Catherine Mole with Birmingham, followed by Olivia Bates in Nottingham. Congratulations.
Leeds, 4th, Strathclyde, Nottingham.
And if you take a look at your screens now, we've got the start of the B final of the Open Beginner Double Sculls. And off they go. Looks like a relatively clean start for all. Some crews getting out just a little sharper out the blocks. As beginners, we don't know how much standing start experience they will have. It's a really great experience for them here today. But it does look like a couple of the crews just were a little bit sharper, as you do need to be. As soon as that buzzer goes, that light changes, you've got to be quick to react, really sharp and clean out the blocks.
Remember again that how new these athletes are to rowing, and it's not just the physical effort here that's important, but also things like steering. You know, this is going to be quite a big challenge for whoever is steering these crews. Some of them may not have done much six-lane racing before, and actually you can see already that the umpire is having to warn crews who are struggling a little bit more with that steering. So there's repeated warnings going on right now, which is, you've got to be really careful that you're not flirting with a potential disqualification if you are impeding another crew. So at this point you might need to scale back your efforts just a little bit to make sure that you're actually staying in your lane, you're nicely central between those buoys, you're not interfering with another crew or putting yourself in danger of catching an oar on one of those buoys marking the lanes either.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, these are beginners. We don't know how much experience they've got, and some of them, this might be their first regatta, it might be their first time steering, and their first time steering in between the buoys. You know, not everyone is fortunate enough to be able to get that experience beforehand. And as she said, if you clip one of those buoys, it can be really bad. It can be game over. You could crab, and that could really slow you down, and that could be the difference between you getting a medal or not getting a medal. And speaking of medals, you will see in the bottom of your screen we have the medal presentation for the women's champ singles sculls taking place there.
So warnings still going on in this B final of the open beginner double sculls. Looks like umpires really being kept busy here as the crews go through the 500-meter marker.
And there he goes again, still warning the crews, and that as well as a beginner, having those warnings in what could potentially be your first regatta, that must be quite stressful as well. You know, you're having to deal with that and racing. This is where the mental strength comes in, not letting it phase you, fix the problem, move on. It could really be throwing some of these scullers off here today, having those multiple warnings. And as we come up to the 1K halfway points, we've got some times here for you. We have got Nottingham Trent A, who are leading over Leeds and Bournemouth. Some good, strong margins here in between the crews. So let's see if Nottingham Trent can really power through and go on to have a dominant lead in this race. And I have to say, these beginner scullers here, they do look like they are handling the conditions at the National Water Sports Centre here today really well. You know, you could mistake them for intermediate scullers. They seem to be handling it pretty well so far. Don't want to jinx anything.
It's commentator's curse
Exactly,
coming up now.
exactly. My apologies.
And it looks like we are seeing here the crew from Kingston, Wilson and Bescaby on the right side of your screen, and I think that's the crew from Leeds, perhaps, was at the front of your screen there.
And you can see now this crew here, I think that's from Leeds here on the right of our screen. They seem to have a really nice controlled pace here going on. I think long gone is the time on the sliders, time wasted. Now it's all about, you know, a nice long controlled stroke and also really conserving your energy in this middle part of the race. That was my fault. There they go. Well handled though, well handled. But yeah, they have got a nice, really nice long stroke there. You know, they look like nice tall guys. They've got a nice controlled stroke there. They're taking their time, conserving their energy. And at 500 to go, it is Nottingham Trent who still have the lead over the rest of the pack. Followed by Leeds, as we can see there. And Bournemouth just behind. Kingston, Strathclyde.
And we are seeing that leading crew now, the crew from Nottingham Trent, with all the local support in this B final of the Open Beginners Double Sculls. That is Attewell and Hussey of Nottingham Trent University.
So dominant lead they've got there over the rest of the field. They'll be really pleased with that. They'll be able to look ahead, see all of their competitors, their competition ahead of them, and feel really confident that they have secured the win here today. They've just got to make sure they've got no more mistakes here. And I think we can confidently say that they will be taking the lead here today in this B final of the Open Beginner Double Sculls. It's going to be a tight race here today for the second place in here between Leeds and Bournemouth.
It looks like Bournemouth just rode through. Leeds just struggling a little bit with their steering there as they head down the last few strokes to the line. Followed by Strathclyde, and then it was Kingston behind them. Just finishing off the course now is the crew from Durham.
Yeah, really great sculling there by all these beginner scullers here today. It's just great for them to, once they've had the time trial, to just still know that they've got that experience coming of having a final, having another chance going down the course, because you know, practice does make perfect, and having the opportunities to go down this course, I imagine they'll be going on to do the other multi-lane regattas at Dorney Lake later on in the season. So this will be a really great first opportunity for them. They can take away and learn from it. And next on your screen we have the A final of the Open Beginner Double Sculls, race 333, Bath, Leeds, Queens, Bath, Edinburgh and Nottingham Trent. A good 3-second lead there for Bath over Leeds. They'll be really pleased with that coming through the K. See if they can maintain that, push on further to secure that medal here today.
So this A final has progressed really quickly down the course already, and it is the crew from Bath University, Freudenberg and Hartley who are holding the lead currently, and have established a good few seconds there, which they now just need to maintain in this last 500 metres. they are currently being followed by the crew from Leeds University, Beatty and Barrett, and at the moment it is going to be really, really tight in these bronze medal positions between Queen's University and the other crew from Bath. At the moment, less than a second separating those two crews in that bronze medal position. Still a little bit of steering difficulty we're seeing here again in this A final of the Open Beginners doubles. Both the crews in lanes 1 and 2 at the moment just creeping onto their buoy lines. So they've just got to make sure they're keeping themselves really safe and secure, especially as the lactate really starts building in this last 200 metres of the race. And it does look like that lead has been drawn in a little bit. Still the crew from Bath University leading this race, but there are challenges coming from both sides of the lake. They look like they're keeping pretty calm, actually. Their rate is staying relatively low. They're just rowing really long, powerful strokes. And that seems to be working for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Great lead there. Nice and comfortable lead for Queens there. Sorry, Cardiff. Looking at the wrong... No, Bath. Excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Nice comfortable lead there for Bath. They'll be really pleased with that, taking away that medal today. Great work here by the beginner scullers. And I think... Zoe, I'm not sure, but I think Bath might have had some milk today before their race. Definitely think they've been over to the Milk Every Matters stands to get their pre-race milk. And BUCS are proud to be promoting the Milk Every Moment campaign to showcase how milk's nutritional values can support student athletes in prep for their event or with their recovery.
Yeah, I think there's always a danger that you spend lots of money and time looking for protein sources and recovery, and you're, you know, buying expensive products. Sometimes that's just not needed. You can just keep it really simple. Get some milk.
Exactly. Keep it basic. And there's 7.2 grams of protein per 200 ml glass of milk. So get yourself over to the Trade Village and visit the Milk Every Moment stand. And next on the course we have race 334, the B final of the women's beginner coxed fours. Cardiff, Edinburgh, Queens, Exeter, Bath and Brooks. And I don't know about you, but I love a coxed four.
Really?
I do, but I have memories in university. Our only coxed four that we had was, it was an M-Packer, which was obviously great, but it was a sternloader coxed four. And I have a memory of being here, actually, being at Nottingham at BUCS Regatta with my university. And we went off the start line and my strokeman's shoe broke, completely ripped off the footplate. So in the pictures, it looks like I'm really aerodynamic, but in fact I'm steering with one hand and holding his foot on the whole race with the other. So I got my workout into that race.
That's a good effort. I hate the coxed four. Maybe that's because I learned to cox on the Tideway, so I spent most of my time in a puddle of Tideway water in a coxed four.
Not ideal, not ideal.
Anyway, back to this race, which is the women's beginners coxed fours B final. At the moment it is Edinburgh University just leading from Cardiff, who in turn sitting just about a second and a half up on the crew from Queen's University Belfast. Coxed four's difficult because they are relatively much heavier boats to row. Each athlete is moving a larger portion of the boat. So you've got to make sure that you're getting really good long strokes in so that you're taking the boat with you and you're still accelerating every stroke, but it can feel like a bit of a sledge sometimes, I think, from the rower's perspective.
Definitely, I think it's all about, well, as it is always, but it's particularly about the front loading of the stroke in this, really getting hooked on, getting a hold of the water and hanging off it nice and long, ready to push those puddles away. And then we're just going to wait for some further times to come in. We do obviously have the same picture as you on the screen, but they're a little too far away from us in the tower here for us to get a good view on the margins at the moment. And in the bottom of your screens there, you can see the medal ceremony taking place for the open beginner double sculls. And here we go, 500 metres to go. And it is Edinburgh who are in the lead over Cardiff, followed by Exeter, followed by Queen's, and Bath. And I believe we are, in fact, missing the beginner four of Oxford Brookes from this final. It's also quite interesting to see over this weekend some of the coxes have been quite high up out of the sea. I wonder if it's because they're quite tall or if they just feel more comfy like that.
I think that's always one of the biggest dangers in a cox draw, is if you slide right down the bottom and you haven't got yourself set up well enough. Something that coxes and coaches often forget is it's just as important to set the cox up properly to do their job well as it is to set the rowers up.
Definitely.
At the moment it looks like Exeter University have put on a really good push to try and close down that lead from Edinburgh University. The Exeter crew, maybe not the tidiest, but you can see just how hard they are working. They have got the rate right up. They are really, really driving hard to try and make down that time. But at the moment, I think it is going to be the crew from Edinburgh University holding on to this. They have an incredible beginners program up at Edinburgh University. So no surprise to see them here leading this B final in this women's beginners 4, and they are going to take that win pretty comfortably. But it is Exeter University who will take second place in this B final, followed by the crew from Cardiff.
Yeah. Really great rowing there. I think the Edinburgh crew looked really well put together. You know, you could definitely put them into the intermediate category and they would slot right in, really, really strong there. And as they were coming up to the line, they were really composed, really nice, clean, long strokes. Yeah, really good. And back to the next race. We have got the A final in progress now. We can just see them, can see the coxes and some of the crew's hands are up just to signal to the marshals and the umpires that they are not quite ready to go. They're just getting straight. It's really important that the cox or the steers gets the boat set up perfectly so that when that buzzer goes off, they are heading off in a straight line. It's so important that you don't touch the rudder for the first few strokes. You don't want to disrupt anything. And off they go. Some of them having a little bit of trouble as they come off there. Might be to do with the wind. Might have just not quite taken the stroke at the same time. So we are being warned already by the umpire there.
It actually looked like both the crews in the middle lanes. It looked like the crew from Liverpool and the crew from Cambridge both had slightly missed strokes, which meant that they were heading in not quite the right direction. And just like you were saying, Zoe, it's really difficult to try and steer the boat when you're starting in those first few strokes, partly because the boat speed is relatively lower and the strokes are shorter, so it's hard for the rudder to really get proper grip of the water and change direction effectively. So that's always a real danger point in the early parts of the race. If you do have any strokes that aren't quite right, these crews here have those coxes to deal with that, hopefully nicely and efficiently.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder, do you know, for the beginner category, does the cox have to be a beginner as well, or can they be of any level? I was thinking about this earlier.
I have absolutely no idea. Generally speaking, the coxes in most events do have some exemption, so it's a little bit more free in terms of what they are and are not allowed to do. But that's a very good question. I don't know if anybody does know the answer. Perhaps you could... I don't know how to contact us.
Send us a letter up to the tower.
Send us a pigeon.
I do remember coxing a beginner crew at university, not as a beginner cox myself. So, but you know, that was a very long time ago.
Yeah, I think I
that was about
beginners 8.
14 years ago, so the rules might have changed since then, but who knows.
Similarly, I definitely coxed a beginners 8 and a champ 8 in the same weekend, but that was about 20 years ago. So.
And here we have our 500 metre times. We've got Surrey in the lead, 5 seconds over Queen's, great margin, with IC 2 seconds behind, Swansea 0.4 of a second behind. So that could be a really strong battle there for third position, followed by Liverpool and followed by Cambridge. And this, of course, is the A final, so they are going for the medals today. And it's going to be a really great boost for these beginners, not just to make it to the A final here today, but if they come away with a medal in their first season of racing, that's going to really set them up mentally for greater success, knowing that they've come here today and tackled these conditions and come away with a medal.
Pretty impressive lead so early on in the race for that crew from Surrey. Be interesting to see now, have they poured everything into the first 500, first 750, or are they going to keep extending this lead? We'll find out now as we come up to the K. So halfway through this A final for the women's beginner coxed fours.
And this is where the coxers will really come into play as well. You know, they're halfway in, really got to keep them motivated, let them know what's going on around them and deliver the next part of the race plan. Have a look around, who's there? Do we need to make any changes? Do we need to put an earlier push in? And here we have the times. We've got Surrey, they've got a great lead there over Queen's, followed by IC, followed by Liverpool. And that sort of middle of the pack there, all really close together still, so it really is all to play for here. Anything could happen.
I think any of these 6 crews could be on the medal podium by the time they get to us here in the tower in this women's beginner 4. It is still that Surrey crew holding on to the lead. You can see them at the moment just on the right hand side of your picture in the dark all-in-ones and the neon undershirts. And there is the crew as well from Queen's University Belfast on the right hand side of your picture.
Yeah. Oops, sorry. Imagine their cox will be looking at the Surrey crew and telling them, you know, they're right there, they're within reach. Let's really go for it, close in that gap, put a bit of pressure on them, see if we can take that medal from them.
I think that's exactly what they're doing. They do look like they're putting
moving.
that pressure on them now. We've seen a couple Queen's University Belfast crews today with good sprints in the last 500, 400 metres, and it looks like this Cox 4 here might be about to perform a similar kind of feat.
And it looks like the Cox of the Queen's crew, John Hart, looks like they've got a GoPro on their head there, so they can commemorate the day, look back on it with fond memories as they start to row through this crew.
Surrey still holding on to the lead with 500 metres to go, but only a second and a half in it now. So Queen's University really, really drawing in that lead, and they have opened up a very big gap now to the crews from third back to sixth. I still think it's going to be a really tight battle here for that bronze medal. Less than a second separating the crews from IC, Cambridge and Swansea, who are all going to be going for that bronze. So a race up at the front for gold, and then a race just behind for the bronze medal unfolding here in women's beginner fours.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting one coming up to the line. Slightly deceptive angles, but obviously we do have the times there, so it'd be great to see when they get a little bit closer how much overlap Queens do have over Surrey. But yeah, we certainly do have two separate races going on here. And as they get closer to the finish, to the 250 metre red boys, don't know if you can hear what we can hear. Everyone's cheering now from the bank, giving them that extra boost.
I think we're going to see the crew from Queen's University now just hitting the head of this race. I reckon they have just rode past the crew from Surrey. It looks really, really tight here on the screen, but now actually you can see that Surrey are trying to respond. They are lifting their rate here, but it looks like Queen's might have just got a little bit more in the tank. They are driving down now in this last few hundred metres, the last few strokes of this race.
Oh, will it be a photo finish? Oh, no, it's too close to call. No, they've definitely got it. What an incredible push there from Queens to come through and take the gold in the last sort of 200 metres. That was amazing. I'm sure that the crew from Surrey will be a bit disappointed with that, but they shouldn't be, because they really led that race so well. You know, maybe they just didn't quite have enough there to hold off Queens there, but really incredible racing there by these beginner fours.
Cambridge took the bronze medal there. Actually difficult last 150 metres from them. They looked like they were having a little bit of difficulties with the steering. A couple of strokes missed, but the white flag has been raised, so the umpire is happy to call that a clean race, and it was a bronze medal for Cambridge University.
Fantastic. And on to the next race now. We have the final A of the Women's Championship lightweight coxless fours. Very exciting. We've got 5 crews here for you today: Birmingham, Newcastle, Queens, Nottingham and Cambridge.
Good conditions for lightweight racing here. Nice following tailwind, an opportunity to just row a really, really clean technical stroke, let the boat sail along for you, which lightweights are traditionally very good at doing.
Absolutely. And the Newcastle crew here in this race, they won BUCS Head by over 30 seconds.
Wow.
Which is amazing. Obviously we've got a much shorter course here today, but we'll see how that translates into the times. And the Birmingham crew, they were 5 minutes behind Newcastle. So again, we'll see how that translates with the times here today.
Not quite a 30-second lead, but it looks like Newcastle had a good 4 or 5 seconds already at the K, so they've built themselves up into a pretty good position in the first half of this race, and they have held that 4.5 seconds over Cambridge with 500 metres to go. In third place currently it is Birmingham, and then Nottingham in fourth, Queen's University Belfast a little bit off the pace now in 5th position.
Yeah, really good tight field there. You know, in the middle there we've got 2 seconds between second and third, and a further 3 seconds behind. And I think certainly all to play for here still. Not decided at all still. That anything could happen as we come through these last 500 metres. It's all about who's handling the conditions the best as well, especially with these lightweights. And we'll just briefly go to the bottom corner of your screen there, where we've got the women's beginner fours receiving their medals.
I really like the way Newcastle University are rowing this Cox's 4. They look really confident, and some challenges being thrown at them now, but they're still keeping a really relaxed style of rowing. They've raised the rate, they're really driving those legs through together. They are definitely going to take the win of this, barring disaster in these last 8 or 9 strokes of this race. And behind them we are getting a battle for the silver medal between Cambridge and Birmingham. The moment Cambridge look like they're just holding that, Birmingham just mounting this challenge but not able to do enough in the last 200, and Cambridge securing the silver medal there over Birmingham in third.
Oh, well rowed by all there. Really good effort today. And next we'll be we will be bringing you some beginner racing again, and back to the 8s. It's the B final of the Open Beginner 8s. We've got Southampton A, Exeter, Warwick A, Lancaster A, Bath and York A. And just some more shots there of the medals, and back to the start. Yeah, just getting aligned there, and off we go. Some slight wobbles by some of the crews, which is, you know, to be expected of a beginner crew, but all in all handled really well. All off quite clean and quite close together.
There's nothing quite like the drama of an 8s race going off the start, is there? You go from that perfect silence waiting for the umpire to start you to this noise of the coxes shouting and the oars moving together, rowers sliding up and down. It's a real sort of sense of furious action, especially in those first few 100 meters going through the start sequence.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, it's, you know, it's dead silence. Everyone's deep breaths, slapping the legs as they do, and getting themselves ready, maybe having a little fist bump and high five, getting passed down the boat, getting ready, and then you hear that noise and click into action, and off it goes. It's from silence to a lot of noise straight away, and you really have to keep your focus there, especially as the cox. You have to focus on what you're saying and what your crew's doing, drown out the noise around you, and get straight on that race and on that race plan. And I don't know if you can hear there the cheers from Newcastle, as we've now got in your bottom corner the medal ceremony of the Women's Championship lightweight fours. All very happy there to be receiving their medals today, as they should. Oh, and a little dog there coming in. Very cute. And we've got some 500 metre times from our current race. In first position we've got Southampton, followed by, oh, we've just lost the times here on our screen. I'll have to come back to you in a moment.
We can certainly see some pretty close racing here in those Open Beginners 8s.
Yeah, it looks really close from the picture we've all got here today. They look like they're all just in a straight line from here. Hard to tell from the angles. But hopefully soon we will have some 1K times coming through to us as they make their way down the course. And here we go at the K at the halfway point. It is York in the lead. York in the lead, followed by Bath. No, it's coming up wrong on our screen here. York followed by Southampton, followed by Bath, Warwick, Exeter and Lancaster.
All really close racing that we're seeing today. Again, it looks like any of these places could really be up for contention in the second half of this B final.
Absolutely, really close in the middle there. I mean, there's only, let's have a look, quick maths here. There's, you know, half a second, not even that, between third and fourth. And, you know, about a second between third and fifth. So really it is all to play for as they make their way down the course. This is some really great racing experience side by side. The fact that they're all so quite close and tight together is going to be great for them. Really great experience to learn how to keep their cool when they're surrounded by all the noise. You know, tune into their Cox's voice. And, you know, maybe move around too much, but take a little look in your peripheral vision, see the other crews and use them to also help G you on and push you away from them.
.500 meters to go. The race is staying tight. Amazing to see these 6.8s all in a line with barely 5 seconds between them. Still York University leading the charge, followed now by Bath and Southampton, who have been swapping places in that second and third position, and Exeter and Warwick. Lancaster just chasing up tightly behind them.
Yeah, really great as they're coming into view here. We can see they're sort of just they're about to approach the Red Boys and they're just starting to ramp it up now, getting those hands spun a little faster. Start to build the pace back up, ready for the line. I'd be interested to see who goes first. Will they all follow? Or is someone going to have a little sneak attack saved? Ready to surprise everyone. Lots of cheers now from the bank in this B final of the Open Beginner 8s.
I'd say if anything the field has closed right back down again as they've come through the last sort of 250 into the final 100 meters of the race. I couldn't call this from where we are now. It is going to be really, really tight here between the crews from Bath and York. I think York are just going to take it, half a canvas in it, and then the crew from Exeter just holding out over Warwick.
What an amazing
third place.
Tight battle there for the line, and you can see here everybody is visibly tired, leaning back in the boat. They've all really put their all into that B final there. Really great work by all. And on the course now, we have the A final of the Open Beginner 8s. UCL, Nottingham, Imperial, Liverpool, Queen's and Surrey A, and they are away. Again, from this shot we've got here, looks like they're all relatively packed tight together at the moment, as they've just got into their race pace. I imagine they'll just be settling onto their race pace now after their start. And here we have the 500 metre times. We've got Surrey, Queen's, IC, Nottingham, Liverpool and UCL. And, you know, took a couple of seconds lead there for Surrey, but only a few seconds in it, so there's 6 seconds or so between first and second, so definitely all to play for. And as we've seen in these races so far this morning, anything can happen. People have been rowing through at the last minute and the field has been packing back up at the finish, so we're not going to call it just yet.
Similarly to how that A final of the Women's Beginner 4 started, Surrey University established a good lead, but then Queen's University Belfast really challenged it in the later part of the race. And similarly here, we have got Surrey leading still at the K, but Queen's University Belfast hot on their heels, 0.7 of a second, so still able to chase them down in the last K.
Absolutely, and as we've said before, it's so important, and that's a lesson that these beginners will have to start to learn, is to not get complacent when they're out ahead, and just really stay focused in their boat, listening to their cocks, and keep chipping away, keep taking the seats off the other crew, keep pushing away. Otherwise, they will just row through you the last minute.
It's really important here to make sure that every different attack, every change of plan, every move is really well coordinated, so all 9 athletes in the boat are attacking at the exact same time. And actually, I think it might have been that crew from Queen's University Belfast. I think they might be starting to sneak through now, get through Surrey and just get their noses out ahead. If you're just joining, this is the A final of the Open Beginners 8s here at BUCS Regatta. So medals on the line in this race.
Yeah, that Surrey crew, I mean, they look super sharp, but they also look like they're rating a bit higher. But Queen's a little bit lower on the rate, really chunky, really driving the legs down really well together, getting that hook on. They're just a bit more calm and controlled, and it seems to be working in their favour. Not got quite a straight angle here, but it does look like they've got a sort of canvas overlap, and they are going to be pushing away. So what a great move there by Queen's to push through and hopefully secure that gold for them today in the beginner 8s. And here we've got the times, 500 to go, so Queen's have got about 4 seconds over Surrey now, followed by IC, Nottingham, Liverpool and UCL, but it is about a second between IC and Nottingham, so we might have a battle there on our hands for the bronze as well. And who knows what will happen as they approach the Red Boys, what they've got planned in their race plan, that extra push, the cheers from the crowd might push them on even more. So anything really could happen now as we approach the final 250 of this A final of the beginner 8s.
Really good race there from Queen's University Belfast. They weren't rattled by Surrey just leading them in the early part of the race. They stayed on their race plan and they've rowed really, really well through the middle and into the last 500 metres to put themselves out in front. Nearly a length now over that crew from Surrey, and IC actually charging back. IC and the crew from Liverpool dead level here for this bronze medal. It is going to be the crew from Queen's University Belfast who take the gold medal today. Surrey are going to take the silver. Will IC just hold on?
What an amazing row there from Queen's, and I don't know if you can quite see, but we can see their celebrations here. They're slapping the water, hands up in the air, They should be really proud of that, the way they conducted that race plan, the way it played out. And, you know, all crews are giving themselves a little clap and a thumbs up to their opponents. Really great camaraderie here today. And the white flag goes up, and that concludes that final. And I've been Zoe, and I'm going to leave you with Zoe and pass you on to Sasha.
So that was Zoe Thomas. Thank you so much for being here today. She is leaving us. And now you are stuck with me, Zoe de Toledo, and I am being joined by Sasha Castelbranco, who will be hitting the mic now. So we are into the B final from the Women's Championship lightweight singles, already well into this race. They are around the 7:50 now, coming towards the K. We have crews from Durham, Harper Adams, Cambridge, Loughborough, Reading and Gloucestershire universities in this B final of Women's Championship lightweight singles.
Yeah, as they come past the halfway point in this race, we have Reading in the lead, followed by Gloucestershire with about a 3-second difference between the two of them. BUCS is looking slightly windier and slightly more overcast than it was yesterday, so the conditions out there will be a little dicier. So out in a single, there's a lot more there to impact the race. Really nice rowing in these Women Championship lightweight singles. These are a real demonstration of what rowing should look like. If you're in the championship category, that means you are at the top of your game, and to be in a single is a lot of trust in yourself. So have a look at their blade work, really nice and really clean.
Totally agree, Sasha. I think we were saying earlier how much mental strength you have to row in the single, because you have to motivate yourself and you have to really trust and believe in yourself. You don't have any other crewmates to rely on, and we are seeing a great example of that here today as these 6 women really power down through the K into the second half of this race.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I've never raced in a single, but I know that I rely so heavily on teammates and coxes to really power you through. I think even without a cox, there's such a difference in the motivation, and to be able to perform at such a high level whilst motivating yourself, and often being unable to see your competitors because the boats are significantly smaller in this class. It's a real testament to the mental strength and fortitude of these athletes.
On the screen now we are seeing the sculler from Reading, McArdle, in the B final of the championship lightweight singles in the centre of your screen, and then behind her it is Taylor of Gloucestershire, who we can see now. And like you were saying, Sasha, really good clean blade work here. Those are the leading 2 crews at the moment. The sculler from Cambridge sitting in 3rd position with Loughborough chasing her down through the 500 metre mark. That is how it stands. Reading, followed by Gloucestershire, followed by Cambridge and Loughborough.
In the bottom corner of your screen, you can see the medals being given out to the Open Beginner 8s. They look very chuffed, and I have to say, anyone in the Open Beginner 8s A final is going to be so proud of themselves, having only rowed for less than a year at this point. To be at that level is a real joy, and you can just see it on their faces.
You can see the standard of these beginners programs, because the quality of rowing in all of the beginner events that we've seen in this afternoon stint today has been really, really impressive. not just in the way that the athletes were technically rowing, but also in the way they were handling, their steering and difficulties on the water and trickier conditions. And we are seeing a few steering difficulties here as well in these single sculls, but crews now look like they are returning into their lanes, getting back away from the boys, making sure there's no danger of putting themselves in a difficult position while they wrap their oars around any buoys. I think we still have Redding McArdle leading this race in the B final of the championship lightweight singles.
Again, to be out there on the water on your own and just be so confident in your race plan as to be this constant in first position throughout the first three of the markers, it's a real testament to the confidence that they have in their rowing, and it will be great for the beginners around the lake today to see this rowing and see what they could potentially aim for themselves.
Chance to just really put the foot down as you come through the last couple hundred meters, as you get a little bit more shelter on the course from buildings, so a little bit more flat water, and you can see that it is McArdle from Reading who is making best use of that now. She is going to take the win in this B final of the Women's Championship lightweight single sculls. Taylor from Gloucestershire has held on for second place. Cambridge are going to cross the line, Alandi in third, and it is going to be Moole of Loughborough in fourth, followed by Gameau of Harper Adams in fifth.
Yeah, there was a real fight there between the sculler from Cambridge and the sculler from Loughborough in getting that third position in this race.
So already on the course and powering their way down towards us, it is the A final of the Women's Championship lightweight single sculls. The lineup from lane 1 is Cambridge, A, Exeter, Bath, Birmingham, Oxford and Glasgow Caledonian. Coming through the K, it was Robertson of Glasgow Caledonian leading the race, from Hazel Wake of Oxford, Erin Meredith of Birmingham in third, followed closely by Florence Humphrey Weeks of Exeter University. And already at 1500 metres, and actually it is Oxford University's Hazel Wake who has hit the front of this race. She is now leading by nearly 2 seconds. She's really powered through that third 500 to get the lead off of Glasgow Caledonian, and it looks like those two have developed a pretty comfortable lead with 500 metres to go.
In a boat like a single scull, the last 500 metres can still change everything, and with only 2 seconds between Hazel Wake of Oxford University and Ava Robertson of Glasgow Caledonian, this is when they will both be ramping up not only the rate but the power that they're putting down through their footplate. This is the time when Ava Robertson from Glasgow may be trying to make a move, trying to bring back the inches and gain that extra 2 seconds over Hazel from Oxford. We'll see who crosses the finish line first to get that gold medal. If you look on your screen there, you can really see both scullers giving absolutely everything as they power towards the finish lines, entering the red buoys, which means they have 250 metres left of this A final of the Women's Championship lightweight single sculls.
And that is Hazel Wake there of Oxford University in the lead. She is just to the left of the screen. It is the blue and red oars of the City of Oxford Rowing Club that we see her rowing with, but she is representing Oxford University here, and it looks like she is going to be going home with the gold medal in this Women's Championship lightweight singles. But really close racing there, and big celebration from Ava Robertson of Glasgow Caledonian to take the silver. Now coming over the line, Erin Meredith of Birmingham finishing off there with the bronze.
What a race when you are a single sculler out there. Again, it's just you, so these women will be absolutely exhausted. It will have been all on them, and you can see even without a medal coming home with them, the scullers from Cambridge, Exeter and Bath are exhausted, relieved and overjoyed. What a final to be in. Coming down now is the Open Intermediate Coxed Fours. We have in this B final Newcastle C, Bristol B, London B, Durham A, Bath A and Newcastle B.
Already at the 1K, halfway through this race of this B final, and it looks like it is Bristol holding on to that lead over Newcastle C. They are being chased by University of London and Newcastle B here as well. We've got the crew from Bath at the moment in 5th place. Still half the course to row though. You can really see from where we're sitting, difficult to see on the screen, but how the conditions change as you come down the course. The shelter offered to you by the buildings and the tents and the trees in the last part of the course does give you a little bit more break from the wind, but further up there's some really choppier conditions. Difficult to keep your blade work nice and neat, so you've got to make sure, especially off the start, that you are staying focused and keeping in time with your crew to make sure that you are all doing the moves at the same time.
Again, even in this Open Intermediate cruise, you can see how much they have been trained for these conditions, because from our vantage point we can see almost waves, but they are clean and confident and smooth and really pushing it down. They've trained for this potential circumstance. They know what they can do, and they're not letting anything get in their way as they come past the 1500 meter marker with only 500 meters to go. They're in that final stage of the race, and there is not much in it. It looks like it's going to be a fight to the end, which makes it an exciting race for us. There's only 2 seconds between Bristol, London and Newcastle, with 0.3 seconds between London and Newcastle. So that second position in this B final is really being fought for.
Yeah, and this is what are you thinking now in this last 500 meters? You've got to be making sure you are still keeping that quality high, but you are emptying the tank at this point as you come into the last couple of minutes of racing. We saw Sculler nearly going in the water there on the medal podium in the bottom of your screen, but I think they have managed to pull that together. And instead we are going back to the last 200 meters of the B final of the Open Intermediate Coxed Fours. The field has closed down, I think, a little bit at the front of the field, with Bristol, Newcastle and University of London all going for the win here.
Yes, there's really not much in it. This is going to be down to the line. Bristol seem to have a canvas maybe a quarter of a length over their rivals from Newcastle in that first lane there, but they are edging out. They are not giving them an inch.
Newcastle just piling on the pressure here, lifting the rate, but they've just left it a little bit too late, and it is going to be Bristol who take the win in this B final, followed by Newcastle, University of London, Newcastle, and then finally the crew from Bath University.
You can see from those times on the screen there are less than 5 seconds between all 5 crews, which just shows the quality of the competition here. Looking at the lineup from that race, it's not a surprise that the Newcastle crews were able to really battle it out of the conditions. They train on a river up in the northeast called the Tyne, which is unpleasant on a good day. There are lots of tides, lots of wind, and so conditions like this won't faze them at all. Now we move on to the A final of this Open Intermediate Coxed Fours category. We have Birmingham, Edinburgh A, Newcastle A, Strathclyde A, Bristol A and London A. So you'll notice all of those A boats up there at the top. We have the times coming in there at the top of your screen from the halfway point. They are in the mid-section of this race. There might be a fight here for that bronze medal position with about a second in it between London and Bristol, but Newcastle seem to be really striding out and have extended a 4-second lead over their competitors. As I was saying, training on the Tyne will have really prepared them for conditions like this.
Yeah, I think I managed about 3 or 4 days on the Tyne as a junior once on a little mini training camp. But then I came from the Tideway, so it just felt it felt kind of like home to me, really. Just a northern home, I suppose, but very, very similar to those who haven't ever raced up on the Tyne, but who have raced on the Tideway. Big open water, tricky conditions. Fun place to row.
Yeah, no, and a great river to train. I learnt to row on the Weir in Durham, which is about 1.8 kilometres of fairly sheltered river at the worst of times, so my first Tyne session was quite a baptism by fire, I have to say.
A bit of a shock. So here in the final A final of the Open Intermediate Coxed Fours, we just saw a really good battle in the B final of this event. It looks here like we have a little bit more of a dominant lead, but then a battle going on behind. So at the moment we have got the crew from Newcastle A still leading this race, but they have got a good 5 or 6 seconds on second place, Edinburgh University A, and at the moment it is the University of London's A crew in third.
Again, there's still less than 2 seconds between Edinburgh and London, and in this last 500 metres of the race a lot can happen, especially with conditions, and as they enter the area with the tents and with the buildings, slightly more sheltered conditions may change the wind of fate for them. Who knows who's going to come out with that third place position?
I think if I had money to bet, I'd probably say that this Newcastle University crew is going to hold onto this now. They're rowing really well, handling these conditions which are blowing up now. They're using that tailwind very nicely to help keep them trucking on down the course. So I think Newcastle University's crew are going to be holding on to this, but like you say, Sasha, who is going to be picking up those medals behind them? And the good thing about the tailwind for exciting racing is it does tend to close the field up, which is what we see happening now in this hunt for silvers and bronzes. So this is the Open Intermediate Coxed Fours, the A final, medals on the line here. I think it is going to be Edinburgh University who've done a really solid job here of holding on to that silver, and it looks from here like Bristol are going to late charge, but not quite, and they will take the bronze.
That's some very happy slaps of the water and claps of the back there. All of those men will be incredibly proud of themselves for having rowed a fantastic race, and especially with Newcastle, Edinburgh, Bristol and University of London really vying for those medal positions. It was an exciting race to watch from here, and I'm sure even more exciting on the water.
So we are going to move from intermediate coxed fours to championship coxed fours. We are going straight into the A final of Open Championship coxed fours. The crews we should be seeing here from lane 1, London, Imperial, Bristol, Newcastle, Durham and Edinburgh. So 6 powerhouses of the sport, and they are on the course now. You can see those rough conditions. We are seeing the crew from Bristol University in the centre of the screen at the moment. So I think we have the information up from Open Intermediate Cox Fours still, but this should be Open Championship Cox Fours unless I've had some sort of miss in my brain.
No, I think we've definitely just had the Open Intermediate Cox Fours come through, and we've got some timings coming up on our iPad, and hopefully they'll come up on the screen soon. But it is the London crew coming in first at that 500 metre mark, followed by Edinburgh, then Durham, and then Newcastle, with Imperial bringing up the back. We have yet to see the Bristol time, so we will keep you updated and let you know who is in the lead here. A reminder that this is an A final, so there are medals to play for. All of these crews will be gunning it down the course and trying to make sure that they cross the finish line first.
Coxed Fours, really a heavy boat, as we were talking about earlier. So important that you are ready to race. You are hitting your protein goals, and that means drinking some milk. BUCS are proud to be promoting the Milk Every Moment campaign here today. There are 7.2 grams of protein in just 200 mils of milk. So if you want to find out more about milk, you should visit the Milk Every Moment stand over by the main building today in Nottingham. Get some milk.
Yeah, do you know, these crews here, they're really moving in their rhythm.
I think you need to do that again, but with more emphasis, just to make it clear.
Moving.
There we go, she's got it. I agree, I think they are. And even in this really rough water here, they are utterly impressive. I am fully stealing puns off your screen, which you have left in my eyeline, Sasha. That was your mistake.
It's okay, we can share it. I mean, Zoe, did you know that milk used to be used as paint? Milk paint has been used for thousands of years, made from casein, protein, lime and pigments.
That sounds like it could get quite sour smelling quite quickly.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'd use that in my living room.
No, desperate times though, I suppose. Maybe don't use your milk to paint your living room walls, and that might take a while to dry. What we are definitely not seeing here, we are not watching paint dry, we are watching a very exciting race in the Open Championship Cox Fours A final. So we have got 6 crews here battling out for the medals, and they are just attacking the last third of this race now. We have had some really close racing this afternoon at BUCS Regatta, and this is just another really high caliber event that we are seeing here. At the moment on the screen you can see the crews. Oh, who's this poking up? This is University of London coming into our screen with 500 metres to go. They look like they have got a really solid lead here, but it is the crews behind them who are going to be battling now for those medals. Edinburgh, Durham, Bristol, Newcastle, all of those crews and IC could be in contention for a medal today. I think London University have done a really good job establishing that lead. I suspect they are going to take this gold medal, but who else will be on our podium today?
Yeah, as you were saying, Coxed Fours are one of the heaviest boat classes that you can row in, but that might be working to their advantage in these conditions. You want to sit slightly lower in the water so that you are not being rocked around as much. And as we look, as they come towards the red boys entering the last 250 metres of this race. It is still the Edinburgh crew in second and the Durham crew in third, but there is not a lot in it. So can Durham push through? That might be my bias showing there, but we'll see. A fun fact actually about the Durham crew, Alfie Dean in that stroke seat was a dev 2 years ago. He started rowing in his first year, went to Henley for the beginner fours and is now here in Open Championship fours. What a journey.
Well, that is going to serve him well because it is 4 crews abreast for the minor medals. University of London are going to absolutely sweep this. They are coming over the line now. But it is anyone's to play for the medals behind them. Charging down towards the line, I think it is going to be Newcastle University who take the silver and that crew from Durham in third. Edinburgh just edged out of the medals with Bristol behind them. Really, really good racing there as they came down towards the line, and you can see the Newcastle and Durham crews, always rivals, but clearly supporting each other there as they give thumbs up to each other in that incredible charge down to the finish there.
It's probably something quite comforting being in such a huge race with people that you race with so regularly. You might be rivals on the water, but everyone is friends out of a boat. On screen now we can see the men from the Newcastle Coxed Intermediate Four receiving their medals for the race that they rode just a few races ago. So they look very chuffed with themselves. Lots of big smiles.
Okay, looking this way.
So we have now the A final of Open Championship Lightweight Coxless Fours, and you can see off the start there, really, really frantic starts from all the crews and a couple of blades just flying out of place, which even in a championship event, that's how much these weather conditions are taking their toll today. Not only windy, but cold, a little bit of rain coming through now. Difficult to keep control of your oars and your bodies and your shell. But with 500 metres gone in this race, it is the crew from Oxford University who are leading this over Nottingham and IC, but again another close race. Surrey and Queen's University Belfast chasing down for those medals, and then a couple of seconds back to the B crew from Queen's University Belfast.
Yes, in that first 500 metres, that is the start. You get away from the blocks cleanly. You try and really build up your boat speed so that you can get going into the midsection of your race, which is where you just have to hold on. You look at the other crews, you see where you are, you try and move forward. And in these coxed fours, that is what the cox's role is. They make sure that everyone is in sync and is keeping in time.
I think this is a bit of the race that's a bit misunderstood, isn't it? Because quite often people talk about sort of settling onto race pace, which makes it sound like you're not trying hard, but actually it's almost the opposite, isn't it? You've got to actually really push hard onto race pace to establish a good base rhythm, which is, I think, exactly what the crew from Oxford University have done here, because they have started to edge out that lead. Behind them, Nottingham and IC just half a second in it, just a couple of seats battling out for second and third at the moment, and Queen's University Belfast not far behind either. So coming through 1,000 metres into the second half of the race. Now this is about not only the quality of your rowing, but about the quality of your preparation. So who's got the fitness to last down this course? And we think to ourselves, so it's regatta season, it's only 2k, but that's still going to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes of racing, depending on what kind of boat you are racing in. So it's still a big aerobic effort and a big challenge for these athletes to maintain the quality and maintain a good pattern of rowing once they're tired, especially in the second half of the race.
No, I absolutely agree. It's when you come off the blocks, you are ready. You've got all the strength in your legs. You've got the adrenaline coursing through. And once you get to about 500 meters, is where you have to settle into kind of your mental box of keep pushing, keep going, and actually keeping that rate and keeping that power in that midsection is hard. And in these coxless fours, you have even less motivation. You don't have someone's just focusing on motivating you and keeping you going and keeping you on track. You have to really
Sorry, we're just having some slight technical errors, mostly because I am moving things and I shouldn't touch them. So anyway, Sasha was telling us about how important it is to be rowing well and keeping yourself motivated. But now we are down into the last 500 meters of this race in the Open Championship lightweight coxless fours. So it is a really strong battle here. We're still getting crews pushing the pace on into the last minute or so of racing, and actually I think it is just the Oxford University crew just holding on. I think just those dark blue blades about ahead, but maybe here, maybe we do have the crew from IC really mounting a challenge. Will they be able to break down that lead that Oxford University built up? And not only them, but we are also seeing the crew, the local crew from Nottingham, with the cheers from the bank, just absolutely winding it on into the finish. I think Oxford University just about maintaining control of this for the gold medal, but IC and Nottingham behind them. Have Nottingham now got past IC? They have, and actually, just slightly too late to mount the challenge to Oxford, but Oxford for gold. Nottingham take the silver, and IC, Imperial College, the bronze medal there in championship lightweight coxless fours.
You can see on the screen there those men from Oxford looking absolutely exhausted and so incredibly chuffed. There was a lot of water splashing there. That's quite a rowing tradition. You finish a race, and I mean, after that much exertion, you're probably quite hot. So a little bit of splashing will cool you down, especially after such a fantastic race from Oxford, really extending that lead over their counterparts in the other.
They held their cool nicely there, didn't they, to just maintain that that lead there. They were rowing really, really well. And you can see them there just having a chat with the crew from Nottingham, congratulating them on a really great race. But we are off the start now in the B final of the Open Intermediate Quadruple Sculls. So from sweep rowing with 1 oar each to sculling with 2 oars each, we are going to see Durham A, Birmingham A, Glasgow, Reading D, Nottingham A and Newcastle A in this race now.
Yeah, as they power down through that first section of the race, this is where they will be getting up to speed, settling into their race, reminding themselves of all of the work they've put into getting to this point. And that's not just the hours spent in boats and the hours spent in gyms, it's the reviewing of footage and looking at each other's techniques and reminding each other of, you know, when you do this little thing, that is what really brings the boat together. And so they'll be trusting themselves, trusting their training, and really powering on, trying to get past that first 500 meter mark so that they can really settle into their race rhythm.
Watching great quads row is amazing, isn't it? Because it's a really quick boat, but a relatively small boat in terms of, you know, in comparison to a full 8. And the way that those 8 oars all have that perfect synchronicity together when they're rowing really well is just really, really impressive to watch. And I think we're going to be seeing that now because, like we were saying, even these intermediate events, unbelievably competitive here at BUCS Regatta today, and at the moment it is Nottingham University A who are leading this race. Durham, Glasgow, Newcastle all really, really close behind, chasing them down. Birmingham, Reading D not far behind either.
Yeah, whilst it's a B final, they will still be racing for those positions. They will want to make sure that they can cross the line as quickly as possible and in front of as many people as possible. So they will all be putting their absolute all into this. As you were saying, so I didn't learn to scull, and I didn't really have any contact with it until I started watching international rowing and then coming to events like BUCS. And I think that a quad, having never been in one, is one of my favourite boats. Just, it's so beautiful, and for one person to be able to get 2 oars in at the same time perfectly is fantastic, and to have 4 people doing it, not just getting the blades in but having their bodies move in that perfect combination, it's really beautiful to watch.
And it's exactly what you're seeing now on the screen coming to halfway in this race. That crew from Nottingham were giving us a great demonstration. You could see the yellow of their oars just all entering the water at the same time, all clicking back out of the water at the same time. They have established now a 3-second lead over Durham, who themselves are just under a second up on Newcastle. Nottingham now are going to really want to be extending that lead in the second half of this race, and there's a bit of a balance now, isn't there, between taking confidence from being the lead but not being complacent, because crews can turn it on in the second half. Crews could have a big turn of pace, so you've got to kind of build that confidence, but make sure that you're not allowing crews to start inching back on you, so you are keeping control of the race from out front. And that's the nice thing about rowing, is that because you're facing the wrong direction, you can see the crews that you are beating, so you are able to keep them in your sights and react when they start to make moves, which hopefully is what that crew from Nottingham University is doing now. They are currently leading the B final of the Open Intermediate Quads. I'm sure they're going to have a lot of support on the bank here as the local crew. On the screen now, I believe that is Birmingham University A, just handling those choppy conditions. But here out in front again, it is that crew from Nottingham University, still doing a really good job of working together. 500 metres to go now, and they are keeping a good buffer between themselves and the crew from Newcastle University, who are currently sitting in second place. Oh, sorry, the crew from Durham University, who are sitting in second place. Crew from Newcastle University in third.
We have another battle of the Northeast playing itself out on the lake here at BUCS Regatta. And you are so right, there is a real talent in being able to make sure that you stay on your race rhythm in these kind of that latter stage of the race, making sure that you keep the power up, but also making sure that you don't burn out. So if there is someone who decides to really pull something out and try and leave it all on the water, that you still have something there so that you can respond to the moves that they're making.
We have absolutely no bias whatsoever from Sasha here in her Durham University Rowing Club jumper. Oh no, it's Durham Regatta jumper. I was nearly there, but it's fine because I can support Newcastle because I coxed them once at Met Regatta for some reason. But I think it is still going to be Nottingham who are going to take this race. They are just holding on. Oh, I say that, but actually I think Durham have mounted a massive challenge in that last 100 metres when we were distracted by chats of bias. They are really, really piling the pressure onto Nottingham. Different sides of the lake here, so Durham just saw them glancing over. Nottingham glanced back. Nottingham are going to hold this, but they really had to respond there to that challenge from Durham University. Nottingham take the win in this B final, and look how close for that third spot. My crew from Newcastle, let's call them, just held on to third. And in fourth place there, Glasgow just staying ahead of Birmingham in the B final of Open Intermediate Quads.
I mean, I think that perfectly illustrates what we were talking about, in that you cannot take your eyes off the ball in these races, because you don't know what someone else's race plan is, and theirs might be keep them in your sights until you know that you can just walk right through them.
Coming up next, we're going to see the A final of the Open Intermediate Quads. And if you are a fan of Reading University, then I can tell you that you are guaranteed to have a crew taking a medal home today, because our lineup is Reading F, Edinburgh, Reading B, Reading C, Queen's University Belfast and Reading A. 4 Reading quads in this A final, which, as we were saying earlier, just shows the quality that Reading are pumping out in that sculling only program that they have been running for the last decade. And they have had huge entries in the sculling fields here at BUCS Regatta over all 4 days of racing. And here in this A final, we are going to see, well, at the moment, one of their crews on the podium, certainly, but actually it is Edinburgh and Queen's at the moment who are leading this field. But again, look how tight this racing is. 3 seconds separating first and third. That's barely a length between all 6 of these crews. So I think we're going to see fireworks now coming through this middle K, 500 metres to 1500 gone. And what are you thinking about from a rower's perspective at this point in the race?
I mean, 500 metres is gone, so at that point you're telling yourself, right, we've done our start, we've gotten off the blocks, and you're trying to make sure that no one is panicking if you are behind, because you've still got 3/4 of the race to go. And as we've seen in so many races, the positioning can really change, and so you're reminding yourself to stay calm. I mean, as we see there coming through the halfway mark, we've got the Reading A crew having moved up from 3rd place to 2nd. So things change in these races if you've really not got your eye on the ball and your head in the boat. And so, yeah, you're working towards the halfway point so that you can start pushing off of those marks, moving through inch by inch the other crews, and then trying to push off them.
So it looks like really tight racing here once again in this A final. Medals now up for grabs in the next few minutes of racing here. Reading have now put themselves out right into the race. But again, really close racing. Only 5 or 6 seconds there between the bow ball of the 1st place crew and the bow ball of the 6th place crew. Coming into the second half of the race now, just focusing your attention, I guess, on keeping those legs really charging down. Some crews might have a little move at halfway, some crews might have a little move a little bit further on, and then it's going to be about playing your hand in terms of when you start lifting to the line and how you do that. Are you going to take a bit of a risk and go early, or are you going to conserve and go a little bit later? You do have that shelter that we've talked about, so you can use that as well. But we are going to see now coming towards us in the tower, all these crews, really good quality. 500 metres to go. It is still Edinburgh University in the gold medal position, but Reading are hanging on to their coattails. That first crew from Reading University currently in 2nd position. And not far behind them, there is going to be a real battle on for that bronze as well. The other crews from Reading University and the crew from Queen's University Belfast, all of them fighting out. Really not much between those 4 crews. So, coming towards the line, there has definitely been a bit of a challenge now from Reading University. I think Edinburgh are just about holding on to this, but I could not call silver and bronze at the moment. one of those Reading crews on the far side really charging. I think I spoke too early. I think it might be Reading now who have gone through that Edinburgh crew. It is Reading University, I think, are going to take that gold there. Edinburgh in second. I think what we have on the screen there might be wrong. I think it was Reading in gold, Edinburgh silver, and then another one of the Readings in third?
Yes, I think it's Reading A have won that gold medal, Edinburgh have come in at silver, and Reading B have come in at bronze. So you saw with the blades popping around in the water and all of the splashing, they are so proud of themselves, and what a race that was. I mean, they were consistently in that second position, and this is the point of trusting your race plan. You don't know what another crew's plan is, whether it is to push out ahead early and just keep you in their sights, or whether they have a move that they are planning to make, because it depends on the rowers and how they operate. If a crew works better having their opponents in their sights to push off from, sometimes you have to get out really early, but if you don't need that visual, then you can really wait and make a move that makes racing really exciting.
As that race was. Up next, the A final of Open Championship Quads. Again, Reading fans, you have two crews here to support. We have Durham, Nottingham, Reading B, Edinburgh, Bath, and Reading A lining up in this field. So straight into the medals race here in Open Championship Quads. So, where are we? We've gone through 500 meters. We are just waiting on some times. Not much we can tell you about who is leading in this race currently, but what we can see is what looks like another really close race building up here. And just like we were saying with those intermediate quads, amazing quality here. You can see how well those athletes are moving together. You want to see four heads sliding in unison, four sets of oars all dipping into the water together, which is what we are looking at now with that crew. I think that's the Reading A crew that we're seeing there.
I wouldn't be surprised by that. There in the 3-seat of Reading A is Matt Long, who has just performed spectacularly at GB Trials and won, I want to say, Open Championship singles yesterday. So he is a really fantastic rower, and a pleasure to watch on the water. Yeah, as we come through the halfway point of the race, we have confirmation that is the Reading A crew out 4 seconds in front of Bath in the lane next to them, and so they will now be making sure to maintain that lead and possibly even extend it as they come to the latter half of the race. But this is a close one. Whilst Reading A are out in front, there is not a lot in it.
So Reading here looking to duplicate what their crewmates just did in Open Intermediate Quads. So as their crewmates receive their medals, that's Edinburgh now in the bottom right of your screen, getting their medals for the Intermediate Quads. But hopefully they will be cheering on their crews, their teammates who are racing now in Championship Quads. It looks like that Reading crew have stretched out a little bit of a lead here. They are trying to assert their dominance now, so that they are not challenged in the later part of this race. So it is coming down to the last 500 metres, and that Reading University crew, look at that lead that they have established over the field. 4 seconds on the crew from Durham, who themselves are just under 3 seconds from Bath University. So maybe not quite as tight racing here, but we have been seeing that headwind really pushing crews together in the last 500 metres. And it is the crews that react and respond to that change in weather that have been performing and keeping themselves really pushing over the line.
And sometimes in these championship categories, what sets the crews apart from each other is not just the talent that they have in rowing, but that mental strength that they have just to know that they will keep pushing and keep going and that they have it in them, and that trust not only in yourself to keep performing but also your crewmates to keep performing is one of the reasons why I think that rowing is just the perfect team sport. There are not many other sports where you have to be so perfectly attuned to up to 7 other people in a boat with you.
8 other people in a boat with you.
Yes.
I agree, it is the ultimate team sport. There is absolutely no space for anyone to make mistakes, and I think Reading University have given us a really great display of that here. Durham University have not let them go without a fight, but Reading University are going to take the win here in championship quads. Durham take the silver medal, and look at this, 4 boats battling for bronze. And I think that is going to be the crew from Bath who just take that 3rd medal.
Yep, on your screen there, that is Matt Long in the stroke seat of that Reading crew, looking a little tired, but almost looking like that was an easy row for him. And for someone with that much experience, you know, this is another day in the seat, and he did absolutely fantastically.
Amazing performance there from all those Reading University crews. But now we are going to get, we should have now 4 races of women's 8s, which is just the best boat class. Women's 8s.
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. There we have them lined up and pushing off the start. We have the women's B final for the intermediate 8s. Missing there on your screen is lane 4. Is lane 4 the Durham crew. So we have in this final B, St Andrews A, Exeter A, Cambridge, Oxford and Surrey.
So I think this Oxford crew is based pretty closely on their reserve crew from the boat race, so their Osiris crew, and the Cambridge crew again I think is based broadly on their Blondie crew, so crews that have raced each other fairly recently, and twins fighting against each other with Mia Frysham and Lily Frysham here in the Cambridge and Oxford crews. So potential family battle there. It's always fun to see.
Well, I'm sure their parents will be hoping that at least one, if not both of them, get on the podium. So there's a second chance for a win there, where most people only have one. But this is looking good. I think the stroke seat, the bow seat of that Cambridge boat, is a recent graduate from Durham, and she is a fantastic, or has been until recently, a fantastic lightweight rower with just a phenomenal mental capacity to just blow everyone out of the water. So it will be great to see a familiar face out there on the water.
So these crews now rowing through 500 metres. Just a reminder, this is the B final of the women's intermediate 8s. So these women and a couple of men coxing them today are going to be coming into the middle part of the race now. This is about synchronicity, about every single person in that boat playing their part and making sure that they are working together, but working for each other as well. So really having to trust and believe in your crewmates here and what they have done to get themselves into this position, and making sure that you all respond together to what the coxes are saying. And I think 8s are just the most fun rowing to watch.
Yeah, they
no
are.
bias, just the facts here.
Absolute facts. I mean, 8s, not only are they incredibly impressive just because of the sheer number of athletes in the boat, but they are so fast, and when you see athletes at the top of their game in 8s, there is something slightly magical about watching them go across courses like this.
Totally agree. And Coxes, they're steering an 8 that's about the length of a double-decker bus, steering that with a rudder the size of a credit card. So
And
that's
two little
skill,
wires.
two little tiny wires. And you can see how close this racing is here in this B final. We have come through the 1,000-metre mark now in this B final of the women's intermediate 8s. At the moment, we have the crew from Surrey leading this, Cambridge behind them, very, very close, and Oxford not far behind, half a second in it. It is the crew from St Andrews currently in 4th, so all those 4 crews within a second and a half, a little bit of a gap back to Exeter after that, but still plenty of track here to play with and to keep challenging for the lead in this race.
As we mentioned earlier, some of the Coxes here will be men, so for those of you less familiar with boat classes and categories in rowing, whilst rowers have to adhere to women or open, and women can technically row in open boats, so you will sometimes see women subbing into boats at races like Hall. The Coxes can be women or men, and so this means that you get a lot more experience as a Cox. It's an incredibly difficult role, and so to have as much experience as possible is fantastic. I've tried my hand at coxing a couple of times, and I think I come off the water more tired than when I've rowed, because the amount of mental gymnastics that you have to do, not only to make sure that, you know, at the very basic level you're going in a straight line and everyone is working together, you have to keep your crew on their toes, make sure that they know what the other crews around them are doing, make sure that they can respond, keep them motivated, let them know where you are in the race so that they can prepare themselves. And it's a really fantastic role. I recommend anyone that rows give coxing a try, because I think until you do, you just don't understand what the role actually entails.
I too have tried my hand at coxing a couple of times, and it is just as you say, there's so much coming in to you from all angles, and in a race like this one where it is really close between these top 4 crews, you've got to be on your game. You've got to be watching not only what your athletes are doing, but what the crews around you are doing as well. And at the moment, I think we are seeing the crews from Cambridge, Surrey and Durham and St Andrews really holding themselves in this race. Little bit of a gap back to Exeter, but any of those 4 crews now could be looking for first place in this race. At the moment, it looks like Cambridge have pushed themselves back through that early lead from Surrey. Cambridge also being challenged now, though. Well, really, any of these 4 crews could take it. All 4 crews sweeping down towards the line. I think it is probably just going to be Cambridge just about holding on to this now. Oxford challenging as well. But
gosh, I mean, this is going to really come down to the line.
This is amazing racing here. It is going to be the crew from Cambridge who win this B final of the women's intermediate 4s, and look how 8, sorry, and look how tight it is going to be for 2nd and 3rd place. I don't know, I think it might have just been Surrey who took that from Oxford, and that is what we are reading here. I don't believe that it was half a second between them, but I might be wrong.
I think it was closer than that, yeah.
And then it was St Andrews just back in 4th place, not far behind at all. Brilliant racing there in women's intermediate 8s, and I think that just gives us a taste of what is about to come down in the A final of that event. In the A final, we're going to see BUCS B, University of London, Bristol, Edinburgh, BUCS A and Newcastle. Those will be our runners and riders for the medals in women's intermediate 8s, and they are now on the course and well through the first marker, getting into that part of the race we were talking about earlier, where you've got to really push hard onto your race rhythm, and you can't allow any drop in speed, particularly in a big boat like an 8. Maybe in a single you have a little bit more to play with. You can kind of look at what the crews around you are doing, maybe sort of step back and take a little bit of a breather. But in an 8, there's just absolutely no opportunity to take your foot off the gas at all. You have to really go A to B at top speed.
Absolutely. I mean, even just a tiny little bit of pressure off there and the boat speed can really drop, because 8s just go so fast. And they are an absolute pleasure to row, and I'm sure coxing. I mean, yeah, Zoe, you said you've done a little bit of coxing, haven't you?
I have dabbled, I'd say. I've dabbled in some coxing. Not for a while, mind you. I can't actually remember the last time I was in a boat. I'm not sure. Yes, it has been a couple of years, but I have dabbled with coxing, and these are the kind of races I loved being in. Look at this, Newcastle University leading at the K from BUCS, and just behind them, University of London. Really, really tight across that first 3, and then really, really tight behind them. So all 6 crews separated by less than 4 seconds. So we are going to see another top quality race here. And we are looking now at Newcastle University on the left of the screen, BUCS University on the right. And just like in those really top quality quads we were seeing earlier, what you want to be looking for is 8 heads moving up and down the slide together, 8 oars just dipping in and out of the water as one, and as little movement back and forth with the bodies as possible. You want to be really, really efficient in the 8 to keep it going at top speed.
Yeah, and you can see this is a really lovely display of wonderfully synchronized rowing from both the Newcastle and the Oxford BUCS crew. And one of the things that you can look for if you're not sure on how to tell whether rowing is good or not is actually where the blades square together. So squaring is when the blade goes from flat to ready to enter the water, and you can see there in both of those crews they have absolutely perfect timing on every part of the stroke, so they are powering down the lines. It looks like Oxford BUCS are starting to walk through Newcastle, and that is a huge part of 8's racing, I think, is that if a crew makes a move, the positions in racing can really change. And there we have the results from the 1500 metre mark. Oxford BUCS have come through, and now London is behind them in that second place position. They are in the silver medal position in this A final, but there is not a lot in it. The crews are still very close together, so in the last quarter of this race it could be anyone's.
We're going to see a battle on here for gold between BUCS and University of London, and I think we're going to see a battle as well between Newcastle and Edinburgh for the bronze medal here. So coming towards the line, those crews pushing back really strongly. UL mounting a challenge against the leaders, Oxford BUCS University. Can BUCS hold on now to take that gold medal in the women's intermediate 8s, or are University of London going to push through? I don't know. I think University of London have made a move here, and I think when they've done that, they've actually taken the other BUCS crew with them, brought them back up into the field as well. This is going to be really, really tight here as we come down towards the line. I think University of London have just put their nose out ahead in this race here. University of London taking the BUCS B crew with them. Oh, I might be wrong. I think it is still BUCS.
I think UL may have just run out of water. What a challenge that was, but it was the Oxford BUCS crew that crossed the line first. I think it was UL in second and then Edinburgh in third. Yes, that has come up as confirmed on our screen, but what a race. I mean, just a real show of the absolute talent that is available in these university crews. And I mean, it's fantastic to think about how much work they do, not only in their degree, but also to get to somewhere like this. It's a real testament to the commitment that these crews have. And it's such a joy to watch a race like that where everyone is battling out till the final second. And it's also really fun to be in them.
Yeah, absolutely agree. So now we are moving from intermediate 8s to the B final of women's championship 8s. this is just going to be two crews, Nottingham University and Edinburgh University, going head to head to secure the 7th place in Women's Championship 8s.
This is quite a nice place to be for those two crews, because they know that that puts them in the top 10 women's 8s in the country of the university crews. So they will be coming out with either a 7th position or an 8th position in the Women's Championship 8s Final B.
So halfway now in this B final of the Women's Championship 8s. Edinburgh University have just put in an absolutely incredible display in the first half. They have built a massive margin on Nottingham, which does make me question somewhat, because these crews might have been expecting to race a repechage for the A finals, but because there was an incident here at BUCS Regatta earlier today, those races had to be rescheduled, and these races were drawn directly from the time trial. So I guess the question is, did the Edinburgh crew just slightly undercook it during that time trial, thinking they'd have a rep to race, and now have found themselves in this B final? Hard to know. Only they will know that, I suppose, but goes to show why it's important to race every single race at 100% no matter what, which may well be what they did. But now they have definitely established a pretty commanding lead over the crew from Nottingham.
Assuming that this was seeded as it should be, if you are at this point in a race, you have only got one other crew to race against, what would your plan be? What would you be telling your crew at this point? Do you want to go out and establish that dominant lead in the first half of the race so that you could just move away from them? Are you waiting maybe until the halfway point to start making that move? What would you be saying at this point?
Yeah, I think one-on-one racing is a little bit more of a race to the front than 6 lanes, because it's easier to sort of establish dominance, and then it's harder, I think, for a trailing crew to come back when there's only one other crew. But, you know, in sort of laned racing, it's not like it's unbuoyed, like, say, the boat race, for example, where a crew that's leading can move ahead, as in can physically move into the path of another crew. I think there is more scope to challenge in the later half of the race. I mean, I think what we're seeing here is just a really, really dominant display by Edinburgh, and Nottingham are doing a great job of keeping the quality of rowing high, but it's really difficult when you're down and when you start to lose sight and sound and feel of the crew in front of you to kind of keep the energy high and keep driving onto the finish. But this Nottingham crew are going to want to put their best performance here, so they are not going to allow any extra inches on them than are strictly necessary. But I would say that Edinburgh are definitely wanting to make a point here, and they are lifting. You can see, despite the fact that they have got a very big lead on Newcastle, they are lifting the rate, they're driving to the line, they want to finish their last race here in Championship 8s at BUCS Regatta with style and in the best possible time they can. So it'd be interesting to see how their time compares to the times in the A final, which is coming up now. So it was Edinburgh University with a very commanding victory there in the B final of this Women's Championship 8s race over the crew from Nottingham.
Yeah, and I think that when you have racing like this, it's very easy to say, oh, well, you know, the people in the Edinburgh crew are just better, but it's important to remember that actually this is a championship category. The women racing here are at the top of their field, and actually watching the screen I realised I know the 7-seat of the Nottingham crew, Grace Church. She rows in her holidays at Robs in Cambridge, and so they're not just rowing at university, they're filling their life with it in order to make sure that they can be the best possible crewmate in that boat.
Absolutely. On the course now, it is the final A of Women's Championship 8s. This is going to be the fastest women's race that we see here at BUCS Regatta this weekend. Women's Championship 8s, we have got Imperial, Durham, Cambridge, Oxford Brookes, London and Newcastle all racing for the medals here. So we see them now coming out the start, keeping the rate high, really frantic, but they are going to be coming into the middle part of the race now. So what are they going to do? Are they going to take a bit of a breath? Are they going to step on? Are they going to push for home really early? This is going to be interesting as well. None of them have raced a rep. They've only raced a time trial. So difficult to know, who's the favourite here, who's really going to dominate this. Always harder when you're kind of coming in a little bit fresh, I think.
Yeah, when you are used to a structure of those repechages, those semi-finals, it's easy to get to an A final and kind of assume that you know who's going to win, and you often see that arrow shape coming up a course like this, where you've had seeded lanes, and so without those you don't really know where you're going, and especially if people have tried to take it ever so slightly easier in the time trial, it's all to play for, and you have fresher legs, so there's a lot more to give.
Absolutely. So these racers now, they are coming towards the K. I'm not quite sure that those 500 meters times are necessarily to be believed, because we only got a couple of them, but we are going to see now, as the camera pans round, where these crews are at 1,000 meters. So 1K down, 1K to go. Looks at the moment like we have Newcastle University. Yes, they have established a 2-second lead over the crew from the University of London. Cambridge behind them, Brookes hot on their heels. This Cambridge crew is broadly, if not entirely, the blue boat that raced and won at the boat race just a few weeks ago. But at the moment, they are being led by Newcastle and the University of London. Newcastle, really aggressive start, had built up a good few seconds lead just in that first 500 metres, which is slowly being closed down. So now, have Newcastle done too much, or have they done everything that they planned to do and are just going to keep that lead now in the second half of the race?
So for people watching this who maybe have the boat race as their perspective of rowing, would you say that maybe Cambridge are in quite a good position at this point in time? They've been training for the boat race. That's kind of the peak of their season almost. Are they in a better position here compared to crews who maybe are planning on peaking around Henley Women's and Henley Royal?
Depends what they've been doing over the last few weeks. If they've been enjoying their boat race win a lot, then they might not be in peak physical condition today. And it also depends on their training. If they've really been focusing on that longer race, the boat race course, which is about 3 times the length of this race here that they are doing today. The physiology is slightly different, so it's always hard to know, but you know that these crews are going to turn up and give a good performance no matter what. And you can see now with 500 metres to go, Newcastle still holding that lead. It is still 2 seconds over London, but now Brookes have rowed through that crew from Cambridge. Brookes now establishing themselves in 3rd. Cambridge 4th, Durham, and then Imperial College in 6th position at the moment. Now, can Brookes challenge for further up that podium? Can they push back on the University of London for a chance at a silver or perhaps even a gold? I think it is going to be Newcastle University who hold on to this gold medal in the Women's Championship 8s. But there is a fight going on behind them. Cambridge pushing once more. Brookes, University of London and Durham all piling on the pressure. we are going to see a really, really tight race to the finish line. Newcastle now are going to have to sit up and power on if they want to keep this gold medal in the final of Women's Championship 8s.
You might even be able to hear it through our mics, but the amount of cheering happening here on the banks is absolutely enormous. I can see Newcastle, Durham fans, Oxford Brookes fans. They are here to cheer their women on, and actually it's not just the buildings that make the last 500 metres a bit easier. It's being powered on by your teammates.
Absolutely. Newcastle here holding on towards the line, sitting up, pushing those legs. UL have held on to that silver medal. It is going to be Brookes for bronze, Cambridge fourth, and fifth will be Durham University Imperial College, just finishing that field in 6th place.
Again, another beautifully competitive race with 5 of the crews finishing with contact with each other.
Just lean forward. If you can't see my camera, I can't see you.
Well, that is it from me, Zoe, and from Sasha. We are going to be handing our mics over now. It was a pleasure doing business with you all, and we hope you enjoy the rest of our feed today.
Yes, thank you so much, and we will leave you with the thought of milk. Drink it.
So, welcome to the minor finals of today. Got myself, Alex, and Kate's up here with me. So we're just going to introduce the women's inter-single G final.
So in lane 1 we've got Newcastle, and in lane 2 we've got Northumbria, lane 3 we've got Hertfordshire, lane 4 Kiel, lane 5 Strathclyde, and finishing up in lane 6 with the University of West England.
So G finals, you know, we brought these in a few years ago, like the minor finals, to try and get more people side-by-side racing. Because, you know, if you go to a program like BUCS, like London, like Durham, they're going to be always competing for the medals up in the A finals. But, you know, rowing is supposed to be for everyone. So there are a lot of smaller institutions. Maybe they don't have full-time coaches. Maybe they don't even have any coaches at all. So to make these minor finals and get that experience of side-by-side racing is so important. So, I mean, Kate's been doing some racing here across this weekend. So what's it like being in a side-by-side race?
There's definitely something that's unique about it compared to time trials. Just the feeling of having someone next to you and pushing off is just unbelievable. And especially when you can feel overtaking and being able to see where people are sitting, it's something that you don't get necessarily if you're in a smaller club and you don't make the major finals. But that experience is definitely something which makes rowing for me, and it's something that I think we should open up to everyone.
So if we just pay attention to who's racing at the moment, you can see it's a little bit choppy out there. Now, there are 6 in each final, so when we get down to G final, quick bit of maths, this is kind of 37 through to 42. So these aren't necessarily the most accomplished scullers that you're going to see on our screens, but they're doing a really good job in some quite tough conditions, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, definitely out here today and yesterday. It's been a bit choppy, and I think in single sculls definitely it can be really challenging, but they seem to be progressing really well through the course.
Yeah, you can see these blades as well, really hitting the water quite hard in some cases. There was a bit of a trailing wind, so these athletes are getting pushed towards the finish line, but just the way the water kind of progressively gets a little bit more bumpy as you go along, sometimes it's not always the most helpful tailwind.
No, definitely not, especially when you're single scull and it can just catch your blade at the wrong angle, and particularly in smaller boats that can really upset the course of the race.
Yeah, and just in the bottom of our shot as well, you can see the University of London have just picked up the medal. These are the last medals being given out today, so these are from the Women's Champ 8, which is just a phenomenally high-level event. So that's the University of London being given their medals just there.
So we can just see coming into maybe the last 350, the G finals, the women's intermediate sculls. They seem to be pretty neck and neck for the second 2 positions, with lane 3, I think that is. So that will be Hertfordshire, coming into the lead.
Yeah, so Hertfordshire on our shot there is the sculler in the purple, the dark purple, most to the right of shot. They're out by about a length, and then in the red boat 2 across from them over in, I believe that would be lane 5, we've got the athlete from Strathclyde. But they're not just battling against each other, it's also the elements you can see. And in a single, as soon as one side hits, it can make the boat really bounce around. So you want to wind it up, but it's not always as easy to do that in these late stages when it's like this.
No, just keeping control of the boat and keeping control of your blades is really important. And as they're coming through just in front of us, I think it's the athlete from Strathclyde who seems to be pulling out in front.
Yeah, so we've got good battling here. Like the Strathclyde athlete is definitely pushing out in front of the athlete from Kiel, who's actually put a nice little wind up into the finish. These athletes are now in the last 100 metres of the race, and the athlete who has been out in front for quite a while, the Hertfordshire athlete, Freya Pinder, is in the middle of your shot right now. You'll see in a moment, we'll cut to the camera that shows us that finishing line. There we go. So it'll be Freya Pinder that's going to cross first. Really good battle though. Kate, tell us about this battle between 2nd and 3rd place right now.
So 2nd and 3rd place, I believe, is from Strathclyde and Kiel. So they are just coming across the line. I think it's Strathclyde that's just edged out in front, and that will be the... these 2 have just come across, and yeah, just winding up.
Yeah, so that was a really hard fought battle there. Athlete from UE as well, crossing the finish line as well. So the way it works, for anyone who's not super familiar with this, these athletes, this being an inter-single event, well, all the inter-events, a time trial happens this morning, and based on the times, the top 6 become the A final, the next 6 become the B final, and so on and so on. So we always expect some pretty competitive racing because all these athletes have time trialed this morning at similar speeds. So on our screens, we can see the F final. It's going to be the same competition. Royal Holloway are leading the way over Lincoln and then Strathclyde. That's the top three right now. KCL, Hertfordshire and Kiel are also in this. So we've seen Kiel and Hertfordshire in the last race, and Strathclyde as well. But we've also got Lincoln, Royal Holloway and KCL. Those athletes, just based on the time and just looking up the course, they have crossed through the, well, they're getting towards the 1500 metre. They've crossed the halfway mark, so they're getting towards that more bobbly stage. And on your screens you can see, and I could hear from outside, some really big cheers, and that is Newcastle's Champ 8 going over to get their medals. They're really, really happy about it. You can see the smiles on their faces. So, you know, pinnacle of the sport, the Champ 8 event. So, Kate, let's lay down a scenario. It's 500 meters to go. You're half a length down. You're in a single. What are you going to tell yourself?
I think the thing to remember is, particularly on singles goals, in the last 500, anything can happen. Half a length is really not a huge amount. So in these kinds of conditions, you've just got to focus on keeping yourself internal and pushing through. You don't have the room to be looking out the boat and worrying what everyone else is doing. You're just going to push yourself through. And I think the kind of thing that I tell myself is, I look back at all the training that I've done. All the athletes here today, we've put in a huge amount of work over the whole season. For a lot of athletes, particularly in these lower finals, this is the pinnacle of their season. This is what they're training for. And I think, personally, I just look back and just think, I fought for this, and I want this, and the half a length is not particularly 500 to go.
Yeah, we've got some beautiful scenes as well, as you can see the Newcastle athletes embracing each other. You know, this really is the kind of culmination of a long block of training. I mean, it's like the first regatta you normally go to, but there's usually a lot of training that goes into this. As soon as women's head is done, which was what, start of March, you just focus on this. This is all that matters then. It's like university championship. So, you know, a lot of these athletes like put a good 2-month block into this, and you know, to reach the top of the ladder is fantastic.
Into the last stages of this race, we've got lane 6 appears to be in the lead, so that's the athlete from Royal Holloway, and in lane 5 it appears to be coming in second from Lincoln, followed by Strathclyde in lane 3. Still all three battling it out though. There's about a length between them maybe, so as we're coming up to the line you can see them all winding up. The athlete from Strathclyde seems to be putting in a real shift here, making gains, although the athlete from Royal Holloway just seems to be edging out in front as we come to the line, maybe last 50 metres. And the athlete from Lincoln pushing through, maybe making an overlap, but I think it's a little too late as we come to the line. And Royal Holloway in lane 6 will be the first to cross the line, followed by Lincoln in lane 5 for the second, and Strathclyde in third in lane 4. Coming up in fourth, I think, is King's College in lane 3. Coming in, just missing out on the medal position in this final, and we've got our final 2 athletes from Hertfordshire and Kiel just coming into the last 50 metres now. And the athlete from Hertfordshire just crossing the line, and the athlete from Kiel taking their final few strokes, proper putting in a shift right at the end of this race, making it across the line.
Yeah, and the racing is going to come thick and fast. We did have a little delay in racing earlier on, so they're just going to send them off as close together as kind of reasonable. Like, you have to let the umpires get up there, but they're going to be at sort of between 4 and 6 minute intervals. So 6 minutes, I think, between races at the moment. So we go straight to the F final, which features, E final, I believe it should be. Oh, hold on a second. We've had G final. Did F final not just finish? Oh, okay, so E final is what we're going to have on the screen. So Dundee, Portsmouth, Arts Bournemouth, never heard of them, but well done for being here. Glasgow, Loughborough, and another Bournemouth, but actual Bournemouth this time. Bournemouth back on the rise, doing a lot of sculling. Really impressed with their kind of comeback over the last sort of, this is the third regatta now. I remember 2 regattas ago, they did fantastically and then backed it up well last year. So very good stuff from Bournemouth. So I say they're going to just keep sending these races thick and fast. That race is about 500 metres away, so we'll just have a quick look at what's going on and we'll bring that to you in a moment. So this shot here, you can see, it looks to me like, oh, there you go. In fact, there's the times. Bournemouth out in front, then Loughborough, then Arts Bournemouth. That's your 1, 2, 3 here. But very close between Arts Bournemouth and Portsmouth, just about 2 seconds separating them, and then Dundee a second behind that. So still all to play for third place. There are no medals here, but like I say, these athletes were similar speeds in the time trial, so it's going to be really competitive racing, and we can see that across the middle of the field. But yeah, the athlete out in 6th from Bournemouth, that is Bethan Hickey, doing a really good job out there, and then being chased by the Loughborough sculler Ebony Hutton Mitchell. That's who is in 1st and 2nd at the moment, so you can just see them on the screen. That athlete furthest to the left is the Bournemouth athlete, and has done a fantastic job to be out in front in this race. So on your shot, they do look quite far apart, but those are the 2 leaders of the race right now. So like we say, it's Bournemouth over in 6, just getting into that bobbly part of the course. But I can see that a really nice drive phase, like long and strong. The rate's not particularly high, just letting the boat move every single stroke. Really good work. And then also we got the Loughborough sculler sort of in the center of the shot right now. So we're just panning out just to bring a few more athletes in. So that's the athletes in 3 and 2. You can just see have come into shot there. So that's Arts Bournemouth and Portsmouth. They had a really good race going, and it's still going on as well. 2 seconds apart between those 2. And in fact, they're only 2 seconds behind the Loughborough sculler, so it's going to get really close down the finish. And the athlete in lane 1 as well is just getting in on the party as well. That is Caroline Crabb from Dundee. So, Kate, as we cut to this finish line, do you want to take us through the finish line here?
Yeah, so it seems that we've got the sculler in lane 6 will cross the finish line first. That's Bournemouth. The second place seems to be going to Loughborough, but as we come to the line, other 3 scullers in lanes 1, 2 and 3 really putting in shifts, so we can't quite tell what's going to happen in the last few stages of this race, but I think it is going to be the sculler in lane 5, followed quickly by the sculler in lane 2, I think that is, and then quickly by lanes 1 and 3. So I think 2nd and 3rd place still very much up for grabs, but as we finish we'll see that first place did in fact go to Bournemouth.
Yeah, really good work, and on your screen there you can see that Bournemouth sculler, Bethan Hickey, look like they were borrowing a Canford school boat. They're also based in Bournemouth, so really good work. To lead by that much was fantastic, so really pushed it out. Yeah, great racing. And then, not on your screen at the moment, but just crossing the finish line, we'll just tell you it is the Glasgow sculler. Rosalind Wilson did complete the course as well. We head back up the field to the women's inter single D final. This has Oxford, Birmingham, 2 Cambridge crews, Heriot Watt and Queens as well. So that race is about halfway in. They'll be approaching the K marks. You can see on our camera here, that's the Heriot Watt sculler in the quite distinctive yellow with the diagonal kind of cross across the back, and on the far side in the white with the horizontal band, that is the Queen's sculler. So as they cross the K mark, we will get some times as well. But I believe this is the static camera at the that's going to at the 1K that's going to pan across. So when we get straight across, you'll see that these yellow boys, there'll be a line of red ones, and then that will mark where the K mark is. So that will come into shot just in a moment. We obviously do have a kind of parallax. So just crossing there, that's H1, so lane 1. That's Louisa Fernandez at Oxford. Crosses first, and you can see on the screen now So over in lane 1, it has been lane 6 out in front quite a lot, but it's lane 1 just sneaking up on the inside this time round. So on your screen there, you can see that is Ella Oldland of the University of Birmingham, one of the athletes that I coach. You know, just trying to get the blades in at the front end. Very difficult sometimes to keep the hands really, really level when it's like this. And you can see blades clipping on each side every so often. So sometimes, you know, we train in Worcester. You don't always have to tap down very fast. Sometimes you have to just make a small modification to your rowing in order to kind of, you know, match the conditions. Yeah. So, Kate, where did you row before this? I know you rowed as a junior, but what kind of conditions are you used to?
So I rowed in quite a small river in South Wales. I'm from Monmouth Comprehensive School Boat Club. We raced in quite a lot of places. We mainly did Eton Dorney, we did a lot of Nats Schools, Nats Sculling Head. Yeah, I think these conditions are something that we definitely wouldn't have tackled before, but I think it's really good to get out there, get outside your comfort zone, particularly as single scullers. Really make a huge difference when you move into crew boats, the kind of confidence in these conditions. And I think all of these scullers seem to be handling it really well as we move into the higher of these minor finals.
Yeah, so you kind of expect the standard to kind of be rising as each progressive race comes. So we went, you know, G final, F, E. It's kind of the way they do it here. They just sort of do it in reverse order. So the highest qualifiers will end up in the later one of the kind of run of races. A final and B final have already happened. They also happen in reverse order. The B final precedes the A final, but they get put in a block. We kind of go time trial first, and then we have the sort of the semi-finals, and then the A and B finals happen. That's what happened just before we came on to shift, and now we're into the minor final. So each category, it'll go from the lowest minor final, which might be G or F, down to C final. And it looks like we've got Harriet Watt in the lead over Oxford, but really, really close there. Then Birmingham chasing hard, and also trying to push off from Queen's Belfast. So some good places in terms of sculling. Like Queen's Belfast have been really, really good in their sculling recently. You know, really strong in their beginners as well. So, you know, it's good to see these athletes moving up from beginner into the sort of intermediate. Intermediate is still senior racing. We got sort of 2 tiers within senior. We've got intermediate, and then we've got championship as well.
So just as we come into the last quarter of this race, I think the sculler in the lead seems to be the Harriet Watt sculler, Chloe Hunter, putting in a good shift as she comes through the last 500 metres, looking really strong in these conditions, looking really composed, just making sure that the boat is moving underneath her and making the most effective stroke possible. Quite a way out in front of the rest of the field as she moves in front of us, I think. And as we come through the last maybe 200 metres of this race, it'd be interesting to see if anyone else can put a dent into her lead.
Yeah, coming into these closing moments of the race, so we do have the Harriet Watt sculler really pushing hard towards the finish, but the Oxford sculler will come into shot very, very soon as well. So there's the Harriet Watt sculler just approaching that yellow line, and looks like they are going to cross in the lead. Absolutely, they are out in front, about 2.5 lengths over the Oxford sculler. That's Louisa Fernandez. So the winner was Chloe Hunter, then Louisa Fernandez. Ella Oldland just coming through the line now for Birmingham. Then on that far side, lane 6, Sam McCormick from Queen's Belfast. You can then see the umpires launch to just follow up this race. So on your screen now, there's the Harriet Watt sculler, Chloe Hunter, who did a really good job in the middle part of that race to move out into a real strong position. So onto the C final. This will be the last final with C. Sussex really stepped up their game. They've really been on the rise the last 2 years. I'm not sure if they have picked up a medal yet, but the first time they do pick up a medal up, and they haven't, they're not going to here because it's not a medal race, but when they do, it'll be the first one for their uni. So they're really pushing hard for that. Got really, really close yesterday. And the day before, I think they got a 4th place in the champ lightweight doubles, so they got so close. So it's good to see Sussex. Surrey have been fantastic as well. We've got another Birmingham scholar here. That's Darcy Nash will be in that boat. And then also we have Strathclyde, Cambridge and Reading. Reading, a real powerhouse. You've probably heard it a lot of times. 10 years now since they gave up sweep and switched to sculling. What are your thoughts on that, Kate?
Yeah, I think sweeping is so prevalent in universities, but I think sculling is a really important part of the sport, especially because it's really prevalent in junior racing. The movement to sweep for a lot of universities, you get faster boats, you get bigger boats, but I think sculling is something that requires maybe a little bit more finesse and a little bit more, not even more technique, but it's a different style that can benefit different people, and I think that the move from Reading is really good and can be set apart from other universities that are much more focused on sweep.
Yeah, absolutely. And then at 1500 then, let's take you through. So it's the Sussex sculler Amelia Loretto that led the way over the sculler in 6th from Reading, which is Alex Grocock. Then it's Surrey's Lucy Agamba, Birmingham's Darcy Nash, Strathclyde's Veronica Vonikova, and then it should be Cambridge's Ellie Silla will round out the 6th place here. Assuming they're out on the course, I can actually at the moment only see 5 of them. So maybe the Cambridge scholar has elected not to race in these conditions. So on the shot there, you've got Darcy Nash. She was in Birmingham's champ quad that finished 4th yesterday in one heck of a race actually. That Newcastle and Reading, those champ quads had open water in the first 200 metres. That was unreal to follow down. So you can see Darcy there, just really not high rate in this, just really just trying to get on the legs. I mean, I would advise her to whack a bit of rate on it if you can, because we've got about 250 metres to go, and she'll be looking to make up, ooh, I don't know, she needs about 5 seconds, I'd say. Just about going off shot to the left. That is your race leader right now, which is Alex Grocock of Reading. And then in the picture you can see quite a good position to be in. That Sussex sculler just fending off the Surrey sculler, who is in 2.
So as we come towards the line, it's Sussex just sneaking up on the leader on the far side of the course from Reading. And as we come towards the line, it looks like it's going to be really close as Sussex's Amelia Loretto puts in a huge shift, but I think she'll just be pipped to the line by Alex Grocock from Reading. And then second, I think, has been Sussex, followed by third is Lucy Agamba from Surrey. And the final 2 scullers making their way down the course are Darcy Nash from Birmingham and Veronica Vonikova from Strathclyde. I think it will be Veronica who makes it to the line first, followed by Birmingham's Darcy Nash.
Yeah, that was tough going down the back end there. I think maybe if you'd given it another 20 metres, the Sussex sculler maybe could have popped through, but the Reading sculler just about held off that late charge. Right, so a bit different. You go from women's senior intermediate level singles to the beginner men's or open doubles, and this is the F final. So hopefully we stay on this angle, because I've got to say, a bit of beginner sculling, exciting, right?
Yeah, I think particularly this angle of the start, you really see how people have drilled their beginners, because I think sculling is something, particularly in a double, you can't hide. The technique's obvious, and these conditions are really going to show it. I think this will be a really interesting race for everyone.
Yeah, so you can see the lineup at the top: Chester, Bournemouth, Lincoln, Trent, Reading and Plymouth. You can't quite see on the shot lane 6, they're just off shot. to the right. So what you can see is lanes 5, 4, 3 and 2, and you just did see Chester a moment ago backing down. They're just off shot as well. So from left to right, what you can see is Bournemouth, Lincoln, Trent and Reading C. So these, as I say, are the beginner doubles. They're not immediately about to start, so you can see at the moment some of the crews are kind of sat at backstops. Kate, take us through like what happens at the start then.
Yeah, so at the start what empirically happens is you sit there and then you get a green light and then you go off. But I think there's so much more than that from an athlete perspective. Everyone drill starts. It's such a huge part of the race, can really set you up. I think staying calm is a huge thing. A lot of these crews will be really nervous as they move to the start. As beginners, this will probably be one of their biggest races they've raced this year. So as they all appear to us, a couple of them seem to be coming to front stops, but I don't think the race is imminent. But as you come forward to front stops, it's really important to lock in on the water, make sure you're positioned properly, and those first 2 or 3 strokes can really set the tone for the rest of the race. So I hope that all these crews get a good start and really get to show what they've put their work in over the past few months.
Oh, and off they go, and just left of centre, you can see that crew did not take the very, very best first stroke, kicked a little bit sideways, but now they're into their rhythm. You can now see all 6 boats are off. The crew in lane 6 is making the most of lane 7 as well. The umpire will tell them to come back over to lane 6. But it does look like all crews are away. This is the F final of the beginner doubles, like we say. Look like a good start from lane 1, which is Chester. So Chester have done a good job over there in lane 1. So we cut to the sort of further out camera. If you are steering this race, you can kind of see the yellow and black boards. They would line up perfectly if you were dead down the middle of your lane. So it's just something you can steer off of. As you get a little bit further off the start, you use the buoy line. So the whole course is buoyed out. You do not automatically get disqualified for leaving your lane, but you can be disqualified if you leave your lane and impede an opposition crew. So it's not an automatic disqualification, but generally you want to stay in your lane anyway, because the straightest line is the best line, and anytime you have to steer using a bit of rudder, it's going to cost you a bit of speed, or you've got to take a little bit of pressure off with one hand. So these are beginners though. Beginner means that they've started rowing basically this academic year. I mean, you can start them just a little bit before that. As long as you started after June the 1st of 2024, you'd class as a beginner. But in the main, these people would have started when this academic year began. So this race is making its way, well, it's probably through the 500, I guess, now at this rate. So typically these crews would be going around 2 minutes-ish per 500 meters. It'll be about an 8-minute race, give or take. You know, it's going to be in that kind of ballpark. So it takes them about 2 minutes for every 500 meters. You know, if you're not particularly familiar with the sport, but you have jumped on a rowing machine in the gym, you may have seen a thing that says like /500m. That basically tells you like how long it would take to do 500 meters at that speed. And these boats here typically go about a split of 2. So as I say, it'll be about an 8-minute race. Conditions can change it, obviously technique can change it, but that's kind of what these crews are going to be aiming for. But as we've seen in some previous races, it does get a little bit tough down the back end. Sometimes the tailwind that is supposed to be pushing you along just does cause the river or the lake or the body of water that you're on just to chop up a little bit. So these guys are going to be competing with each other, competing with the conditions, and also competing with steering, which, you know, it's quite hard to learn to row in the first place, let alone then have to make the calls and steer as well. So, you know, Kate, if you were trying to coach a beginner from scratch, and you wanted to advise them on steering on a course like this, like what are the kind of things you'd tell them?
I think for this kind of course, one of the main things is look ahead of you, don't turn around. There's definitely places in rivers where you want to be looking out the boat to see where you are, but here, best thing you can do is just look straight ahead of you, because it's not going to change, it's a straight line. Straight lines can be the most difficult to steer, especially when you've got windy conditions. I think this is pretty much a dead-on tailwind, but especially when it's a crosswind, it can really cause some issues. But I'd say coaching beginner steering is just don't overcomplicate it. Don't try and make micro adjustments all the time, because all you end up doing is throwing off your line a little bit, and it's not faster to, like, you're not going to go much faster right in the middle of the lane. Just make sure you go in a straight line.
Yeah, and the crew you just saw cut through your shot, that was Chester who were in the lead. They went 4:09 for the 1K, so that's about a 2:04.5, so a little bit slower than 2 minutes per 500, but like I say, that's kind of the ballpark they'd have been working at. You can see a lot of these crews here, with them being beginners, the things I would say, just judging on it, the things that coaches have been working on is to try and row long. Most of those crews there were rowing pretty long, not particularly high rate. So you can see here, these crews, this is lane 2, so this would be Bournemouth. Not particularly high stroke rate, so they're not putting the blades in that many times each minute, but they're trying to work the length. So you kind of look at how far apart the hands come at the front end, and like how much they separate out to the sides. Oh, a little crab there, but quickly recovered. So I don't think they would have lost really any time on that at all. It didn't really affect the next stroke. But you could see there, because some of these beginners aren't necessarily going to be the most accomplished scullers, they're not necessarily going to have their blades a long way from the water. So if they're bumping along the surface, it can throw off the balance, or you might get the blade twisted in your hand slightly. And if they don't go in the right angle, they can cut really deep. On your shot at the moment, you can see Nottingham Trent, they were second at the halfway mark, and then just also in the shot, I believe that's going to be Lincoln, just based on the Lycran blades. I would guess it's that Lincoln there. You can see he's got a little bit caught on the right hand there, and then we've got all 6 now back in shot, and then on this near side, that was Chester who were out in the lead. Now I'm going to be quite blunt, they're not the most in sync crew I've ever seen, but they're out in front, so they're really being really gritty, determined, and you just got to give them credit for what they're doing and taking charge of this race, Kate.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, what matters is how fast your boat's going. Doesn't matter if it looks pretty or not. Yeah, they are powering through the 1500 metre mark, followed by, is that Trent, I believe, and followed by Bournemouth. As you see the rest of the crews come through. That's Plymouth and Reading in 5th and 6th. And as we come through, you can see a lot of the blades are bouncing off the water. That again comes from just maybe having your blades a little too low for these conditions. But that again comes from a confidence thing from beginners, I think, in particular. It can be a real challenge to get used to it. And in lane 3, just in shot, we have Lincoln.
Yeah, so like Kate was saying, like if your blades are running along the surface, you can see with that Lincoln bow, you can kind of see them bouncing up and down. It's kind of like when you're on a flat water, you use that for a bit of stability, but then that gets taken away from you if you try and row the same way here. You're having to really fight the water. The more accomplished crews will be able to just carry their hands a bit lower, which puts the spoons up in the air, and they'll just be able to ride over the top of that without it disrupting the rhythm and the flow. Because rowing's a real, like, there's 2 main things in rowing. It's like get your boat going when you push along, and don't slow it down when you're between the strokes. So if you can just avoid touching the water, that's how you maintain boat speed. And you know, at the very highest level, it really comes down to who's best in the recovery, because you're not typically going to just outpower all your opposition. They're all going to be really powerful. And even at this level, there's probably not huge differences between the power. So it's going to come down to the fine margins. And actually, I think Bournemouth, they're in lane 2. They're really making a charge here. So Chester were out in front for pretty much the whole race till now, but Bournemouth just a little bit more in sync, maybe a little bit longer, are pushing through. So Bournemouth are in the middle of the shot. You can see them kind of walking through that Chester crew, and like I say, they're not quite together, Chester, and that is what has kind of it just unraveled slightly here, unfortunately. I think they could come back on it if they get themselves together, but Bournemouth now is trying to put a little squeeze on at the finish. So as we cut to the finish camera, you'll see Bournemouth will cross in first. That's a great charge from them. Trent, who do quite a bit of training here, I'm sure they will sneak also through in front of Chester. The Chester athlete, you can see hitting the water, losing a blade. I mean, they're going to need to sit up and balance the boat in a moment. But like, you know, they had that in the palm of their hands and then just got rowed out in the end. And then Reading will cross next. Reading comfortably in fourth. But yeah, really well-timed move from that Bournemouth crew. And, you know, what they say about pressure cracks pipes, right? So Bournemouth put the pressure on Chester and they were able to really push through. And that also opened the door to Nottingham Trent walking through there as well. So that was the beginner F final in the doubles. And then next final here will be, well, I mean, it says D final, but I believe this is the E final. Here we go. University of Leeds, Heriot Watt have 2 crews in here, Exeter, Portsmouth, and Birmingham A, which features, I believe it's Miles and James, it should be. So, what you're seeing on the screen at the moment then, Kate, anything standing out to you at all?
Yeah, so as these crews come through, well, they'll be starting to try and lengthen out a bit as they come through the first 300 or to 500 meters of this race. Just on screen, I believe that is Birmingham in the far lane. They're looking to push on ahead, and just coming into shot now, we have Heriot Watt B coming through, making a proper move on Birmingham. A lot of the time in a race that you're looking to get crews off the start and really get that psychological aspect, but as you can see, that sometimes doesn't make a difference as they are powering through in Heriot Watt. Birmingham still in shot, 4 seconds behind, followed by Exeter, Heriot Watt A, I believe, and Leeds and Portsmouth. There's about 15 seconds separating the field here at the 1K mark. Although the 5th and 6th places are looking really close, as are the 4th and 3rd, so it'll be a real push through to make the top 3 in this race.
Yeah, it's something you can't really see here particularly, but you'll have a lot of cheering and shouting coming from the far bank, the left-hand bank, as we can see. So this is Leeds. Leeds usually have a really large number of beginners that they bring through their program, and they do really a good job of using their existing kind of rowers to coach that kind of program up. So you can see these are 2 Leeds athletes. They're spending a lot of time pausing at the finish. That's a style that some people like. You know, you put a lot of work in and you don't want to disrupt the flow too much. Whereas if you see here, like the Heriot Watt Scullers, they don't spend much time with their hands at the finish. They move them around, spin them off the back end, and get onto the... Oh, and there was a Heriot Watt as well, so the one to the right. I mean, they were in the lead, weren't they, Kate, before that happened?
Yeah, they were really putting through, but they've recovered that really... Oh, yeah, they seem to have recovered that really well. If they can get a move on again and just cross the course. Yeah, they seem to have just come off the seat and see if they can recover this. They seem to be still in the boat, though, which is very impressive for a beginner double.
Yes, so, I mean, you can go from hero to zero, and they're going to have to go 0 to hero now. They knew they were the quickest because they were out in the lead. That probably would have just let the opposition back in. Like Birmingham, I think now will be out in the lead, out in 6. Alex Curry, luckily on that side, will be the closest to his crew. He'll be trying to tell them to capitalize. But you know, that Heriot Watt crew is going to have that adrenaline running through them. They're going to have to just try and harness that to get back into this. So as we see the camera pan around, that will be the red all-in-ones of Birmingham out on that far side, and then just over to this side, I believe it would be Exeter then, possibly Exeter, or no, it is indeed Exeter. You can tell from the blades, Exeter have a kind of green and white with a diagonal half and half, so that'll be Exeter chasing them down. That's the Heriot Watt B crew just coming through now, the Leeds crew that we talked about earlier, Portsmouth on that far side. So the Heriot Watt crew that was in the lead haven't quite come back into shot yet. It did kind of throw them for a little while, and they're just coming into shot now, so you know they're going to want to try and make up for that, but big disappointment for them just because they were so comfortable out in front. But you know, like we said, beginner sculling can be really exciting.
Yeah, I think particularly with beginners, they're maybe not as experienced in handling the pressure of a race, and particularly in sculling, as we can see, they're sort of bouncing around and their composure is maybe not quite what we'd expect from some of the higher level crews. So particularly with this kind of thing, it's really important for the Heriot Watt crew to recover and just make the most of it. They were definitely faster. They can definitely still make up ground. but it'll be really interesting to see how they handle that.
Yeah, and the kind of, how do I want to put it? The counterintuitive thing is that when conditions are like this, and you feel like you actually want to hold harder onto the blade to have more control, that usually is actually going to cost you. Like, you need to have that relaxation in the fingers, relaxation in the forearms, relaxation in the shoulders, or else if you grip too hard, like, one, you're just going to knacker your forearms out, but two, you might accidentally be gripping the blade at the wrong angle and it's going to go in. Like the blades, like when we say blades, we mean the spoons. They're designed, when you twist them, if you're not gripping too hard, you can feel them click into two locations. There's the flat you see there, and then there's the square. So what we've got here, so this is Miles and James. Miles was on training camp, he's the stroke man to the right. James wasn't. Miles has been one of our better scullers in the beginner program, and you can just see he's maybe just a bit more relaxed through, whereas James, like, you can see his arms almost kind of rising up, his wrists aren't quite at the right angle, and as they charge down to the finish, that is going to make things really, really awkward here. So it looks like they've still got the lead. Exeter trying to get ground on them, but it does look like Miles and James are going to cross the line first, and they just about managed to get through safely. Exeter then cross second, and it's going to be the Heriot-Watt B crew who had the less dramatic race. They're just coming into shot now. Leeds will cross next, and then just coming into the top of the shot, Portsmouth. I mean, there you go, there's James and Miles. They made it through. I don't think they look that happy though, Kate, if you have a look at the screen there. It seems more like, yeah, thank goodness that one's over. Maybe go get me some milk. You haven't mentioned milk yet, okay.
Yeah, as you say, it can be a really exhausting race, particularly when things go wrong. But you can have milk afterwards, and I think that is what we have to remember here, that at the end of a rowing race, there is always milk.
Yeah, and I did see a TV program, and I was like, yeah, obviously. It was like, they had some rugby players, and it was like, we'll try, these ones will drink water for recovery, and these will drink milk, and obviously the ones with milk recovered better because it's got protein in. Like, what we would do with our athletes, we would make sure after a race they go for a walk, brisk walk to just get the lactic acid out, but also take a snack. You know, you want something carby, protein, just to refuel, because, I mean, you've already raced, what, twice, and you're going to be racing a third time, aren't you, right?
Yeah, milk after every race, it's the way, I've got to say.
So we'll cut to the D final. Who's in this D final then?
So in this D final, we've got Nottingham Trent in lane 1, Harper Adams in lane 2, Heriot-Watt again, this is their C boat in lane 3, Plymouth A boat in lane 4, Plymouth C boat in lane 5, and Lincoln finishing us up in lane 6.
And it's really close to the top between Lincoln and Trent. They, at the halfway mark, were 0.8 seconds apart, with Heriot-Watt about 3 seconds behind them. So some tasty racing up on the course at the moment. And as I say, they're through the K. They'll be into the second half, and that's where it gets exciting. Hopefully, none of these crews will experience what the last race experienced, where the leader was quite quickly not the leader. But at the moment, it looks like that crew on the far side, I know they only had just like 0.8 of a second, but maybe they made quite a good move in this third 500. Like, in my opinion, this is where the races are won and lost. Like, I don't know if you put anything into this, but this is where it matters, right?
I think particularly in a 2K race, the third 500 is sort of the big scary one. You know, you're halfway there, you've done most of the work, but really but you're not quite close enough to the end to start winding up and finishing off. And I think it's really important for these crews just to keep their composure, keep their rhythm, keep their stride, and just set the format for the rest of the race. This is exactly where races are won or lost. If you blow in this third 500, it's a long way to the finish. But they seem to all be carrying through quite nicely.
Yeah, those two crews we mentioned, Trent and Lincoln, have moved out in front of the race. It's a really close race for third, which is good for these athletes. You can see there, that's lane 2, just on shot, Harper Adams. Not huge program, but it's really good to see them here. So Harper Adams just pushing their way through to the left of shot, like they're trying to make a move here as they go in towards that last one. They are into the last 500 as they go towards that finish line.
Yeah, I think for these smaller programs, this is what the lower finals are all about. For the finals F through see, because it gives them a really good representative of what's going on. It gives people other opportunities that may not have had. I think rowing could sometimes have a reputation of being quite an exclusive sport, and these kind of smaller programs and these outreach programs are really very important. And as we come through to the last 500, I think this is probably the last 300 of the race, the first crew seems to be out really far in lane 6. That will be the Lincoln crew, and the other 4 crews in shot I think will be Nottingham, Trent, Plymouth, the 2 Plymouth crews. And as we come through to the last 100 metres, the near side that is just on the near side of your shot will be Nottingham Trent, and they seem to just be pipping the far side crew to the finish as we come through. So that's lane 1 has been Nottingham Trent as they come through to the finish in first place, and that is lane 6 in second place from Lincoln, and there's still a fight going on for third place, but I think that will be lane 5. That's the Plymouth C crew, and they have just pipped to the line by a canvas lane 3, which was the Heriot Watt C crew, followed by lane 4, which is Plymouth, and coming in finally will be lane 2, Harper Adams.
So if you like beginner men's sculling, don't you worry, we've still got some more. This is the C final. I mean, unfortunately we don't have any more after this, but you know, make the most of it. Strathclyde, Birmingham, Strathclyde, Loughborough and Leicester. This is the C final of the beginner doubles. We're right in the middle of your shot there. You got Loughborough in the purple, running long and strong, the really distinctive polka dots of Strathclyde just moving through as well. On that far side, Leicester and De Montfort, who you can see. So that's quite a battle actually, because De Montfort's in Leicester too. So you got a Leicester battle out on that far side. We're just waiting for the camera to show us who's crossing first. Looks like it is Loughborough getting through first. In fact, it's Strathclyde over Loughborough and then DMU, the first through the 1,000 metres. Just wondering where the Birmingham crew is. There they are. So is that going to be another case? Oh, there they are. In fact, there's Ollie and Josh just popping onto shot there. And then Strathclyde on this near side. So these athletes will have felt a tinge of disappointment earlier on, because the C final means you've just missed out on the top 12. Those are the crews that typically would get to semi-final for the places in the medal races. So these have just missed out, but this, you know, a bit of a gap now, but then chance to show how quick they are. At the moment, you've got 2 Strathclyde crews on shot, and they're very distinctive all-in-ones. What's your opinion on their all-in-ones? Do you like it, or are you not a big fan?
I think distinctive is definitely the word. You can spot them a mile off. I think the York, we've currently moved from our very distinctive bright blue and yellow unisuits. And I have to say I miss them. I enjoy being recognisable. I think we're very close to Edinburgh now, and I have to commend Strathclyde on the fact that they've stuck to their guns. They always do, and you can always see them at events. And honestly, I don't have beef with it. I enjoy them.
Yeah, I think York, like, okay, when I was at uni, York wear what you wear now, kind of light blue and I think black at the bottom. But then you had a different kit, which I think might have been yellow and black about 5 years ago, and then went to a kind of, was it like a diagonal double sash almost?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was an interesting one. We've just changed back this year though, back in York blue, which is great. We've just had it come off the back of the Roses varsity tournament, which was last weekend and is finishing up this weekend. So Yeah, that made that race look a lot more aesthetically pleasing with the Lancaster red contrasting with the York blue. I think uni seats are such an important part of the club. They're so distinctive, and a lot of people feel a sense of pride in it. I think particularly Newcastle with their blue star is really important for them. So I think it's important to have a uni seat that you like and that you're proud of.
Yeah, and like that recognition at range is what you want. So just coming into shot now, you can see that was Birmingham and Strathclyde. Strathclyde are out in front. Got a good lead there over Loughborough, about 6 seconds over Loughborough. Leicester are in your shot. Leicester will be the furthest left crew at the moment, but the race really is happening in the middle between Strathclyde and Loughborough, those two crews there. This race now has about 350 metres to go or so. They're making their way towards the finish line now. So Strathclyde in lane 3, and actually Birmingham have gone from lane 2 to 3 to 4. So obviously just deciding to take a little bit of scenic route. But you can see on your screen now there's Strathclyde and Loughborough. They're the two out in front in this C final of the beginner doubles. And it looks like the very distinctive Strathclyde. Ooh, they've still kept it, but that's not what you want charging into the finish line. 250 metres to go. Kate, let's take this to the finish line.
So it seems to be Strathclyde just peeping out in front as we come to the finish, and I believe that is Loughborough in the lane next to them. As we come through, they are all charging towards the finish line. Those two seem to be way out in front of the rest of the field. As we come through, although Strathclyde is beginning to pull away again as we come to the last 50 metres of the race. Loughborough not quite matching their push, so I think it will be Strathclyde very close to the boys of their lane coming through in first. Then it will be Loughborough in lane 4 coming through second, and third place seems to very much still be up for grabs as we come through, although I think it looks like it will be Strathclyde in lane 1 putting up a good finish as they come through to the end. You'll see them just coming in shot. So that will be Strathclyde in lane 1 coming in third, and that is lane 6, I believe, De Montfort, and followed by Leicester and then Birmingham for coming in 6th.
Yeah, it looks like Ollie just wanted to get a little bit of lane 6 in there, so he's used 5 of the lanes. I don't know if they came to lane 1 at one point, but you know, they would have been working really, really hard. Right, we will cut to the start line again, 4 blades again, but this time it's the women's beginner 4s F final. Just on the start line, looks like these crews are pretty much ready to go. I think they've been called forward. So, Manchester, Southampton, York St John, Oxford, Kent and Manchester. So typically, if you see Oxford here, it'll be either an Oxford College or a dev group. I believe there are some Oxford colleges racing here this weekend. So the crews are forward. Those are lanes 2 to 5, you can see, and off they go. That's Kent C to the right, just wanting to try and get back in time with each other. Looks like all the crews are away though. York St John just left of the middle, you can see. So those crews are pushing off the start line now, and I believe, have we got a commentary change coming up? Kate, are you switching out?
Yeah, I'll be switching out now, so it's been lovely to be here, guys. Drink your milk.
Southampton, lane 2, York St John, lane 3, Oxford, lane 4, Kent, lane 5, Manchester A, lane 6, 3 minutes.
So I have been joined by Neve from Leeds, making a commentary debut. So it's my pleasure to introduce Neve. So Neve, just run us again through who's in this race.
So in this race, lane 1, we've got Manchester B. 2, we've got Southampton A, York St John, Oxford C. As we just said, they might. Did you say they might be a college? Might be a college. Then we've got Kent, and then Manchester A in lane 6. Looking pretty even at the moment.
So I would just say, based on the time, I would say that probably this is our camera from the 1K mark. Who was that in lane 1 again then, Neve?
Lane 1, we've got Manchester B. They're looking smooth. They're looking together.
So quick update, it is indeed actually the E final, it would appear. I'm not sure what happened to the F final. But that definitely looked like a Kingston crew in A, because Kingston have a really distinctive, like if you like Where's Wally, you like Kingston. You know, that'll be your team. Crews are a little bit far out at the moment, but you know, it's pretty close racing. Right, we're in the third 500. Now, it's my pleasure, as I say, to be joined by Neve, who has started rowing this year and would, you know, class as being eligible for this category. What's your views on the third 500 and how do you approach it?
So third 500, we normally try and up the rate a little bit. We did do that yesterday, did slightly lose control, but we managed to bring it back. And I think the most important thing is to try and stay together as a team in the last sort of 500 and not to panic. I think it's so easy in side-by-side racing to start panicking because you're seeing people overtake you, and just to lock in, keep your head in the bow. And if you've got a good team, which I'd say I do have one, then I think it's easy enough. And I mean, we'll see as they come down if they're managing to stay together, but yeah, I think definitely just keep your head in the boat, don't start panicking about the last 500.
And then you raced in a quad yesterday, a beginner quad, yeah? These crews are Cox 4s. You can just see in the Kingston boat on the near side, you got the 4 rowers, and then just behind the one to the left, you can just see the Cox's head popping up. They kind of lay down in the bow, it's called a bow loader. So their Cox will be just spurring them on, and it's Kingston with about 5-second lead over Queen's Belfast, who have about a 4-second lead over Surrey, that crew that's just gone through an outer shot to the left now. And there's some really close racing here between STA, St Andrews, Warwick and Exeter, who are all separated by less than a second, those 3 crews. What kind of calls would you want the Cox to be making at this point?
I'm very much one for positive coxing. I don't like being told that I'm sort of, you know, weak, that I can push better. I like being told that I'm doing a really good job. I know some people disagree. I think some people sort of respond better to, you know, a bit more of a harsher approach, but my coxes usually give us lovely sort of positive, tell us that we're doing a really good job, and I think I really appreciate that. The bow loading cox is difficult though, because they can't see you as you're sort of rowing along. They can't see your tech. But I have heard it's more aerodynamic, is that right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the aerodynamic, they say that. I don't think it necessarily makes too much of a difference. I think for me it's better to have the weight a bit more stable and maybe a little bit lower centre of mass to help with where the centre of mass of the whole crew is. Because the higher it is, the more wobbly the boat can be. Sometimes when you see coxes in a stern loader, like their weight's being thrown forwards and backwards a lot, and that can upset the flow of the boat. Although the best coxes can actually like move in the right rhythm to help sustain the boat speed, but like that's quite an ab workout for those coxes. But coming down now, you can see there's a real good charge from Queen's. Queen's Belfast have a phenomenally good beginner program. I know this is the E final, but their beginners are coached really well. But Kingston on this side, they have had the lead coming into sort of 500 meters to go, and they're reaching the finish line first. But all these athletes are going to be lifting the rate, squeezing on, trying their best to just empty the tank as they approach this finish line. So Neve, take us over the finish line.
So we've got Kingston coming up really close. They've really upped the rate. They're pushing it much harder. Queens look like they're getting a little bit tired. They're still pushing hard. We've got Kingston over the finish line first. Then we've got Queens approaching. We've got, is that Warwick A over there? Yeah. Surrey. We've got Surrey coming over the line. We've got Exeter really gaining on them. I think Surrey's just going to pip them. Surrey's got them. Exeter very close behind. We have St Andrews and then Warwick. That was very close at the end. I think there was probably about second between the last lot. Really, really good effort. Really good effort.
Yeah, and that is what you want. Like, you've gone through to it is a minor final, but these are crews that were similar speed. So we did have to cut some racing earlier. They got rid of semi-finals and repêchages, but I think it's really important to keep these minor finals, because for some institutions, you know, the minor finals are what they're targeting, because not every crew actually goes to a minor final. If there are more entries than the number of places in minor finals, you do have to qualify your way in, and to get that side-by-side experience is one of the things we're trying to offer to crews here at BUCS. So I don't know if there was maybe a crew late to the start or a bit of a delay. Our director's showing that it's actually going to be the B final here. I've not seen a flip-flop, but we definitely had the E final before. As these crews come maybe a little bit more into focus, we'll be able to see. So if it is indeed the F final, it would be Manchester, Kent, Oxford, Manchester, York St John. These are the shots, these are the times we've got up on there that would suggest it's the crews from the F final. So sometimes there is a little bit of leeway with the beginners. Like, if a crew has legitimately maybe had an issue on the way to the start, and they can kind of accommodate it, they can just kind of flip-flop 2 races, because what happens up the course is crews are kind of corralled in their groups of 6. So the ones who are immediately going to go onto the stake boats will be right up next to the stake boats. The next set will be held at about 250 meters before, or maybe even like 150, and then another set at sort of 250. So if there is an issue, like maybe a rigger has come loose or something like that, the organisers would much rather give these athletes the opportunity to race than to say, sorry, you can't race, you're late. Maybe a little bit less forgiving sometimes in the top tiers, because you're kind of expected to know what you're doing if you're a championship kind of level competitor. But you know, for beginners, I mean, you only get one chance to race a BUCS Regatta as a beginner, because once you've done your first year of rowing, you lose that eligibility. So I think it's really good to try and get these beginners that opportunity to race. So again, this is the beginner F final. You can see Manchester on the far side. But Neve, go on, run us through these crews again.
So in lane 1, we've got Manchester B, then lane 2 is Southampton A, York St John, Oxford C in lane 4, lane 5 we've got Kent, and lane 6 we've got Manchester A. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how these do. It's, as you said about the minor finals, it's so fabulous to have an opportunity to race side by side. It was something I'd never done before, and honestly it was a thrill like no other. I mean, I feel like I sort of fought through head season. Like, head season's fun, but it's just nothing on side by side racing. Like, being able to sort of overtake or drop back but not know if you've lost or won the race yet, like, it's anyone's game really right until the end. And I think that it's so great that even if you're not maybe number 1 in your sport, that you get a chance to have a go at a side-by-side regatta final at such a lovely lake like this. Like, this is gorgeous. We've got much better weather, I think, than we expected today as well, which is super positive.
Yeah, this is a purpose-built lake. You know, it's not natural. It's a rectangle they've cut out. It's got the lanes we want. It's ideal for racing. And like you say, not everyone gets to do this. You know, we all train at different home clubs. Birmingham train down in Worcester predominantly, and that's a 6K river. Decently wide in some places, but a bit windy. What's it like up at Leeds?
So we train on a canal that I would say is maybe 2 kilometres, but I am not a great judge of distance, so I'm not so sure. But it's quite a windy canal. It's not super wide. Like, for us, being able to come down here and race, and we did the BUCS Head, which was on the Tideway, not the Tideway, the Tyne, which was lovely. And being able to race just on a slightly wider river and do this sort of side-by-side racing, we can only really get 2 side-by-side when we're at home, so it's just a super cool opportunity, and I think there's a lot of clubs who probably feel the same. that they get to come up and use these facilities. I mean, the facilities of the whole campsite and the whole place are lovely. Do a bit of whitewater rafting, you know, in between races. Yeah, it's been a really, really cool experience, especially as a beginner. As you say, you only get to be a beginner once, and I feel very lucky to have got to race here yesterday and tomorrow.
And you know, you say you only get to be a beginner once, so this is your first time here. Well, I'll chat to you in a little bit about it, but we've got Manchester on the screen here, coming through the 1500. Really working hard there. 6:34.8, and then Oxford 6:39.1, pushing through. Another Manchester crew on that far side of lane 6, 6:43.9. So they have done some really good work, those three crews, to be ahead of the next crew, which is Kent. University of Kent, you know, I'm really glad to see them here. They've kind of had periods of time where they've kind of gone off the map a little bit, but you know, sort of student-led programs, it really does come down to like who's in there at the moment. Like the drive comes from within. York St John are a pretty fledgling program as well. You know, these are the programs we really love to see, and in fact I believe that's York St John on the screen right now. So you know, you've got York, who are maybe traditionally a bit more known about, they've been on the scene for a while. York St John with the second, the smaller uni in there, they're trying to kind of put themselves on the map as well. I mean, that's all kind of around in your region as well, though, isn't it?
Yeah, so we do quite a lot of races actually in between sort of Liverpool, York, York St John, sometimes Manchester, Kiel. It's quite a nice little group to race against. We do Head in York, we do some inside races, we do Liverpool Head, and so it is actually quite nice, while they're often my competition, to sort of see them doing so well. And as you can see here, they're gaining up maybe in third place, I think. You just see the sort of power that's in the boat. If you don't know, rowing this sort of four, in my opinion, is one of the most difficult boats. You do have an extra body in there because you've got the cocks, and they're very heavy boats themselves. So seeing this sort of power pushing in the last 500 is really impressive. Coming up at the front, we've got Manchester. Look like they're just going to take it. They're coming in strong. They've really upped the rate for the last 200. They're really pushing. We've got Manchester B on the other side, who are coming up in third, and I believe that's Oxford pushing in for second. Manchester across the line. We've got Kent coming up, and then York just behind. It's this point where you start to feel it really burning. Our cox often shouts blackout at us because you just got to not think about the pain till you're across that line. We've got Kent finishing strong, and a real strong effort coming in from York St John here. It just takes so much power, so much out of you.
Yeah, so Manchester finished first. It is indeed an Oxford College who were second over in lane 4. So yeah, believe that was then the F final, which actually came after the E final. So we're probably expecting the D final is going to be the next one that will come onto our screens in a moment. Before we cut to that though, so we were going to say, like, the first time here at BUCS, how are you finding the vibes, like the atmosphere in general? Like, what was it like racing here yesterday?
Oh, it's absolutely electric. I don't know what I expected, but I didn't expect this. There's so many lovely, lovely people here. Everybody's so welcoming. Everyone's so supportive. Everyone's doing volunteering. Loads of my team have been stake boating. As you come down, you can see everyone cheering, and I find that a lot of people have friends sort of across unis, and so you've got lots of different unis cheering for them, even if, you know, they're almost your competition. It's just such a lovely atmosphere. Also been a lot of really cute dogs, which I've appreciated. Lots of spectators we've had turning up. It's been nice to have a look at the kit, sort of having them down. Commentating has been fabulous as well. Loved the music choices. But I just think we couldn't have wished for sort of better weather. Yeah, it's been fabulous. I feel very, very lucky to be here.
So, what made you decide you wanted to give rowing a crack? Because, look, I've been in this sport for ages. 1995, I first picked up a blade. So, what made you want to pick up a blade and think, actually, I want to give rowing a go?
Well, last summer I actually did a season on an island in Scilly, and I don't know if you're familiar with gig rowing, but gig rowing's really big there. And so I spent a lot of the summer watching people gig row, and I was like, this kind of looks like a lot of fun. And then I came to the Freshers Fair, I'm second year, but I was looking around the Sports Freshers Fair, and got chatting with one of the girls who I think she was on committee at the time. She was telling me how much fun it would be, how fabulous it would be, and I was like, okay. So I started it, and I was like, oh wow, this is actually quite a lot, because I don't know if you don't row, it's quite a lot of training all of the time and quite early in the morning. But it was just so addicting. I was like, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning and it's dark, but I really want to be there. I want to be down at the boathouse. I want to be training. I want to be getting better. And my team is super driven, and everybody is so good that it's sort of like really pushes me to sort of be as competitive and drive as hard as I can. And yeah, it's just been such an amazing experience, and I've met so many people and done so many cool things. I would recommend it to anyone, honestly. I mean, if you've got the time, but I would. It's been one of the best things I think I've ever done.
Yeah, like, similarly, I wouldn't have stayed in this sport if it wasn't good, and I think it's pretty cool. I met some pretty cool people through it as well. I've met Steve Redgrave, Matt Pinson, James Cracknell. The best growing video maker, Eamon Glavin, is now a friend of mine. It's just, you just meet people. It's a huge community, but it's a small community. And especially as a coach, it's the same people. Coaches don't move around very often. Like, it's the same coaches that you speak to, and you ride down races. You can't really see it here, but just to the left of shot, every single race has bikes coming down. You've got to be careful down the finish line if you want to come over to the side of the lake, because there's going to be a peloton. And there is no race at this regatta, and I forget how many races there are, but there is not a single race that doesn't have bikes coming down alongside it, because this is what we do. We ride along, we shout for our crews. We don't have any voice left after the weekend. It's just what you get on and do. So and it's so easy to cheer, because the racing is so exciting most of the time. It's so close. I mean, I'm sure you could hear the cheering as you came down through the finish.
Yeah, honestly, it's something that kind of almost gets you through. You can't hear what they're saying, but you pass your tent and suddenly there's a big eruption of people sort of shouting at you, pushing you to win. And it does give you that little extra push, like, especially when you've got to up the rate, you've got to put in that power about 500 metres out, 200 metres out. It's electric, as I said. It's such a cool atmosphere. The bikes you do have to watch out for, though. I have been almost run over about 4 times this weekend, but that's their way of making sure they can get down the full 2 kilometre stretch. We're now in the D final, women's beg fours. In lane 1, we've got Southampton B, Glasgow, Oxford B, UWE, UCL and Lancaster in lane 6. And whereabouts do you think they are at the moment?
So they are in the last 500 just about now. So there you go. In fact, there's Oxford out in front, 6:16.7. This is not going to be the Oxford that you see or have seen on the boat race. This is not Annie Zakis and that lot just who have been all over your BBC coverage if you were watching it a few weeks ago. This is going to be like a developmental group. Like, by definition, it's the beginners, right? These people have started this year, but it's not just about bringing in people from the outside. You want to develop through your programs as well. So Oxford have lots of colleges, and the kind of you draw the top ones in to try and compete for your blue boats. On your screen you got there UE have kind of gone off the scene for a little bit, but I think they're getting a bit of coaching from one of the Wycliffe coaches, and they've been really on the rise. Like, they won the first medal for probably quite a few years a couple of days ago in the lightweight champ double. So UE are coming back. They train on a canal in Gloucester. So these aren't exactly the conditions they're used to, but just looking down the course there, so it's an Oxford boat out in front there to the right of your shot, doing a phenomenal job. Who's that? Is that UCL? I can see just above. They got that kind of light blue and purple blade, and then at the top, who's that over there in 6?
In 6 we've got Lancaster, but we've really just had Oxford make quite a push. Oxford are actually speeding up ahead. They've obviously seen that they're in the last 200 metres and are pulling it out. Really, really speeding. They've lost everybody else. It looks like they've got this in the bag almost. The others are a lot tighter. We do have UCL still holding a little bit of a lead, but they're going to have to make a push to make sure that they're not overtaken by the others who are coming up straight behind. But Oxford are steaming ahead, very, very close to the finish line. They know they've got this. That's the great thing about rowing, is you can see when you've won, and that's it. That's them over the finish line. They can relax now. They're happy. We've got Imperial coming up. It's going to get very tight. Imperial coming up. We've got Southampton pulling in. Imperial, I think, have just taken it. Southampton, then Glasgow. Then we've got UCL coming in. And just in the behind, we've got Oxford, but they're still pulling. They're still pushing. Even if you know that you're coming last, you still want to get a good time and not to give in. And here they come over the line.
So it comes thick and fast here. We're on the C final already, which will be the last beginner women's four final. Newcastle, UCL, Surrey, York, Nottingham, and Surrey again. Surrey just phenomenal at developing beginners. Really, really good. Like Ellie over there does a great job. I know Toby also helps support with that as well. And I know that they had to just go scrounge a load of boats from a load of clubs just to try and accommodate all the racing here, because like at Birmingham we have 2 trailers and we bring 2 full trailers. The trailer I brought is the small trailer, but it still had 15 boats on it, and then the big trailer had a load more. So it's quite a logistical thing getting all the boats here for your athletes to be able to hit every race you want. So in this case, this is a beginner 4, so it's a coxed 4. It's going to be 4 rowers and a cox in here. They're quite longer 4s. I mean, in fact, they're probably the longest things you bring, because your 8's usually split in half or in some kind of 70-30 or something, so the actual sections aren't as long. So these are the longest boats that you'll be bringing. And like, you can't really see it here, but as we look out, there's just so many boats out on the side there. Like, Neve, I bet you've never seen that many boats in one go being a beginner, right?
No, never. Obviously, like when we're in the boathouse, we've got quite a lot of boats, but on this scale, and I think everyone sort of takes such good sort of like pride and joy over their boats, so it's so nice to see so many good quality boats in one place. I don't know that much about boats. I am trying to learn. We have someone at our boathouse who's very passionate about boats, and he's often teaching us tricks, and he wants us all to learn how to fix boats. And so I'm definitely down to try and learn that at some point. I mean, this is the thing about rowing. I've never done commentary before. I've got lots of friends who've done stake boating. I just feel like there's so many ways to get involved, especially even if you don't row. I think it's such an open sport, and it's one that you can definitely start from a much older age as well. There are people I know who row from when they're a lot younger, but I think one of the real positives about rowing is you can get involved sort of at any age, and being able to start something completely fresh but still be at a national race at university age, I think is really exciting.
Yeah, I think it's a massive credit to BUCS and our sport that they have this beginner category. There's like very few sports are going to give the opportunity of racing against people that really kind of are in the same situation as you. Not exactly, like some programs, like you can see here, Surrey are out in front. They maybe put a bit more resource in terms of like the coaching available to the beginners than others. But everyone started at the same time. Everyone's coming from a knowledge base of 0. And like I don't really coach the beginners at the moment. I coach senior women, but I've coached beginners many years and won quite a few medals doing it. And I kind of love the pressure, the time pressure, because it's not just can you get them good, it's can you get them good quickly, because these races come really quick. And it is May, but it almost feels like BUCS Head was not that far long ago, but it was now. That's really in the rearview mirror. Like, the year really goes quick. And so for these athletes, unless they're racing tomorrow, this is their last chance to show how fast they can be as a beginner.
So just to have a little update, it looks like we've got Surrey coming in fast and strong. Close on their tail, we do have York. This is a matter of just not getting tired now. You've got to, if you're going to go out in front, you've got to hold that pace all the way. But Surrey look like they might take it. This is Surrey B. If York have a final big push, they might be in for a chance. But apart from that, it's pretty close, it's pretty tight, with Nottingham, Surrey E and UCL A all on their trail. Surrey B have taken a lead now. They're pushing out in front in their lovely pink all-in-ones. York would have to really push now to overtake them, but they could secure second place. Surrey B approaching the line. Looks like they've got first place. Yeah, so Surrey B take it. York pushing out in front. We've got Nottingham on their tail. And then it looks like the last 3 places are going to be a little bit tighter. We've got UCL pushing up, maybe overtaking Surrey E. We've got Nottingham over the line, Surrey E in third, UCL in fourth, Newcastle.
So yeah, Newcastle did round out. That was a really close final there. Not much gap between first to sixth. So that was the women's beginner fours. We stay with the beginners. Like you say, I really got to give credit to our sport that they have beginner racing. And this is going to be the Open Beginner 8s, the E final. There's only 4 crews in this one. Leicester, Loughborough, Lancaster B and York. So on your screens there, that's the new York Lycra. They've gone back to kind of York blue. The blades have not changed. They're still black with a kind of rose, circle rose motif on there. And you can just see them just working their way through to the 1K mark. So quite a contrast in speed you're going to see here. Twice as many people for the same number of coxes. So these boats typically will be moving a little bit quicker than those ones you just saw. So those boats before were taking about 8 minutes to do the 2 kilometers. These are sort of 3.5 minutes to halfway, so that's more like 7-minute pace. So they're going to be about a minute quicker than the crews you've just been watching. And it's York in front of Loughborough, in front of Lancaster, in front of Leicester. So this is the bottom final, I believe, that we have for the beginner or the open men's open beginner men's 8, and then after that we should have full complements of 6 for the 2 after this. So you're going to be doing an 8 tomorrow, Neve. Tell us about your experience of learning how to row an 8.
So I did actually start sweeping. That is something that I think not all unis start. I started in an 8 in October. It's definitely a difficult one to begin in, but tech-wise, I think it's definitely a good move. It's just such an amazing feeling when you all come together in an 8. I must say, one of my favourite races I've ever done was racing in an 8 in BUCS Head, and just it gets so smooth. We raced in another 8 in Weehawken, and that was one of my favourite races. Getting to watch all of the Olympians row down the same course that you're rowing is just sort of unreal. But an 8 can feel amazing if you're all locked in, same posture, same handle heights. It's really something else. It's definitely, I'd say, more fun to row than a 4. A 4 just requires so much more power to even get the boat moving, let alone go fast. Whereas when you're in an 8, you've got so many of you all working together, you're pulling the cox along a bit easier, it feels lighter in the boat, and it's just all about making sure that you're together and sort of drawing into the same point as the person in front of you. If you're new to rowing, handle heights are very important for staying balanced, staying stable. If you're not all drawing into the same point, you start rocking around, which when it's a little bit windy like it is today, makes it even more choppy. But it is, I'd say it's a good way to start rowing. Or do you think sculling's better?
Typically, it's juniors they start sculling. I think you're not actually allowed to sweep till you're about 14 or 15. Although when I was 11, we started to sweep. Yeah, I think a lot of unis, you think university rowing. Now things are changing, but typically, what will pop into your head is like the boat race. Eights is what people will think of, and so lots of unis do own these kind of eights. I typically start people in eights. If you're not like a high performance program where you've got enough singles to start them in singles, you're probably going to start in eights just to get people on the water en masse. And typically what you'll do, like you see here, everyone's rowing, all the rowers are going to row, but at the start of the year you run a lot of some people balancing the boat and the others trying to learn that technique. But the crew that's learned the technique the best here is York. They're being pushed hard. I actually think the race behind is slightly more exciting because York have done such a fantastic job. They've kept their powder dry. They're out in front. But it's this race here between Trent and Trent and Lancaster. Sorry, Loughborough and Lancaster, who are really battling. And that Lancaster bowman, like the head is down. He's given everything he's got. Whereas actually, you want to kind of sit up and send. But it will be in a really close finish. It will be Loughborough who crossed just ahead of Lancaster. But that's the kind of racing you want. Like when you come off the water, you want to have felt like I was in a race. And even sometimes if you come out on the wrong side of it, if it's a close race, you can learn and take from it. Whereas if you're in a race, and really good sportsmanship there from York, crews haven't really got into the habit of saying hip hip hooray. Like you used to do 3 cheers for, insert name of opposition, hip hip hooray. It doesn't sort of happen as much. Yeah, but it's good sportsmanship, and I think especially as a beginner, these are people that you may be racing against in the next few years. So it's always good to have like friendships made, and just when you see people at a race, like, oh, how you getting on? What have you been up to since I last saw you? And just watching down from the commentary tower, we have Leicester have just crossed the finish line. But on your shots, we go to the D final of the beginner eights. Neve, talk us through who's in our D final.
So in our D final, we have Sheffield in lane 1, Surrey B in lane 2, Manchester B lane 3, Southampton B lane 4, Oxford lane 5, and Cambridge lane 6. So this should be an exciting one to watch, I think. Nice to have all 6 lanes filled again. Yeah, I don't know, I like what you're saying about the friendships. I definitely think there was really good sportsmanship yesterday. When we finished with our quads, everyone was cheering each other, everyone was sort of just so excited that we'd done the race. And I do think rowing's really good for that. Everybody's really supportive. I think often you switch unis, so you then end up rowing for different unis. You're going for masters, going for postgrad. So I think there's just a good cross communication between sort of different universities. We've got coming them up to about what, 500, 1500 now? Do you reckon? 1,000 meters. We've got them coming up to 1,000 meters. It's looking pretty close for now. I tend to find with eights that it's sort of even for a while, and then you get one pushing out ahead, who we've got here. Which one's that?
So on your near side, you've got Sheffield. I'm not sure if they're running a bucket. They love to put a bucket in the Sheffield boats, but they're in a Hudson on this near side. That's a brand of boat from Canada. They've had that a few years now. I was quite jealous at first because it's in Birmingham colours, but they're out in front. There's also there's Surrey, also in Hudson. I believe that's the Surrey boat that has 5 men and 3 women in there, and they are really punching because this is open. You can kind of do it. They didn't have enough men to fill another boat, but they had some women that weren't racing, so they put them in there. And look how competitive they are. They're only 0.6 of a second behind Southampton, who typically have some really strong novices. And they're punching up at the top. This Oxford and Cambridge, these 2 boats again be like dev athletes or college athletes, but all these crews really battling. Like it's who's that in the middle there? Manchester really battling in the middle. Eights absolutely hum when you've got them going. They are just stunning to move. There's Manchester, in fact, but if you got your 8 going fast, it's like probably is the best thing to feel like in rowing. But when the 8 isn't going quick, it can be a bit of a struggle. And for beginners, learning that synergy, learning that timing, like Neve's been saying, like handle heights are so important, especially on a day like this. But it's not just handle heights. It's like Sheffield on this near side, you know, I would say there's a lot to be done in terms of developing their like kind of future potential. They can really improve it because they are hitting the blade, they're hitting the water a lot. But what I would give Sheffield a lot of credit for, they've got internal drive because they are working really, really hard. And sometimes that's one of the things you can't teach people, is how to really like get the most out of themselves. You can ask for it, but you got to have that internal drive, internal fire to really like to make those demands of yourself when the going gets tough.
Yeah, the mental endurance, I think, is something that is very difficult to learn in rowing, because you can't stop, especially on an 8. If you stop, you're letting 7 other people down. So I think the mental endurance is almost arguably as hard as the physical. So you come into the sport often you get very athletic people coming in, but being able to push yourself down 2 kilometres, where at the end you've still got to find some energy to do a sprint finish, is very impressive. So we've got Sheffield just in about 10 seconds in the lead, so they've sailed off ahead. Southampton, Manchester, Surrey, and then Oxford just behind, and I assume Cambridge behind them. Yeah, so they're pushing down. They're in time, I'd say. Maybe a little bit more of their blades sort of tapping together, but it's difficult to do that at a high rate, at a high speed. We tend to find with beginners that it's about your tech. Everybody's strong. Beginner men are strong. So to get the best tech is usually what wins it for you.
Yeah, and I really want Surrey to come through here, because being a women's coach, like I want them to just show the boys how it's done. It's like, it's not just about sticking it in and driving the legs. There's got to be a bit of style and work to this. And like speaking to their coach earlier, she was like, yeah, I got no problem doing it, because I teach them all the same thing. They should all be rowing the same way, don't matter who you are. Like, I've chucked mixer crews out before, and yeah, it should just be about, like, you know, good rowing for women is no different than good rowing for men. So just coming into the closing stages here, it is Sheffield. Gutsy, gritty performance. I can see that on the windows there's a little, like, you can even see on the camera lens, it's just started to spot down a little bit. So they've worked through against the elements, and they are going to take a really well-deserved win in this final. And even though it's later in the day, there's still a lot of people cheering from the banks. Sheffield do indeed cross first. The Cox is really loving it. The 7-man slaps the water. That's what we want. Southampton go through in second. It will be Manchester sprinting to the line through in third. That Surrey crew go through in fourth. And then further over there, there's the Oxford College crossing the line. So just, yeah, some really good racing in there in that D final, which was won by Sheffield here in lane 1. They snuck through up on this inside. We still have another crew on the course. We'll be finishing, I mean, they've got about 250 meters to go, but then we'll cut up to the final beginner 8s final. It's the C final. So Neve, talk us through who is in this C final.
So in this C final, we've got Swansea in lane 1, we've got Manchester A in lane 2, Warwick B in lane 3, St Andrews in lane 4, Cardiff in lane 5, and Durham in lane 6. So this is looking like it's going to be a good one to watch, I think. We've got them just starting off now. It's just, honestly, these sort of, would you say these good conditions, bad conditions, versus the rest of the weekend is starting to get a little bit grottier, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not the best conditions we've had. When I was commentating, so I was on the very first shift of Friday, and looking up the lake, it wasn't quite a mirror, but it was not far off. Here we can see that the wind has chopped up the whole thing. You can kind of see like the currents across the lake. So it's definitely not the best conditions we've had across the weekend, but it definitely is rowable. You know, we wouldn't even think about stopping racing, and it is a tailwind as well, which is a little bit nicer to row in than a headwind. But it was Warwick ahead at the 500, Cardiff second, St Andrews was third. This is going to be the 1K, so let's see what the updated positions are. So it's still Warwick and then Cardiff. They're separated by 1.1 seconds, 3 seconds behind St Andrews, so same 3 in front, a little bit of shuffling, but Manchester hot on their tail, Swansea as well. So at the moment we have a spread of just about 9 seconds across the first 5 crews. So really close racing here in the C final. It's crossed the 1K. That means they are into the second half of the race. And as I like to say, if I was ever coxing, it's all downhill now. It's all downhill. Sometimes it's just psychological. You just have to, I don't know if anyone's into like as read 1984, but sometimes it's just got to be some double think, right? So it's like, you know, it's easy now. Second half is easy. Like, kind of just have to forget that you've just gone absolutely all in for the first K. It doesn't matter now. Like, that's happened. Like, okay, just got to go all in for the second K. Like, you're feeling good, right?
Yeah, same as dealing with a 2K on the erg. I think you've got to think that they always say 1K, you know, feels fine, and then the second K feels longer. But you've got to remember they're the same. You're halfway through. You've got over the sort of first hurdle. Yeah, you're tired, but you've done most of it already. As soon as you're past the 1K, you've got less than you've already done. And I do think that sort of like percentage mindset is something I always go with in rowing. I tend to count strokes, but getting it in your head that you're almost there now. You know, you've basically finished, which obviously they haven't. But I think it is the best way to view it. You can't consistently be thinking how much you've got ahead. You've got to be thinking that you're going down. Yeah, I think they're pulling a really good race at the moment. It's quite spread out, but I think there's all to play for almost. We've got the top three sort of very close together. We're about to come up to the 1500 mark. Durham pulled into first. Warwick close behind them, about 3 seconds behind them. St Andrews, another 4 behind that. What have we got coming up after that? Cardiff have fallen back a little bit. It is easy in the first K to push too hard, not be able to sustain. If you overrate at the beginning, it's sort of quite easy to get exhausted. We do have Durham pulling a very nice lead here. But as I say, we've still got another 500. This is the point where some people do pull out that sort of sprint finish.
Yeah, and in the 8 you can go a bit earlier. We've got Manchester on the screen at the moment. Just because the 8 goes, it's the quickest boat class. Nothing goes quicker than an 8. And you just got to go early because you're going to run out of time otherwise. So on the screen you've got that battle between Durham. And so I think it's a Durham College from the looks of things, because Durham use platinum blades typically. So it's going to be a Durham College racing against Warwick there. It looks like the Warwick bowman just having a little glance across. Not sure if he's looking at his blade or the opposition. Or maybe he's just praying for the finish line. But it looks like the Durham crew on that far side are really just driving the legs again. Driving legs. They've just got that run on it. Warwick are trying to get on them, but I don't think they're going to have enough race course left. So we'll see. This will just in a moment cut to the finish camera, and we can see on that far side to win the C final. It is that crew over on that far side to cross first. So, in fact, it was Cardiff is actually who it is over on that far side in 5. Not Durham, so it's Cardiff who finish first. Warwick could not quite get onto terms with them. Then St Andrews crossed next, followed by Manchester and then Swansea. So I do apologise, Cardiff, that was a magnificent effort from you. You look way more together than Warwick, so they just could not get on terms with you. You did the big lift in the middle of that race. So good stuff from you. So it will be Cardiff who close out the beginner 8s racing, and you could see the elation, the real joy from the cox and the stroke. Where do you run a boat, Neve?
So I usually like to sit somewhere in the middle. I'm a little bit too much of a rusher to be in stroke seat. I did try stroke seat. When we're in a quad, I do like to steer. I didn't steer this week because had a little bit of a problem with it at the weekend, and I was like, don't want to risk it for BUCS, but I do like steering. But when we're in an 8, I like to be sat in the middle. I don't mind bow side, don't mind stroke side, don't really have a preference. I know some people really do, so I'm happy to be flexible around my teammates who maybe prefer one side over another. I think tomorrow I will be in 5. I don't know if it makes more sense to other people. I can never count the seats. I always think it should be sort of stroke being 1, 2, 3. But obviously I know you're coming down and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But I always get a little little bit confused. So whenever people ask me, especially in a quad, where are you sitting, I always say 2 instead of 3. Is that a unique problem to have, or is that something you normally find with beginner rowers?
I think you'd just pick it up, to be honest, because actually 1 and 4 or 1 and 8, like normally you don't even use the number, you just say bow or stroke. In France they do the number in the other way around, I believe, so number 1 is stroke. But yeah, I guess it's because whilst as rowers we perceive us as being like in the front or the back, the bow person is actually the front of the boat. Like that's the end of the boat that crosses the finish line first. So I assume that's why the numbering system goes that way. Very different here. You've gone from the blind, sometimes enthusiasm of beginner men's racing to the more measured and technical sculling of the women's champ lightweight singles. So we don't normally name drop in the 8s because there's so many athletes, but Neve, let's do a name drop, because if there are any friends or relatives watching, it's always nice for the singles to give a shout out to the specific people as well.
So in lane 1 we've got Alexandra Rainbow from Portsmouth. Lane 2 we've got Madeline Livingston from Strathclyde. Then we've got Freya Sperling from Surrey in lane 3. We don't have a name for the Queen's Sculler, if we got it here. Alice Herbert in lane 4. We've got Hannah Milnes in lane 5, and we've got Ailey Dickinson in lane 6 from Leeds, who, you know, I'm not allowed to be biased, but
You can be biased.
I can be happy. Chatting to Hesday. So could you just explain for the people sort of watching it back, what does it take to be a championship and what does it take to be a lightweight? Because I think that's something that people don't always know.
So champ is the top tier of the 3. I mean, it's really kind of 2 tiers and a side tier, because as a beginner you can race beginner. I mean, you can also race champ or inter, but beginners have to have started this year. Champ is sort of the top tier, and then intermediate is the tier that's below champ. So to be a champ rower, you just got to put the effort in, to be honest. And actually, you can enter champ even if you're not necessarily putting the effort in, but I'd probably say it's not the wisest thing to do. And then in terms of being a lightweight, I think it's 59 kilos is the maximum. So all these athletes will have had to have thought quite carefully about the sort of nutrition, the amount they're eating, what they're eating, when they're eating. But once they've weighed in, like they don't re-race, they don't re-weigh them just before they get on the water. Like you weigh in the morning, so typically one of the strategies is to be slightly dehydrated. Make sure you've been to the toilet and things like that. Maybe not the most pleasant conversation, but those are the kind of things that you do. And then once you've weighed in, and you've got your kind of tick been done. At that point, you're free to rehydrate a bit more and maybe have your breakfast. Like most lightweights are going to have done their weigh in as early as possible for themselves, and they're going to do that before they eat and stuff like that. Because what you want to avoid is the dreaded sweat run. So the sweat run is where you basically just stick a load of clothes on and you just run until you sweat out the requisite amount and get back on the scales. I remember here about must have been about 2012. I asked a Cambridge guy because he was sweat running, and I was like, "How much?" And he said, "Too much." And they didn't get to race because he had too much. I mean, we at Birmingham also had a guy that had to get down. He had to sweat run about 300 grams off. And I'm pretty sure the men's captain, who was also in the boat, was on the bike riding behind him and making sure that he didn't stop. But then they did get to race, whereas the Cambridge crew didn't. So just to bring you into touch with what's actually happening, so it's Ailey Dickinson from Leeds, just to actually bring you some updates to what's happening in the race, who is just trying to hold off the Queen's Sculler, Alice Herbert. But it's going to be quite a race to the finish line here. So I know I have a Leeds athlete next to me. Go on, get excited then, Neve.
So I'm super excited for her. She needs to push a little bit more and she'll hold it out. It's a tough race to do in a sculling boat, but it's getting super close between them both. And it looks like Ailey's just won that. And as I say, I'm not allowed to be biased, but I am very happy for her. Alice came in super close. She gave her a good competition. but Leeds did win. Coming up behind, it looks like we've got the De Montfort Hannah Milnes coming in third, but she's being really sort of chased down by is that Alexander Rainbow? Yeah, pushing in. Oh, that was a close one as well. That was 0.3 of a second. This has been a very, very close race. And then we've got the Seri Sculler coming in over the line. They gave each other a proper run there, didn't they? 0.3 of a second. Is that the closest you've seen?
Definitely one of the closest I've seen. Like really, really close race in there. Really close. And you know that race doesn't necessarily mean anything in terms of like VL points or BUCS points or medals, but it does mean a lot to the athletes themselves. You know, you learn a lot about yourself when you push yourself through these things. And for these athletes, you know, I had one of our girls 2 seasons ago. She was just like elated to kind of qualify into the top 12 in the lightweight single, and then a year later was in the A final, you know. So you kind of have to learn as you go. There's no substitute for experience, and there's no way of getting experience without getting out there and just doing it. So there was only one of those lightweight champ finals you're going to see, because the A and B final happened earlier on. That was won by Hazel Wake over the Sculler, who I do forget the name, but was from Glasgow, Caledonian. That was the first and second, and Erin Meredith got the bronze for Birmingham earlier on. So the B final had also happened, and then that was the C final. So those athletes would have had to have waited quite a lot longer than the A or B finalists before they got to race. And on a day like today, it's a little bit chilly and cold. You know, they would have had to keep themselves out of the elements as that was going on. Right, on to the G final of the Inter 4s. So Inter 4s, you know, really strong guys. And when you look down, so the difference between, for example, I just happened to notice this because it was one of our crews, but the difference between 6th and 19th was like 10 seconds. Like, it's such a congested field, so it's going to be really, and those kind of tiny gaps happen all the way down to the bottom, so we're expecting some really, really electric racing here. So coming in through the last 200 meters on that far side, we have the crew, I believe that's Southampton on the far side, trying to streak away from the crew from King's College, London. I don't know if Ben's going to be riding down on the bike alongside that. In between them is Harriet Watt. I believe Harriet Watt is in Edinburgh. So it's big charge to the line. As we watch, we go to the finish camera. It will be Southampton who just putting that last move on. They've got a bucket in the middle of their boat. That means the 2 rowers in the middle are on the same side as each other. Now, coming to the finish line, I don't think I can call it from here. We'll have to wait for the official verdict between Harriet Watt and KCL. It says 0.6 of a second, but the way it's done is because it's like clicks of buttons. Sometimes you just can't hit the button twice quick enough. York, and then another Southampton crew, and then Kent. But that was really close. If you look, between those first 4 crews was just 8 seconds. So it's really tight racing. And we expect there to be more tight racing as we go through this next set of intermediate men's 4 finals. So we can see on the screen now this Imperial College. There's some big names here. Take us through the big names, Neve, in this F final.
So in this F final, we've got Oxford Brookes in lane 1, Queen's B in lane 2, Cambridge lane 3, UCL lane 4, Southampton A lane 5, and Imperial C lane 6. I think this is going to be a close one. Strong teams, but I guess we'll just have to see.
Yeah, so Southampton are featuring again because they were 2 boats of the last one. This is Southampton A, who are leading it out against Brookes, according to our times at the top there. You can see Queen's on the screen, Queen's Belfast. They are in 4th, but there's only 5 seconds between 1st and 4th. Like we said, there's going to be some fantastic racing. like Brooks traditionally have been super strong. We know there's some stuff happening behind the scenes at the moment we're not going to go into now, but they still want to get out, they want to race, they want to compete, they want to show that, you know, we're still here, we haven't gone anywhere. And that's the Brooks crew you can see on your screen right now. So that Brooks crew: Eddie Ferris, Hanno Phaeton, Ed Black, Joseph Ritchie and Aidan Schilling. They're going to be pushing their way down in their kind of 3-state end packer there, and the Fat 2 blades. Like Brooks do often use a different kind of setup to some other crews. They use what we call like Fat 2 blades. The spoon's just a little bit bigger. It kind of fits in with the style of rowing that they do. You got Queens there, they have a slightly different blade, so they've got like the Concept 2 Vortex tip, slightly different blade profile. It just means the load happens at a slightly different part of the stroke. Like, you know, this is kind of high level stuff, and different blades can kind of fit to your rowing style a little bit better. Maybe certain hull shapes work a little bit better. But this is Brooks charging up on this near side. They're trying to be, Queens are trying to hold onto them, but, you know, typically we see Brooks boats out in the front of a race, and that's what's happening here.
Yeah, so Brooks are pulling in front, although actually we've just had the time in. It looks like they've fallen back into third, but I say fallen back, we've got about less than a second between all of the top three. As expected, this is a super tight race. We have currently Imperial in first, but who knows, I think by the time we hit the next marker it's going to change again. Super close, less than 10 seconds between all 6 boats. This is a good one to be watching, I think. I really can't see where it's going to go. So I guess we'll have to wait. It's this last 500 where you're sort of really pushing. It looks like on the screen we've got Imperial and Southampton being shown. But like looking out and above from the tower, they're very tight. They're very tight.
Yeah, and I think Brooks is still moving on this near side. It's very difficult just from the angle, but it's going to be really close. Brooks might have their nose out in front. On the screen at the moment, you've got Imperial on the left. You know, traditionally they've been super strong as a program. Southampton moving quite nicely as well. But as the camera kind of pans out, you'll see that Brooks on this near side, they'll be the 6th crew that come into shot. They've just been powering through this last 700 meters. They've just come into shot there. So Brooks making a move up on this near side. They've really gone like legs down. Big puddles being created there. But can the slightly smoother rowing of Imperial on the far side, can that make the difference? So as we see in the last shot here, just it's a little bit deceptive at the moment. You've got to let the boat at the bottom come into view. So this is going to be really tight on the finish line. And it will be, well, I can't even call that. I think they crossed that line simultaneously.
0.3 of a second again. Oxford Brooks managed to take that. Very close. They pull back from third into first. We've got Oxford Brooks, then Imperial, Southampton, Queens, UCL and Cambridge. But between all of them, only about 9 seconds. Oxford Brooks look absolutely elated. They just really pushed it, really earned that first spot.
Yeah, so some really exciting racing we've just had there. Myself and Neve, we're just coming to the end of our shift. It has been our absolute pleasure to commentate some of these minor finals for you. So we will pass it on to our new commentary team.
And we are now starting on our E final that's in progress. In lane 1 we have Warwick University, in lane 2 Manchester A, in lane 3 Swansea, in lane 4 York A, in lane 5 York B, and in lane 6 Queen's Belfast A. And looking like some really tight racing from the start so far, Sasha. I can't really call anything at the moment.
No, thank you, Finley. Yes, so we're on to our last commentary pair for the day. My name is Sasha. And I'm here with Finley.
Yeah, hello. It's been a great day. I think the first thing I'd like to start about really talking about before we get the results of the 500 meter mark is the weather, because it's really sort of shook up today on Sunday. You know, we've had some great weather Friday and Saturday, Sasha, but today the weather sort of changed a bit. So I wonder how that might affect racing today.
Well, when you have a nice, calm and sunny lake, it's very easy to just focus on the rowing. But when you get conditions like this, you can see it on the live stream, there are lots of little waves, and it might not seem like it would create a big disruption, but that means that there's wind on the course, and when there's wind you get knocked around a little bit, and that tiny bit of concentration taken away from your rowing can really disrupt the flow, and especially in minor finals like these where racing can really change. You know, if someone is 2 lengths ahead, they could have someone move through them, and the conditions can really play a part in that. So I don't know, have you had any experience with conditions like these? How did they affect your racing?
I mean, we raced today our Inter4 time trial, and it was, yeah, it's something else. I mean, we got a good headwind from it though, so I guess there are ups and downs to this nice weather or windier conditions. You know, you could get that nice strong headwind that might make time trialing a bit easier. So yeah, interesting step. So we have got the 15,000 meter results at the moment. York B leading there, so followed closely by York A, which is nice. I always talk a lot about interclub rivalry because that seems to be the theme I'm getting so far of BUCS this year. A lot of tight races being led between 2 crews, and York B at the moment leading, which is quite interesting, you know, compared to, you'd be thinking that maybe their A boat might be leading rather than their B boat.
Well, it might come down to the actual race plan here. Maybe the B boat has that plan where their team members get motivated more by seeing crews behind them. You know, they like to push off the other crews, whilst the A boat is thinking more about elongating and, you know, keeping that really settled race pace in the middle section, and then this last 500 is where they will make their move. And you can see, well, we can see out of our commentary that there seems to be a big lead coming out there between the York B boat and the York A boat. So maybe there's some seat racing that's going to happen after this regatta.
Yeah, maybe. And the thing about being in the B boat as well is there's so much less pressure as well to have to perform, because you're not in that B boat, and there's also so much more of an opportunity because, you know, you've got nothing to lose and everything to gain as well in that B boat. So yeah, York B boats and A boats just coming across the line. It's a shot now.
Yeah, if you look on your screen, that is the York B boat that crossed first, almost 3 seconds in front of the A boat. That was followed by Warwick and then Manchester. So as we get down to these more minor finals, you will see more upsets in the crews, which means that, you know, more can change across the race. Someone coming out in first off the starting blocks doesn't necessarily mean they'll stay that way. But also sometimes the margins can be bigger. So
it really all depends with these minor finals, which is why they're so great to watch, because you never know what kind of race you're going to watch. But then you just saw there in a shot of the York B boat there, high-fiving there, looking like they were really proud of that race. So well done to that York B boat there.
Yeah, they're definitely very chuffed with themselves. They will have been training against the A boat a lot on their home waters, so this will have been a great victory for them. And now coming down the course, we have the Open Intermediate Coxed Fours D final. So at the halfway point, Nottingham are leading by 2.5 seconds in front of UE, with Bath coming in at third, a couple of seconds behind. We've got then Durham, Liverpool and Sheffield bringing up the latter half of those boats.
Yeah, and it's once again really tight to call. It tends to be that we tend to see the middle K really making or breaking a lot of people's races, you know. How would you go about planning your middle K of a race, Sasha?
Well, I would say that the middle K is all about settling, and settling may seem like the wrong word to use because that sounds like crews can be complacent in that midsection of the race. But what it is having confidence in the rhythm that you've created. You've come off the blocks hard and fast, and so in this section of the race, I as an individual would be concentrating on just making sure that I was staying in time, following the people in front of me, and trying to make sure that my tech didn't slip, because in this midsection, especially on this water, you don't have any of the stands and the tents there to support you, so you can get a little bit unfocused without something to keep you on track. And so I'd be focusing in, making sure that I was, sat tall, getting the blade in, but also really listening out for the cocks, because especially once you've hit the 1K mark, that 1K to 1500 just goes like that. And so, you have to prepare yourself, make sure that you're getting the power down in your legs, but that you're not blowing out, because that final 500 is where you have to give it all. And if you give it too early, sometimes that can lose the race for you.
Yeah, we have seen some races before where people have just given it their all, and it's not been enough, and other crews have managed to catch up because they've just had that little bit extra in them. So yeah, that middle K being the most important bit. And I think that when you talked about blowing out before there, rowers know the feeling of the pain cave and what's described as the pain cave, and until you've actually done the sport, you don't really have an idea of what that pain cave is. So yeah, that middle K, really, really important, and we'll try and bring you some results now. Leading actually is Nottingham A on that 1500 metre mark.
Yeah, they've been consistently out in front for this race, but as we were talking about upsets, Durham B have come up from 5th at 500 metres, 4 at 1K, to now in 2nd position. So are they making a move? Do you think they have enough water left? They're now in the red buoys. Can they catch up to Nottingham?
It would be excellent to see. It really would be something else to see, actually, to be honest with you, this Durham boat making a charge. Maybe that's just their race plan as well. We talked about different race plans. Others want to go hard off the start and lead the race from start to finish, but others like to creep up in behind. We saw the Sinkovich brothers do it last year in the pairs, and that paid dividends for them. So yeah, Nottingham there, leading that race there.
Yeah, Durham have just crossed the finish line 2nd, followed closely by Bath and then UE. What a race from them. That was a really fantastic comeback from 5th at the start to 2nd position in this final.
Absolutely, a brilliant push there from that Durham crew, but well done to that Nottingham crew there. We're approaching our C final now, and they are off. So St Andrews, Exeter A, Edinburgh B, Imperial A, and East Anglia A in this open C final.
As they come off the start blocks, all crews have come off strongly. They look fairly in line when you look at that picture, which is nice. When you come off the blocks all together, that means that no one feels like they're behind and playing catch up, and you really feel like you have to work for the race. So if you had come off the start, you're in line with all 5 other people. What are you thinking? What would your cocks be saying to you at that point?
I think your cocks would be saying to you, you're in this race now. You've just got to lock in now and push and make sure that it's still early days in the race, and to not get tired and to just focus on getting as strong a start as possible. That's what I'd say, Sasha.
I mean, in a Coxed 4, that is a heavy boat. And on a normal day, I would say that, that's you get to the 1K mark, you're probably a little more tired than you would be if you were in an 8, if you were in a coxless quad. But I feel like in these conditions today, given how wavy it is, that might be playing to their benefit. The sitting slightly lower in the water, being slightly more balanced. Do you think their coach will have sat them down and said that? What would you do in this situation?
I mean, the thing I would do is just listen to my cocks. I think having a cox can sometimes be a huge advantage to you in terms of motivation, because you always have someone that is relying on you. The closest analogy that you could describe a cox as would be a jockey in horse racing. You in the seats as a rower, you are part of the engine room. You are that horse that is being motivated by this jockey. So I would just say listen to your cocks and do as much as you can, to make sure that you're listening to what they say, because they, at the end of the day, are the ones that are going to be trying to execute your race plan as best as possible. Nothing works well in a Cox's 4 unless unless you work with the Cox at the end of the day. If you try and go off on a different plan, then not listening to the Cox probably is not going to pay dividends at all.
Do you know, and I think we called it when we said that they came off the blocks pretty all in sync, because it looks to not be very much. I think it's 4 seconds separating the first 4 crews in this race. So it will be a tight one. That's only the 500 meter mark, so there's still a lot to play for as they come down. And as we said, the Coxless 4 is heavy, so you can get a lot more tired than you would in another boat class. So as they come up to the 1K, they will be jeering each other on. Their Cox will be steering them and really trying to motivate them to get ahead. And as we said, you know, crews operate differently. Some will be trying to get out in front and push off their competition, and some will be trusting the plan that they have been building up until this moment. And as they come up to the 1K mark, let's see where they are sitting now.
Yeah, still very, very tight, but UEA leading first there on our screen, followed by Exeter, Edinburgh, Imperial College, that will be Imperial College A, followed by, St Andrews, and then Imperial College B. So yeah, nothing really much in it. We're getting, just as I look down on home Pierre Point now, there it really isn't, there still really looks like there's nothing in this race at all, which is quite exciting, you know. The best kind of races to watch, I think, Sasha, are the ones that are the tightest and the closest. There's nothing between them at all, I think.
I couldn't agree more. I think the most nervous that I have ever been is when you are, you know, coming into the Red Boys and still neck and neck. So I was in the women's intermediate E-final last year, and I'm pretty sure there was about a quarter of a length in it between the first boat in that final and the 4th boat in that final. So we were all sat on the water trying to figure out who had actually crossed first. But it's so exhilarating to watch, let alone to be in. And that, I think, is what rowing is about, is getting to that point where you have tested yourself to the point of almost collapse. And that's where we go back to the pain cave, isn't it?
Yeah, we do go back to the pain cave, and it's about sometimes asking it who wants it more. And there's the great thing about regatta-style racing and side-by-side racing is how gladiatorial it is, you know. It's crews going up against each other with just pure brute force sometimes. Obviously, there's tech involved and whatnot, but it's all about really deep down and mentally who wants it more, you know. Hugh Laurie once talked about how he called it a miserable sport, but the best thing about it was if you can row past and you see you're gaining seats on these people, you know. This is what we love about rowing, and to see it at such a high standard of rowing at university level in the UK is just brilliant to watch.
No, you're completely right. I don't think that there's any other sport where you actually, as you pass your competitors, you can see them fading away into the distance. You know, the term that we use in rowing is walking through them, which I feel like doesn't quite capture the intensity of the sport, because anyone who has ever rowed will tell you there is nothing like walking about it. You know, you are giving it your absolute all. It's a hugely intense sport, and I think whilst there is, you know, people think of rowing as the 6 a.m. sport, the really, like, you know, there's a lot of commitment that goes into it, but it's so worth it when you are at that point. You can see people out of the corners of your eye just kind of slowly moving away from you.
I think we are getting a bit of breakaway there now from the crew in lane 5. That would be Imperial College A, just looking like they are breaking ahead. So they've clearly been in that pain cave and they've pushed through really well, I think.
You say that, but it looks like Edinburgh is also making a move. We've got Edinburgh and St Andrews really gunning for it for those top 3 positions, and I think they're running out of water, but
yeah, just run out of water there, I think. But very tight between Edinburgh then trailing, just too little water then, I think, Sasha.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if you look at the results on the screen there, you've got 5 seconds between the 1st and the 5th crew, and that just shows you that even in these minor finals, even in the intermediate categories, there is a huge amount to play for. It's still a competition, and people really put their all into it, and I think that was just such an exciting race. And I always find that when you get into these finals, sometimes there can be big margins, but they're often the most exciting.
Yeah, and we're getting on to our quads now. So we have in lane... one's been scratched. So we're actually in lanes 2 to 6 now. Reading, Chester in lane 3. In lane 4 is Liverpool B. In lane 5, De Montfort. And lane 6, Liverpool John Moores. And it's pretty even start at the moment. I can't quite make it out from here. Still too far away to actually be able to properly see anything. I know we've got a bit of a better look on our TV screen, but when I look out still, it's still so impossible to call, even as high as we are up in this watchtower.
Yeah, if you look at the results there is an almost 10-second margin, so this may not be as close a race as the last one that we just saw. But in those first 3, it looks like De Montfort and Liverpool might be fighting this out.
Yeah, I think they are dogging it out. Chester there in the middle of the pack. Wonder whether they're going to push later on. That's the question. You know, we talk about everyone having different race plans. You know, I wonder what'll happen there.
So I know that you row at Chester. Do you know any of the guys in this boat? You know, from what you know about them, what are they thinking in this moment? What is their race plan? Do you know?
I don't know if I could actually reveal the place. I wasn't sitting down in the talks when they were having their race plan, Sasha. But
you can't reveal the
inside
secrets.
I can't reveal the inside secrets. But I do know that yeah, it's a pretty scratch crew. One of our rows unfortunately had a concussion, so we had to have our vice captain Jack to fill in. Jack's only been sculling for a while, so no. Tom, Reese, and James there. They've been in the quad a little longer, but Jack filling in where he has it's been phenomenal now, and the coaching from Billy Warwick has been it's been good. So yeah, no, I can't tell their race plan, but I wonder if they can hold it together and do something, because I don't think Jack's been above 22, rate 22 in a scull before, so being in a BUCS final is quite major for him.
Big words of confidence there from you, Finley. It will be interesting to see how they go. I think that when we saw them come past the 1K mark, they were sitting in 4th, but I think they have it in them to come up to 3rd. You know, let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, got to back the boys at the end of the day, I think.
So, now that we've moved on to a different boat class, this is coxless quads. So this is one of our fastest boat classes. I would say it's 8s come in at fastest, and then coxless quads, just because you still have those 8 oars, but you don't have that extra person in the boat. So it's much lighter than a coxless 4, a coxed 4 and a coxless 4. And so these are boats that can really be the perfect example of what synchronicity is like. You look at a good quad coming past you, and if they are all in time, if their blades are all in the water at the same time, their bodies are moving in that precise motion together, it's really beautiful to watch. I would highly recommend, if you haven't watched a lot of rowing, go and have a look at some of those world-class Olympic quads, and then I think you'll be able to really tell the difference between what good rowing and great rowing is.
Definitely. I fell in love last year with quads, actually, at BUCS Cox's quads. Last year I got the pleasure to commentate on Cox's quads with Carol, who's not here unfortunately, she's at the wedding, but I fell in love with Cox's quads because of Carol. You know, she had such a passion for this boat class, you know, and then getting to watch then at Paris Lola Anderson and the GB Cox's 4 win that race. That was something special, really, really special, you know. And it just goes to show as well that grit and determination. They were a team with a great race plan as well, where they held until the end and pushed then on the Dutch that were leading, I think, for most of the race, and then we just pit them, didn't we? I think, which was quite the result.
Yeah, I remember watching the interview that Lola Anderson gave, talking about that note that she got from her dad that she'd written a long time ago, and saying, you know, well, she'd really love to medal, and the face that her face and the faces of her crewmates when they crossed that finish line and came out with the gold was just so heartwarming. And again, I think that is really what the sport of rowing is about. Yes, there are almost constant losses, because if you're not first in 90% of the races, then you don't get anything. But to to get that first, that makes everything worth it. And let's see who is getting the first in this race of the Open Intermediate Coxless Quads in their G
very,
final.
very
It
close.
is so close as they come towards the line. It might come down to the surge.
Wow.
I think that is De Montfort University that have just edged ahead. They were in 3rd place at the 1500 metre mark, and they have come in at first, followed by Liverpool John Moores, Chester and Liverpool.
I'm sure the boys will be chuffed with that, especially Jack. You know, now he can say, yep, I've gone faster than 22
I
in a
think you
quad.
owe them an apology.
I think I do, no. I think, yeah, Sasha, absolutely I do. And they'll be telling me this as soon as they've come down and watched the YouTube footage and said, yep, Finley, you owe them all an apology. And probably a beer as well, to be honest with you. We're just going to pass you now on to Camilla, who's just going to take this race.
Hi Camilla, it's so lovely to be joined by you. How are you doing today?
Yeah, all good, thank you, Sasha, and a privilege and pleasure to be here commentating at the British University Championships as always. And here in 2025, we're now off the start with this next race on the course, which is the F final of the Open Intermediate Quad Sculls. Just giving you a bit of a sense of the runners and riders in this race. In lane number 1, we've got Leeds University B. In lane 2, the University of the West of England. In lane 3, St Andrews. In lane 4, Bath Spa. In lane 5, Sunderland. And in lane 6, we've got Portsmouth. And they're already well underway. They're through that 1,000-metre marker. And it's been a brilliant start for the crew from St Andrews all the way up in the sort of middle part of Scotland. They've had a fantastic regatta so far and currently leading the way. But the rest of the field, well, dealing with these conditions particularly well. And it's been a day that you've had a nice blustery tailwind pushing you all the way down towards that finish line, Sasha.
Yeah, I think you're right. If you look at the timings of some of the crews that have been coming down, they have been exceptionally fast, and I think especially in these intermediate minor finals, that's really nice to have. You have something pushing you along. You know, you've got your crew, you sometimes have your cocks, and you've got a wind that, whilst it's not always pleasant and can make it a little bit chilly, you do have something backing you.
Absolutely, and here, lots of things backing you. Not only the wind, but lots of spectators here as well at the National Water Sports Centre. And although you can't see them here on the picture, we're still up in the sort of 1,500 metre marker. As we come towards 500 metres to go, there are lots of spectators here supporting all of these universities, and they'll be starting to hear those cheers from the crowd. And wow, they're going to need it, because look at this across the field here. Really, nothing much to choose between the remainder of these crews. I think Portsmouth went through that 1,000-metre marker in second behind St Andrews, and then Bath Spa, what a brilliant performance from them. They're right up there in third position, and as they go through 500 metres to go, they're going to feel that real sort of spur to get themselves up. In fact, that's exactly what they've done. It's also like they heard me, Sasha. They've pushed themselves up now into second position, only 1 second off St Andrews in the lead.
Yeah, you absolutely manifested it there, and I think this is another example of an incredibly close race in these finals of the latter half of Sunday at BUCS Regatta. There are 2 seconds, less than 2 seconds, between St Andrews and Portsmouth there in first and third. So in this last 500 metres, there may be just enough water left for some moves to be made by the crews on this water.
Well, you can see in the foreground there, that's lane number 2, that's the University of the West of England crew. They were sat somewhere towards the back of this field, but as Sasha's just told you, really nothing much to choose between all of these crews, and that's often what happens in a tailwind, is everyone gets bunched up. But here, look at this race here. St Andrews out in front, but clawing back with every single stroke. It's the crew from Bath Spa, Arlo Ads, Stefan Rawdon-Jones, Patrick McLaughlin and Joseph Taylor Bromfield there, really pushing on and closing down that distance, and going with them out in lane number 6, Portsmouth as well, waking up to the fact that they want to join this race out in front, creating more space back towards the remainder of this field. And really, this is going to be a 3-boat race for the lead here. Have St Andrews gone too early, Sasha?
Do you know, I think they might have, and that's what you sometimes get. If you go too early, you cannot have enough left in the tank to really put in the sprint at that final. But it looks like it's Portsmouth that have come up from third to cross the finish line first
in this final, followed closely by St Andrews and Bath Spa. So a very tight race there between St Andrews in lane 3 and Bath Spa in lane 4. But what a fantastic row from those three crews.
Yeah, that must have been one of the best sprint finishes we've seen today. They went all the way from back in that third position. They were overtaken by Bath Spa, and they managed to push on to the race leaders from the very first stroke. St Andrews were out of the gates in first, but that didn't deter them from a fantastic sprint finish from 200 metres to go. St Andrews gave it everything they got, but just couldn't quite hang on to the line. But delighted faces in the Portsmouth crew there. Oliver Gray, Max Rowe, Oliver Othen and Samuel Patterson, who will come into shot in just a moment's time, along with Bath Spa there, who we already mentioned. A great performance for them to really kick on through that last 500 metres and created a brilliant race. And then through the line, well, it was then Leeds that came in fourth, ahead of Sunderland in fifth, and then in sixth it was the University of the West of England. And we're already moving on now to the next race, Sasha, and so I'm going to hand you back now to Finley.
Yes, thank you so much, Camilla, for coming and joining us. We have the Open Intermediate Coxless Quadruple Sculls in their E-final. At BUCS Regatta today on a slightly less sunny day than we've had in the last two. Just as an idea of the lineup, we have apologies there, we just had a little bit of an issue with our mics, but we have in lane 1 Harper Adams, lane 2 Birmingham B, lane 3 Bournemouth, lane 4 Liverpool A, lane 5 Surrey B, and lane 6 Exeter. So they're at the halfway mark now. There is not a huge amount in it. There are about 10 seconds separating all the crews, but it looks like that Surrey, Liverpool and Exeter will be fighting for those top spots, potentially with Harper Adams coming in to take one of those top 3 spots away from Exeter.
I think Exeter's real danger at the moment is that if they can't hold off, that they've gone too early and try and join the rest of the pack there in those 2 and 3 spots, and Harper Adams could come and sneak in there. We don't know quite yet what their race plan is, but it'll be interesting to see how that unfolds.
Yeah, if you look at your screen there, that is a quite considerable lead to be extending at this point in the race, and we'll see if they can maintain that as they continue up the course. So that, again, as we said, those 2 and 3 positions on this table are quite contested still, with Liverpool, Exeter and Harper Adams all fairly close to each other, although it looks like Surrey has extended its lead and has taken Liverpool with it. So it might be a fight down to the line from Exeter and Harper Adams.
Yeah, now it just depends whether Surrey can hold on now. I think the way they're rowing, though, it looks like they have just got such a dominant lead on them at the moment, you know, and nothing's going to stop them. I love these kinds of races sometimes where it's just one crew dominating from the start, and they're just like, right, this is our race, we're controlling it. I think probably the best example ever of that is the Sydney 2000 Coxless Fours, where Redgrave, Foster, Pinsett and Cracknell, they just set off from the get-go and like this. They said, this is our race, we're controlling it from the start. I wonder if those Surrey boys can do that as well, channeling a bit of the spirit of 2000.
I don't know, I think they could probably take Pinsent in a race. What do you think?
Probably now, considering he's retired from the sport a long, long time ago now. But no, yeah, it all depends. I mean, I still think Matthew Pinsent would have it in him, just because of the legendary status that he has.
I think you're right. I mean, I remember going to Henley Royal with my mum for the first time and seeing him go down in an umpire's launch. And my mum, you know, I think is around the same generation as him and was still absolutely in awe. And she's been in boats now for about 30 years.
Yeah, and we can just bring you the results now as they cross the line. Surrey extending that lead. A very, very dominant race from the Surrey boys there. Harper Adams taking that seat, actually, like we'd call there, I think.
Do you know, I sometimes I feel like there's a hand of God going on here, because yeah, Harper Adams did a fantastic job coming all the way up from 4th at one point take 2nd position, and they are followed by Liverpool A in 3rd, Exeter in 4th, Birmingham B in 5th, and unfortunately the Bournemouth crew had a bit of an issue with one of their blades, and this is what you see in these conditions. You just cannot plan for weather like this. As much as you train, things will happen to the best of us. You know, you see professional rowers capsize sometimes because the conditions are just so harsh. So a fantastic row from the Bournemouth crew. They really did a great job of continuing down the line and finishing in style.
The hardest thing about the sport is, especially when you're down, you know, you just have to focus on finishing that race and finishing strong. Because at the end of the day, there's no point in giving up in anything halfway. You might as well just persevere and push to the end. So our D final well in progress. At the 1,000-meter mark, we have the University of Loughborough leading, followed by Nottingham Trent A. In 3rd, we have Reading E. In 4th, Heriot Watt University, and University of Strathclyde in 5th. We're still waiting on... Sorry, A. Oh, sorry, it's been scratched. Sorry, A. So yeah, no, just tight racing between them.
Yeah, you're right, and they're coming through the 1,500-meter mark now into the last quarter of this race. We have Loughborough leading the pack 2 seconds ahead of Nottingham Trent A, with Strathclyde bringing up the top 3 of those medal positions. But as you see there, Nottingham Trent, Strathclyde and Reading are within 2 seconds of each other, and you know, we keep saying it, but in these races anything can happen. We wait to see what they'll do as they get into the final stretch of this race, which is the Red Buoys. So for those of you who don't know, the Red Buoys signify that you are in the last 250-meter stretch of the lake.
Yeah, and this really is go time, isn't it? It's really just time to go and push on, I think.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, 1,500 meters is where you start powering it down. So I don't know about you, but what I would expect to be hearing from my crew or my cox at this point would be, right, okay, we're stepping on it, we're bringing up the power. You know, you don't start bringing up the rate quite yet, maybe, because you want to really make sure you're connecting with the foot plate so that any rate that you bring will be as efficient up as possible. But then now, as you can see in the Red Buoy, so this is where the rate will start coming up, and you can see from that Loughborough University crew, who are still out there in first, they are bringing up the rate, they are slicing through the water, and they are pushing towards the end. We have Nottingham Trent really making them work for it, but I think they've run out of water and will come in at a nice second.
Yeah, incredible row then from Loughborough, managing to hold Nottingham Trent and Strathclyde off. You know, only a second between Nottingham Trent and Strathclyde, so yeah, great bit of racing. Actually, nearly a second between all of just the races, so an incredibly tight race there in the D final.
I mean, yeah, you have a lot of people who think that sticking around to watch the minor finals of these events, you know, they want to go rest and refuel, and obviously if you're an athlete you should do that, but if you want to watch interesting rowing,
proper dogfights,
absolutely, this is where it's at. This is where you get crews that are so evenly matched that you just get, you know, a bit of a scrap down towards the finish line.
You know, you look at Championship football, sure, a Premier League game can be really exciting, but it matters. There's even more passion and intensity sometimes you find in the Championship, and this is what these minor finals are about, you know, even more intensity and even more passion sometimes between, because it's all to play for it's all for glory, you know. There's no medals handed out in these finals, so it's all for pride and honor, a bit like the boat race sometimes in that respect, you know. Obviously two completely different events, but it's all about playing and rowing for honor and pride, because, you know, no one can take away that memory of you winning on such a fantastic location, can it?
I think you should become a cox. There's a lot of motivational enthusiasm there. You may have a secondary rowing career there.
Potentially, you know, who knows? I've been behind the wires once or twice, and it's incredibly fun. I think every rower should sit behind the wires at least once or twice, because you can really appreciate then the thought that goes into your cox. A lot of people might just see their cox as an angry, shouty person that just wants to take something out on their crew, but actually no. they really are just trying to motivate and make sure that the crew performs their best. So no, we appreciate Cox's
this is a
this
Cox
commentary.
fan club here.
Yeah.
No, I was having a chat with Zoe earlier, who of course has a beautifully colourful and very rich history in coxing, in boat races, in world cruise, and we were talking about the importance of a cox, and I totally agree with that point of every rower should sit in that seat, because yes, it's steering, and at its most basic level it's steering and keeping you going, but the amount of mental strength I think it takes to not just keep a crew on course, but keep a crew on the race plan, to keep them motivated. And especially, you know, I learned to row on the Weir, which doesn't even have 2 kilometers of river to row on. It's 1.8k, and so a lot of the races that we did were about 700 meters. To cox a crew, especially to victory on a lake like this, is phenomenal, and let alone when you think about races like the boat race, where you've got 6.8k of sometimes just dead water in front of you. And we talk about the conditions being a bit of a battle for the crews here, and as they come towards the red buoys, they get a little bit of protection from buildings, a bit of protection from the tents out there, but they also get the protection of the fans who are cheering them on. And I really think that is what is powering the crews on this screen on now. It is Leeds who are out in front. They have maintained their lead on the other crews, but Nottingham B is giving them a run for their money. They are really tramming down the course. They had about a half length lead from Leeds over Nottingham, but what a fantastic row from those two boats. We have in lane 4 Sussex crossing over in 3rd, and then the 2 Newcastle crews, Newcastle B and Newcastle C, crossing over almost at exactly the same time. I can tell you it is 0.3 of a second between those two crews, so clearly they've got some very consistent training.
Yeah, and potentially a really good 8 that could go in together as well, potentially, or an octuple, because this is quads at the end of the day. But no, I think we're taking a bit of pausing around. I can't see any boats coming down here unless that's just my really dodgy eyesight. But no, I think we are taking a bit of a pause on the rowing at the moment.
I think on your screen you can see lining up is the women's intermediate 8 G final. We're having a bit of a pause because it looks like the crew in, I want to say that is lane 4.
Paddling down, I think.
Are paddling in to connect to their start block.
That's the
so
yeah. I was going to say.
No.
I was going to say, yeah, and I was just looking at this shot now, and I wanted to comment on it earlier because I did catch a bit of it, but what a lovely shot of that stake boat. You know, it's such a brilliant course. You know, to be able to look down there and think, wow, I'm going to be racing all of that. I think the thing that hits a lot of people for the first time ever, if they're not racing, if they've not done regatta racing before, it's just how big and long 2,000 meters actually is in straight physical distance. You know, it's you don't think about it the same as you do on an erg screen when you're doing a 2K test. You know, unless you've seen 2,000 meters in person, you know, it's something else. We've taken a lot of our novices down at Chester, and a lot of them just remember saying to me, I remember this exact same feeling the year before when I rode in my beginner fort. I was just thinking, wow, how long is that? You know, that's incredible distance visualized out in front of me, and you don't get that sort of, you don't realize that until you're actually there at somewhere like Home Pierpoint.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, you even go to somewhere like Henley and you have that beautiful bridge over by Leander Club that you can really look down the course, but there is still quite a lot going on it. It's a fairly busy course, and it's only 2 lanes of racing, so it's hard to have the same visualization as you do in this wonderful picture. I mean, from our commentary perspective, we can see both ends of the course. It doesn't look that long, but when you are sat in a boat at the end, at the start line of this stretch of water, it's quite daunting, and you can have done as many 2Ks as you want, as many practices, you've done the time trial already, but it's when you're sat up there with 5 other boats, sometimes 4 other boats, it really hits you. And I have to say, I've rowed BUCS once last year, and there was something about it that just really hit me. There's something very awe-inspiring. Yeah, just about the whole thing. And I think it's a really lovely perspective to have, especially if you're new to the sport, because you get that visualization earlier. And I think that for something like 2K tests, which are so important for training and testing in regatta season, it gives you that idea of what to hit. Because I did a 2K test after coming here, and I was thinking about every single marker that I could remember from the BUCS course, and that really pushed me forward. And so this is such a fantastic experience. And so all of the beginners out there who have raced so far this weekend and will be racing tomorrow, it's just such a fantastic experience. And now off rapidly from the start line in this G final of the women's intermediate 8, we have Swansea in lane 1, Oxford B in lane 2, Newcastle C in lane 3, York B in lane 4, in lane 5 we have Southampton B, and lastly Exeter B. So they are off, and they are fairly in line, which is what you would expect at the start of this race. When you've had time trials, so you've been seeded against each other, you expect boats to come off at fairly the same, the same time, maybe the same rate. Everyone will be doing their own thing, but they'll be coming off with the same idea for this. But it's that mid section of the race that really makes or breaks the crew.
Yeah, and the mid section is just, it's probably just the best part about the race as a spectator, probably the worst part of the race as a actual rower and a participant, because when you're in that middle K, it's all you, and it's just you alone. We've talked a lot about it already today, but yeah, probably the worst part of the race for you as a rower, but the best bit as a spectator. You're there. If you're there on the sides, you're running up and down, or you're on a bike. You can see how hard those crews are working, and it's just fabulous to sort of see, the consistency. But yeah, still looking like quite an even playing field as well. As we head into the second minute of this G final.
Yeah, so we have, in case you hadn't noticed, moved on to a completely separate boat class. So we've moved from men to women, from quads to 8. Now, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. Women's 8s are the best boat that you can row in, and I know unfortunately you don't have the pleasure of being able to partake in that, but I can tell you now, they are just fantastic. And one of the really lovely things that you've been seeing around BUCS and actually quite a lot of rowing events recently is that a lot of women's boats will be putting ribbons in their hair, and it's a really nice way of saying, I can be a woman and be strong, and I really like that. We had a lot of ribbon chat in my boats, and it's a really nice camaraderie that you get in these boats with these women.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I can only empathise or look into your shoes, Sasha. But I would say that, like, with the men's 8, it's a lot more. You can be a bit more gung ho with technique and a bit more sort of testosterone fuels, and you're just ragging the oar.
It's a lot more intense, isn't it?
But with the great thing about women's 8 is the fact that you have to have that brute strength as well, because the 8 is a really physically demanding boat. If you can row an 8, it looks beautiful and it looks powerful and strong. It does look like a proper horse jockey. But you've got to have as well, just because you weigh a lot lighter as well. You've got to have that technique as well. So that strength combined with that technique, it must be pretty hard then to row that 8, but must be as well really, really rewarding.
And I mean, if you don't know a huge amount about rowing tech, it is very easy to make a boat heavier, or at least feel heavier than it actually is. If blades are going into the water at differing times, then different people are putting power through the water at different times, so it means that fewer people are going in. You can think about the physics of it. You have fewer people trying to move a far larger boat at kind of different times, and so you have to have that perfect synchronicity. And if you look at the blades on the crew on our screen, which look to be Exeter, potentially.
I'm not too up to date with my oar iconography, so I don't think I could tell you that, but I can tell you that Swansea are leading the race at 1,000 metre mark, very closely followed by York there. Seems like, there's still not much in this race at all, in this women's 8G final.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Southampton, who are in 4th, and Exeter, who are in 3rd, there are 0.6 seconds between the two of them. I mean, this is another race that will potentially go down to the line. You can see there the women, the pain on their faces as they enter that pain cave. And again, if you haven't heard of what a pain cave is, I wouldn't suggest you seek it out. But if you are a rower, you will know what it is, and it's such a brutal place to be. But you come out of it the other end, and you just want to be back in, don't you? It's that visceral, primal, you know, everything that you have is being put into this moment, which is why it's so rewarding when it's successful.
We are still the animals that we were 10,000 years ago. You know, to us now, you know, if there was cavemen in this boat, in these boats, you know, it would just be like they were running from a saber-toothed tiger. You know, that's what this what kind of. We're still those same animals, so you know that's why this sport is so addicting, you know, and we kind of do want to go back in that pain cave. So it's all about, sometimes about survival more than anything, I think, and that's why we had a bit of an interesting campfire chat the other day, me and my friends. We talked about suffering and whether, like, is rowing voluntary suffering, you know, and is that suffering just worthwhile, you know, because you've volunteered to do that and you want to be there. You talked about wanting to go straight back in the pain cave session. I completely agree with you, you know. You do kind of want to be back in there because you're like, well, I want to give that another go, you know, sometimes. And that's the beautiful thing about this sport.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I'll find myself kind of coming to consciousness when I'm in the pain cave and going, oh my God, I couldn't give this any more. If I had, you know, if I had a gun to my head, this is all I can give. And you come off the water and you're like, no, I could have given it more. And so and I think that's why people keep coming back, is because they go, no, I can give it more. And the thing with rowing is the more training you do, the better you are. And so you know that you can keep giving it more, especially, you know, in these intermediate categories. You're now going, okay, well, this was great. I'm in the G final now. Next time I'm aiming for the D final. Or if you're at the top of your game in an intermediate category, you're aiming for the championship category the next year at these events.
Yeah, 100%. And it's always about, I think every single rower, personality-wise, the one common link between all of us, you could be it doesn't matter whether you're introverted or extroverted, it's that addiction and that desire to keep getting better at what you love. And I think it goes a long way in terms of not just the sport, but your career as well. And yeah, still very tight now. We're coming into this final 500 meter mark. We don't even need to look on the screen now to see.
I think that, you know, I can be better, I want to do better, happens even in the race. I mean, we've got 3 boats here who are right in line. In lane 1 we have Swansea, in lane 4 we have York, and in lane 5 it's Southampton. I think it was Swansea that crossed the line there first, followed maybe by Southampton, and I think that, yes, that is confirmed. We have Swansea across the line first, followed by Southampton, and then York B. What a race by those ladies there. That was absolutely fantastic. I mean, you look at those timings, 0.3 of a second between Southampton and York. I mean, they did not leave anything in their legs. It will be a miracle if they can carry that boat back afterwards.
I was going to say, performances like that, people should be carrying your boat for you, I think, you know. It's just, what a performance there. What a brilliant race to watch and to be able to commentate on as well. This is why you should stay around for these minor finals, folks, because they bring all the drama, all the passion, all the intensity that your AB finals, championship finals would bring.
Yeah, I think that you'll find that Finn and I here are not only a fan club for Coxers, but also clearly for minor finals. And this looks like it's another race to watch. I think we have 3 crews pushing out in front and 3 crews maybe lagging ever so slightly behind. But we're only 3 minutes into the race of this women's intermediate 8F final. Just to let you know who is on your board here, coming up closest on your screen in that first lane, you've got St Andrews also in first position with a 3.33 time at the halfway point. They are joined then in lane 2 by UE, in lane 3 by Warwick, followed by Bath, Plymouth and Manchester. And as they come past the halfway point, you've got St Andrews extending a bit of a lead there over Bath, but they are fairly tight in all of their timings.
Yeah, nothing really in it at all, and it tends to not be. I think we're finding now that we're just getting so many still high quality standards of rowing in these minor finals, which is great to see. You know, that there is not much between these crews, which makes for our jobs a lot more exciting and viewing for you a lot more exciting as well. You know, really there's nothing in it at all. You know, we will approach the 1500 meter mark soon, and I can't call it at the moment. Sasha, I don't know if you can.
I think I'm going to hold my cards close to my chest until we get the times in from the 3/4 mark. But as we said earlier, with the tailwinds that you have on the course today, you do get a little bit of bunching of crews as they all get pushed along by that wind, and it makes the waves that we see on the water here ever so slightly worth it. But I'm sure that all of the crews out there would have much preferred a nice sunny day. I don't know if you can tell on your screens right now, but we have a very classically English bit of weather where at the start line it is grey and at the finish we have beautiful sunshine.
Yeah, the sun just peeking through now and actually just dipping back again. Just as Sasha mentioned the weather turning a bit bright, it goes cloudy and behind the clouds again.
Shy.
Yeah. But the eagerness that's completely opposite. These eights are not shy to get stuck in and to row, and it's still really tight. I think the middle lane is the lane to be watching, because I think that's where all the actions are happening. Actually, no, I'm looking on lane 1 there. I think that is a push.
I think you're right. I think St Andrews there is really opening up a lead. They've got a couple of seconds on Bath there. St Andrews, I know, are a fantastic rowing club. They've got a great program and they often do very well. You can see them there on your screen. You know, they're looking a little bit choppy with the water, but you've got a Cox there who is shouting. She is keeping them on track. She is letting them know where the other crews are, because the last thing you want to do in a race like this is look out of the boat, because the tiniest movement out of sync and you can really set off the balance, and that can slow you down. So the Cox is there looking left and right and making sure that she is keeping her crew honest and on track for the win that they have been building up to. St Andrews have been first at all of the markers so far. We have in second place at the 1500 meter mark Bath B. Let's see if they can keep that up, or will they be challenged by Plymouth, who were only a couple of seconds behind at that 3/4 mark. They have entered the red boys. They have 250 meters left. What is going to happen?
I don't know, but I think that we can say that it looks like that's going to be a St Andrews lead, and I think, wow.
I'm sorry, this is a absolutely fantastic race. St Andrews definitely have a lead. I would put money on them coming across the line first. But in lanes 2 to 5, it could be anyone's money. I think that it is lane 5 Plymouth that are going to cross in second, but it might have been on the surge that either UE or Warwick crossed. So if you look at that finish, it was Warwick that crossed 0.3 of a second in front of UE. What a close race. You were right, Finn. Yeah, those middle lanes were brilliant. They put in such a shift in that final stage of the race.
Yeah, like you say before, leaving nothing on the line there, Sasha. You know, everything gone in the legs. Hopefully their boats will be carried back for them again. No, yeah, it's phenomenal. So we're now into our E final. Cambridge C in lane 1, Durham B in lane 2. In lane 3 we have Oxford C. In lane 4 Cambridge D. Queen's Belfast in lane 5, Queen's Belfast D. And in lane 6, University of East Anglia.
I have to say, actually, whilst it says Durham University B, this women's crew is known as Senate. It is a composite of the senior rowers of several college crews from Durham University. And so whilst Durham very kindly let us come up with them and row, this is an almost intermediate boat club where you have the cream of the college crop. And you know, they're here because they want those opportunities. They want to come and experience what it's like at fantastic events like this, but it's not with the same amount of training. And this is a completely student-led club. And so, you know, there have been a few iterations of it over the years at Durham, but the most recent one was started back up again about 3 years ago. This is the third BUCS Regatta that a women's 8 has attended, and it is currently being captained by the wonderful Olivia Fairhurst, who very devastatingly has had quite a traumatic knee injury, which has meant that for the last 2 years she hasn't been able to compete in these BUCS crews. But last year she attended as women's captain. This year she is here as president. She is out there somewhere with her crutch, screaming for these women and cheering them on. She will be so proud of everything that they've accomplished, and I'm sure that they are so proud of her.
Thank you very much for sharing such brilliant light there on the Durham crew there, Sasha. I had no idea at all that this is a completely student-led program, which is great. You know, it's nice to see such passion from student-led initiatives and showing what students can do. I think that's such a fabulous thing, and that it's important to have that in grassroots sports. You know, a lot of time people first come to uni, and that's when they actually start rowing. I'm myself. That was the journey I was on, and you know, it's really great to see that students can lead something and create something so well. You know, we're in an E-final. You know, that's fantastic for those Durham boats and those other Cambridge boats and Oxford boats as well, and the University of Anglia.
No, absolutely, and especially for smaller colleges or smaller clubs that are student-led. They often don't have a coach. They don't have a huge amount of money for boats. Sorry, and so there is a huge amount of commitment that goes into it. The students organise the training, they organise their nutrition, and especially at a top university like Durham, where the academics are quite intense, to be able to balance all of that and still come out in E-finals of regattas like this is a real testament to the dedication that they have. And as we've got some timings from the halfway point here. In top 3 we have East Anglia, Queen's and Cambridge D. So I wonder if this Cambridge boat is a college crew or maybe one of their lower women's boats. Actually, there on the screen you have the beautiful Senate blades and uni suits of the Senate Women's 8 from Durham University, really powering it down the course. They have got good synchronicity, they are pushing their way forward. It will be great to see how they finish in this race.
All the better commentating as well when you have a bit of investment in the club. I know if you were listening before, you might have heard Sasha letting me talk about my University of Chester boys, but I think we're doing a bit of that now for you as well, Sasha, and it's great to see these boats. We're talking about, me and Sam talked yesterday about how it's great that Cambridge are investing in sculling as well and taking their boats, other boats down, and giving them an opportunity to shine on the stage, you know, and showing that a lot of their focus isn't always about the boat race. Obviously, the main thing that they're going to care about is beating Oxford. That's the reason that boat club was created. But it's great to see such passion and an investment in other athletes as well, you know.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially at collegiate universities, you have such an enormous pool of rowers to choose from, and in cases like this could be the moment that someone decides that actually they want to give it their all, they want to give it more than they're currently giving at their college, and they might go up. You know, there are several people who have success stories of starting as collegiate rowers at Oxford and Cambridge and then ending up stroking the blues boat.
Imogen Grant being obviously the most famous example. She was here at BUCS last year, and that was amazing for a lot of people who were going to collect their medals, you know, because it was a reminder, you know, sort of that, yeah, someone amazing now that's an Olympic hero, you know, that's a hero in the rowing community. She started exactly where you started. It's a huge motivator. Coming into the final push now, Sasha, I don't know who you can call that on, actually.
I would say that it looks like Queens are maybe pushing out. I mean, East Anglia are really giving them a run for their money, but I think that they will run out of water before they can take the win away. It does look like it is Queen's Belfast that are crossing the line first, followed very closely by East Anglia. And Oh, sorry, this is a very biased piece of commentary, but third across the finish line was the Durham Senate crew. What a fantastic row. They spent a lot of that race up against fantastic and well-coached crews. They were in 6th position at 500, 4th at halfway, 5th at 1500, and boy did they make a comeback. What a phenomenal result from those women.
Lots of parallels then in that race, to be honest with you, Sasha. You know, it seems that if you're a bit biased on commentary, then your preferred crew will come third in a race.
Do you know what? Given some of the results that we've had today, it seems like we've been able to either call these quite early and have clearly got a good eye for rowing, or we have some sort of magic power. So if you'd like to hire us to predict your race results, do let us know.
Yeah, 100%. We'll have to take inquiries, maybe start a little Instagram venture, who knows. But yeah, maybe the commentator's curse is a real thing. But yeah, because every time we seem to have said something, you know, it might have seemed to happen, you know. So yeah, absolutely amazing stuff. So now we are on to our D final, and Lancaster University leading at the 500 metre mark, followed by Oxford Brookes, and then Liverpool in third, Southampton, and then Cambridge. So yeah, still very, very tight rowing. It's quite hard to see still, but we are getting actually that sun again. I wonder if the sun will go away now that we've mentioned it. But no, it looks a lot nicer now, and Home Pierre Point, the water actually looks a lot brighter, which is great to see.
Yes, I think you're completely right. I mean, fingers crossed that the sun has finally come out of its hiding place, because there is a little bit of blue sky up there in the initial part of the racing lake, but we're having a little bit of struggle up here seeing anything because there's so much sun. So hopefully that will spur the athletes on to some more fantastic rowing in this D final of the Women's Intermediate 8. As a reminder of who is racing, we have Cardiff in lane 1, followed by Cambridge B, Southampton A, Oxford Brookes University C, Liverpool and Lancaster in lane 6.
Yeah, hopefully the sun does spur them on. There's nothing nicer than winning a regatta and just being able to put your feet up in the sun, maybe a beer or two, you know, and just enjoy yourself. But at the moment now, at this 1,000 metre mark, we're back in the pain cave, and there is a lot to do. That Cambridge boat now creeping up, so they've had a bit of a different race plan. I think they've let the other crews shoot out at the 500 metre mark and say, no, we're not letting other crews dictate our race plan, and we are going to wait in there. And that Liverpool boat coming up again as well. Nothing between the Cambridge and Liverpool boats. Oxford Brookes sitting in 4th there, and no, not too much behind. Cardiff boat trailing a little, but there doesn't seem to be much between all of these races at the moment. Well, yeah, there's nothing really to call at the moment, to be honest with you, Sasha. I'm just going to let this sort of wash over me now and take it all in, like you, ladies and gentlemen, because there really isn't much between the race now. Not really much we can say, apart from, I guess, in very typical British way, comment that the sun has gone and hidden itself again. So hopefully the sun will be back out again before these races finish.
Yes, it seems like whilst we have some sort of connection with the results of this rowing, we have an almost inverse one with the sun, which is fine. But no, you're so right, and especially for the beginners that will have started their season most probably in September of this academic year. They have survived head season, I will say. And when you start rowing and you have your head season, everyone tells you that it's great, it's fantastic, but just wait till regatta season, and I just don't think you can quite understand what they mean by that until you get to regatta season. And there are some where it's just beautiful greenery, ice cream vans everywhere, and people just soaking up in the sun. And it's when you can wander around after your race in just your uni rolled down, that's when you know you've really made it. And I think these crews are really making it too. We have Cambridge in lane 2 stretching out a lead of about 5 seconds there over Southampton.
Wow.
But it looks like it's everything to play for that second and third position. Southampton are up there, but I wonder if they'll be making a move on Cambridge at this point in the race. I wonder if their Cox is alerting them of that margin and telling them that now is the time to press through the footplate and leave everything out there on the water.
Yeah, no. Speaking of coxing calls, you know, what would you like to hear right now as we approach the final stretch of the race, Sash? You know, what would you want your Cox to be screaming? For me, I love stamp the footplate. I think it's such a hype call. You know, I don't know about you. What would you be wanting to hear?
I have to say, my favourite bit of coxing that I've ever received was from one of my friends, Imogen. We raced the Henley Women's Qualifiers for the first time, and as we came up to that last 200 metres, she kind of lowered her voice and really built it up, and we got to the point where we'd told we'd planned to empty the tank, and she just screamed at us, and she was like, "Now, empty the tank!" And it was just so inspiring, and I think that is what is happening here for that Cambridge crew in lane C. They are emptying the tank. They have crossed the finish line with clear water over their competitors. In lane 3, Southampton, and in lane 6, Lancaster, they were fighting for that second position. So it is Southampton who have come out victorious, 0.2 seconds in front of Lancaster. But what a row between those two crews.
Yeah, what a row. You know, it's sometimes the hardest bit about these races. Sometimes you got to feel for Liverpool. You know, the worst place to finish in any regatta race is 4th, because there's no consolation whatsoever. You know, you're just outside of that, even though you've given just as much as the other competitors, and it's just not your day. So yeah, but great race there from Cambridge with that clear water, and we can bring you on as well to that C final of the women's Inter 8s. In lane 1 you have York A, in lane 2 Nottingham A, in lane 3 Bristol B, in lane 4 Glasgow B, in lane 5 Newcastle B, and in lane 6 Bath A.
Yes, so if you're just joining us, that's Women's Intermediate 8s Final C, which is the last race of the Sunday's rowing at BUCS Regatta 2025. So it looks like quite a considerable length being stretched out there by Bath in lane 6. Let's see what what is their halfway mark time going to be. That's Bath coming in at 3:24, followed closely by Glasgow, Newcastle and Bristol.
No, it's going to be a real dogfight now between Bath and Glasgow. You know, it seems like this race has already been decided early. I don't want to say that it's been decided early because I might be proven completely wrong, but it looks like it's going to be a dogfight now between Glasgow and Bath, and it's two crews now really going at each other's throats. You know, they're holding each other to account to get across the line and to push as hard as they can. You know.
Yeah, they're still very much in that mid-section of the race, as we said. Almost the dead zone in terms of your mind, because this is where you really empty it. You are so focused on everything that you are doing, that your crew is doing. You can really see that Newcastle crew there with their blue stars on their blades, absolutely yanking through the water, putting as much power down as they possibly can to spur them on. And there you've got a lovely shot of the Bath crew settling out a really nice rhythm. It looks like they have stretched a bit of an advantage. On this screen you can't see where the other crews are, which makes it look like this might be a slightly easier row for them than you'd think. But unless you're right by the side of these boats riding along next to them, you can never quite tell who is in front and who is moving.
Yeah, you're just getting that shot there just behind the rows. You can see what we like to call informally the coaches' peloton of just coaches going alongside their rowers, shouting encouragement, you know, and if you're a coach at the front, you know, it's got to be a great feeling because you're watching these rowers that you've mentored and you've spent some time the last year with and gotten to know personalities and individuals and people that make the boat tick the best, and it must be a really great feeling as a coach to go, wow, yeah, I've helped create this amazing thing. It must be great, you know, if you're in the front of that coach's peloton there.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? In a lot of these university crews, what you see out on the water is only really half of the picture. I mean, this is a brilliant moment for those watching to send a little thank you message, and for us here to extend that thank you to coaches, to parents, to friends who make the trip to come and support your rowers out on this lake. I don't think you know how much you are appreciated, because every extra voice cheering you along is another bit of energy that really just spurs you on. And I mean, we can hear the cheering from the crowds from our commentary tower as these 8s come towards the finish line of the last race of this Sunday at BUCS. It looks like it's Bath still slightly out in front, but Glasgow are really giving them a run for their money. I don't know if they have enough water to be able to make up the distance. They are going to finish with some contact, but as you can see there, it is Bath who are going to cross the finish line of this women's intermediate 8C final first, followed closely by Glasgow, and then it's anyone's race. Who is going to cross first?
Wow, this is incredibly tight now. Oh, wow, 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 wow.
I don't know if I can call that.
No, I don't think I could call that. I think you have to be very, very sharp and very, very certain to be able to call that straight away. But we're getting that it's Glasgow, Nottingham, followed by York. What a way to finish Sunday's racing in the minor finals.
Absolutely.
Sasha.
I mean, it says there that there is about a second and a half between Nottingham and York, but I don't know if that's right. I think that there was far less in it than that.
Yeah, it was incredibly, incredibly tight. As we saw, we have a little line. You probably see it as well coming across. But when we saw that yellow line on the finish, it was way too hard to tell. It was almost a split second, you know.
Yeah, and you get different words for different lengths of time, different lengths of boat that have been between people, and that is probably what you'd call a bowball. So
yeah,
about an inch.
Yeah, not even a canvas, you know, completely smaller, you know. Yeah, bowball would probably be the best word to describe it, really, because there really did feel like there was a bowball between those middle crews there.
And as we pan back to that beautiful view of the entirety of Home Pier Point from the start line, we have now finished racing for the day, so thank you so much to everyone who has been here supporting in person and online supporting your rowers. What a beautiful day of rowing. Some very exciting races there at the end, and I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't remind all the athletes who are still to race tomorrow that the most important thing that you could do to boost your rowing is drink some milk.
Yep, get on some milk. It's probably the nicest drink in the world.
Milk Every Moment, our partner of BUCS, are very proud to showcase milk's nutritional values that can support student athletes in prep for their events and with their recovery. There is so much water in milk that it is in fact more hydrating than water itself. So with the nutritional value and just how yummy it is.
I know. I can actually vouch for this. Me and my mates took a whole crate. I did see the quad drinking it before the final, so that's maybe milk had a bit of it to do with it. Who knows?
Maybe
you know?
That's what Jack had in the tank. And so from us here at BUCS in the commentary tower, this has been Sasha and
Finley, and it's been a pleasure to be commentating with you today, Sasha, and a pleasure to be able to watch these fabulous races unfold with you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much to everyone who has been involved, especially the race control here who have kept everything going smoothly and lovely.
Yeah, nothing more we can add, to be honest with you. I think that's a goodbye from me.
Yeah, and goodbye from me. Thank you.
Thank you.